of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
Master of all the evil gods. Legendary. Meet your end. Legendary. Double kill.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatik, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top. Kita kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my
naik.
way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita
rockstar, kita I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSN.
rapid evolution of our local warriors have come about with the most competitive season of MPL MY yet. Yet, some still find themselves stuck upon the proving grounds, and time is ticking. Welcome to the English cast for Week 4, Day 3. My name is Staffa, alongside with LaFell today to bring you even more MPL action.
Thank you very much for the intro, and yes, this is going to be a very exciting day because our defending champions, Team HAQ, they're at the edge of the cliff, or like, imagine a scenario they're on a pirate ship. Like, they're in a moment where they could swim with the fishes, as they would say, because even if they win against RED Esports, they gotta make it 2-0, man.
Yeah, they're walking the plank right now.
That's the word I was looking for.
Yep, it's a difficult situation for them to find themselves in, and it's not what you would expect coming from the defending champion team. There's a lot of expectations heaped upon them. Whereas on the opposite side, they're going to be starting off the day playing against RED Esports, who are coming off the momentum of a convincing victory against RSG Slate.
And after that, we're going to have Team Seeker going up against Toda, and finishing things off is Red Giants going up against Lunatix, where Red, Toda, as well as Lunatix, I would say they're having a very good streak going around. Red Giant bringing in Xorn, they did not get the victory. Will he be playing today?
I do think that it's a very likely possibility, right? There's still the synergy that needs to be worked on. The players still want to be able to prove themselves that Xorn, having the legend around, is going to bolster their team. And I'm pretty sure Xorn himself has a lot to prove as well, because he was selected for our C-game contingent. Therefore, you could say that today's games are a little bit of a proving ground for a lot of our players.
This is interesting in this like singular format where you're fighting each other just once, right? Where every single match is, you have to prove your worth right now, because you don't have second chances. Like in the previous season, you have even like, I would say up to 3 chances. So even if you're at the bottom, you have ways to get back into the game. But now it's like every single game feels like a best of 1. Because again, every single point matters. 2-0, 3 points. 2-1, just 2 points. Again, there's a lot on the line.
I honestly welcome this kind of new format, because just from what we've seen this season so far, it's really promoted growth and evolution among the teams, where it's tough. It's a gauntlet. They cannot afford to let down their guard at all.
Yeah, like when they're like, okay, let's try something out, you know? Let's try putting solos in the lineup. When something doesn't work well, you get punished heavily. So teams like even RSG, Slate, MY, where they're changing up their rosters, it's also, it does seem punishing a bit.
Yeah, it's really punishing nowadays, and that's why teams really need to put it all on the line. But to start off our show today, let us of course throw it over to our familiar face on the stage. Rose, take it away.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua, selamat pagi. Nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan ini dia perlawanan pertama untuk hari ini. Stadium Juara, are you ready? Who will take the win? Is it going to be Team HAQ? Or will RED Esports continue their win streak? And with that, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, RED Esports dan Team HAQ.
RED Esports.
Hari demi hari, pasukan ini menunjukkan peningkatan dari segi potensi. Dengan keyakinan dan positivity mereka, mereka menunjukkan saingan yang mereka berikan tidak boleh dipandang dengan sebelah mata. Dengan rookie-rookie with big potential, mampukah mereka menundukkan Team HAQ lawan mereka?
Team HAQ
Masih mengekalkan line-up yang sama. Adakah mereka sudah menjumpai formula untuk mendapatkan kemenangan? Waktu yang mendesak can be the trigger to higher level performances. Mampukah mereka untuk bangkit? Mampukah mereka untuk menebus kekalahan yang dialami sebelum ni? Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of RED Esports, coach muda penuh potensi, Sora Payung. Manakala untuk Team HAQ, hadir bersorangan Coach Pubs. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump yang tak ada pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di lawan the dawn. Sementara player sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let's introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Yize dan Hebe. Thank you for your hard work. And with that, the first match is about to begin. Stadium Juara once again. Let them hear your cheers. Will Team HAQ end their lose streak or will RED Esports continue theirs? Who do you think will take this game? The players seem to be set. I'm ready. Teams, this is your moment to game on.
Stakes are running high in the first series of the day today, as both teams will have something to prove up on stage. RED Esports, will they be able to continue the momentum that they were able to gain with their victory after bringing in rookie Kim to their lineup? And will our defending champions be able to end the lose streak that has been plaguing them for the past few weeks?
Rose is adorable. Just so that people understand, she meant win streak of RED, not lose streak of RED. RED right now is looking very, very hot. Like you said, once Kim enters the fray, they look so organized. They look so good. In fact, speaking of good, right? We really got to talk about Ma. Well, okay, maybe I shouldn't, because whenever I talk good about something, the opposite happens, right? Before we get into that, let's look at the team stats for RED Esports, where looking at the kills and death, in terms of the ratio, 166 kills in total, 150 death, quite balanced, which is not good. You kind of want a little bit of imbalance there, but the assist is looking pretty good, almost 400 assists total.
RED Esports are a team that has a solid foundation at its core, and when the season started, they definitely were looking shaky with the recent switch up, with their roster having a lot of new changes, but this is the best example of a team here in Season 11 that has been growing and evolving every single week. There is notable improvement, especially I think in Maul's gameplay as a roamer for the team, every single time we see them take the stage. So while their KDA is not exactly in the place we want it to be right now, I still think that RED Esports are a contender that needs to be respected. They have one of the fastest victories of the entire season at 11 minutes.
Yeah, and they have a first tower rate of 69%.
Nice.
But yeah, I kind of feel like looking at the KDA, I'm pretty sure there are other teams with higher assists, but this does show that RED Esports, they like the team fights, because Coach Sorapayong, this is his identity, right? Number one, playing around the gold lane, and number two, playing together, because I can't remember like how many seasons now where talking to Coach Sorapayong is like, yeah, no matter what, I really focus on the team fight. Like, the draft helps, the mechanic helps, but it's all about how they play together in the game. With that being said, we're going to look at Team HAQ here, where I say we want a little bit of imbalance. This is not the imbalance that we want to see, where they have 141 kills but 172 deaths. So more positive on the deaths rather than the kills. And the assist is not as high as RED as well, where RED was almost 400. This one, 325.
Yeah, Team HAQ unfortunately has just not been looking all that good this season, which is really unfortunate because we're expecting greater performance from our defending champions overall. You can see, in terms of their favorite heroes, the pick rates fairly low on that regard, and their KDA, as you've already highlighted, is not looking too good. We already talked about how Coach Sorapayong likes to emphasize more on team fighting for the side of RED Esports, but Team HAQ were the masters of team fighting in Season 10. They like to go for early game skirmishes to transform that into really strong 5v5 mid-game and late-game team fights, which is why you can see that their first blood rate was actually pretty high, but after that, there seems to be a disconnect. There's a difficulty bringing that early momentum to the rest of the game.
Well, we're going into the draft between Team HAQ going up against RED, where I believe Team HAQ will be having their first pick. And I actually want to touch a little bit on the graph we saw just now, where their most picked heroes the percentages is low. And what that tells me is that they changed their drafts for better or for worse quite a lot. They don't necessarily have this one particular hero that they always fight to get.
That's something I worry about as well. When we remember seeing Team HAQ was actually one of the teams on the higher end of the spectrum in terms of unique heroes picked. And while they are a team that has traditionally been known to bring strange picks to the land of Dawn, like Nana and Eudora from Season 10, which actually worked out, for some reason it feels like this season they've been, although their hero unique picks are still pretty high, there feels like there's a sense of being less experimental. Like they're not being as risky as before. And it's lacking that charm, that finesse, that spirit that they have when they entered Season 10 as a new lineup.
That's what they refer to as beginner's luck, where I kind of feel like when you're entering with the mindset that you have nothing to lose, then you can go wild. The moment you feel like there's a burden on your shoulders, you're kind of boxed in. Now we're going to look at the bans here. Team HAQ betting out the Eve as well as the Fanny. RED Esports betting out the Joy as well as the 1-1. The Eve ban kind of does show that they're respecting Kim's hero because, again, the Eve and Lolita combo is so punishing whenever they want to enter a team fight. That, as well as, Gary is not a tanky kind of jungler, right? He doesn't use the Fredrin all that often, but if you ban out the Eve, Fredrin is a very good pick. So I do want to see if they want to try to get it for the first pick, especially because they banned out the Martis. So Arla's going to be open, Fredrin's going to be open, Farsa, a lot is going to be open. I want to see if Team HAQ has evolved into this meta and actually pick up the Fredrin first pick.
I think they should definitely go for the Fredrin first pick here. It's something that Team HAQ has not been prioritizing very much recently because, like you mentioned, Gary is more of an aggressive style of player, but with the meta being shifted, it's more likely for junglers to play a utility role now to set up for their mid lane, for their gold lane as well. And Team HAQ does need to be able to adapt to that when they're up against RED Esports. Early game momentum is going to be super important this game because these are both teams that like to play around early map rotations and control over the jungle and river. Mal has been doing a good job of evolving into that state, and he seems to have achieved a pretty solid synergy alongside Kim, which is why they're respecting the Eve. Hopefully, we see the 5G connection once again, as the Fredrin will indeed be first picked by Team HAQ.
All right, good first step. Now, RED Esports. This should be a situation where you pick up the Farsa and perhaps a Kaja, or the Farsa as well as the Grok. If they're really worried, they could take the Eve as well. The Valentina as well. But I kind of feel like with the way that they've been playing, having a high ground hero like the Farsa could really help them make sure that even though they don't have the Eve, the strategy doesn't change that much.
Yeah, I really like the Farsa as well as the Kaja right now. We've already seen Mal play on the Kaja. It's a pretty solid hero, and it has been the deciding factor for, honestly, a lot of teams. However, right now, it looks like they're going to be sticking with what is potentially their comfort combo in the mid lane. It's not going to be the Lolita Eve, but Farsa going to be filling in that role pretty effectively as well. RED Esports already preparing for the potential 5-man team fights they expect from Team HAQ.
Yeah, so the Lolita is kind of good going up against the majority of marksmen, namely Beatrix. So this is kind of a preemptive pick as well, making sure that they will be able to shut down Panda, because Panda is also the kind of marksman player, gold laner, that kind of wants to go in front, and the Lolita can punish. So I kind of feel like I said, picking out the Farsa, it's a different hero than the Eve, but not too different that your composition doesn't have to change. So I kind of like this pickup. So now for Team HAQ, Kaja is still open. But Min is the kind of player that likes the AoE kind of heroes, like the Atlas, like the like the Ruby.
Yeah, but we have seen Min play Kaja before. I don't think he's too bad on it. They're gonna be prioritizing the Valentina for now, which I think is excellent. There's already 2 really good ultimates on the side of RED Esports to take away. And we know Man's mastery with the Valentina. I am surprised that they would prioritize the Masha this early on.
I wouldn't be, man. I wouldn't be. Lola is a beast with this hero.
But it also concerns me a little bit. I feel like Lola's hero pool is being called into question nowadays when he has to rely on fringe picks like this. And RED Esports are obviously prepared for this sort of situation right now. They already have a really strong early game combo, so a little bit of additional late game scaling to deal with the late game coming out of Team HAQ is going to be excellent here.
Yeah, right now RED, they got to be careful on Panda's hero because they have a lot of range. But with that being said, the Leslie is a pretty good pick here because the even though the Lolita could counter the Leslie pretty well, but as long as you wait for her shield to go down, the on-hit damage could just one-shot the squad, could just one-shot the Farsa. So I kind of feel like if Team HAQ, Panda cannot play a lot of heroes and he picks up something like the carry, can be very heavily punished just with this Farsa alone. And the Leslie has been banned.
Looks like RED Esports reading your mind right there as well. Leslie instantly going to be banned out from the side of Red. They do recognize that the high one-click true damage towards the late game is a big threat for their team fight right now, because if any of their heroes are easily picked off, it will really disrupt the flow that they want to take into their battlefield. As for Team HAQ, I do think that Panda still has options, but it's not going to be quite as solid as the Leslie anymore. Something safe like the Melissa might work, or if they want to out-tempo RED Esports, they could go for the Brody, but I'm not too sure how comfortable Panda is with going in that direction as of right now. Team HAQ, they're going to be banning out the glue, considering that the Masha has already been picked up. Lola does require a winning lane.
Right now, if Red, I was about to say, if they do not ban the Kaja, then this allows the Kaja and Brody to be picked up, and that could easily increase the tempo of the game for Team HAQ. So now that they ban out the Kaja, now you don't necessarily have to pick up the Brody. Team HAQ, again, I kind of feel like just focus on getting the EXP laner out of there. Like, whatever disrupts the Masha would be good, because at this point of the game, you kind of don't care the jungler, or you bet on something like the Lancelot. The Lancelot could potentially ruin you, but I don't think that much. I kind of feel like banning out EXP laners is the priority here. Like, maybe even a Lapu.
I think they can consider banning Lapu or Yuzong, because Man will most likely want to steal either the Numenon Blast or the Feathered Airstrike, which are both going to be countered heavily by something like the Lapu, which is what they've decided to remove as of right now. If RED Esports still wants to go in that direction, the Yuzong is certainly open and is not a bad matchup in this situation. But RED Esports now, what are they going to start off with? They are aware of both the EXP and jungle matchup, so this all comes down to which one would be more easily countered.
Yeah, I kind of feel like there is a situation where, no, never mind, because they have 2 damage dealers here with Farsa as well as the Claude. You definitely need someone very, very tanky in the front lines. It's dangerous, right? But picking up something like Akai is okay, but it's dangerous being picked up. But if you want to save, you gotta go for Lancelot. And the Lancelot has been picked up.
Amal is an assassin player by heart, and even if Lancelot is now the tank slot, it is still going to have those same energies. I'm pretty sure Amal will be the most comfortable with this in this position, and they can keep RenQT's hero until the end to make sure that he has the best EXP lane hero to match up against Team HAQ's entire lineup. As of right now, Team HAQ, they're going to be looking for their gold lane as well as their roam position. A lot of Min's heroes have already been removed from the pool. I'm honestly surprised we haven't been seeing a lot of Atlas from them recently, considering it was one of Min's signature picks back in Season 10. But I also understand that the meta has shifted in a way where Atlas really doesn't contribute much during that early game. So if they want to take the risk, something like Hilda might work to invade into Amal's jungle to start things off.
Yeah, and the Hilda has been picked up, so this is going to be a Min Hilda as well as the Melissa. So now they're kind of slightly pigeonholed here, where they got to go very, very aggressive, and they can. It's a tank slot, which is pretty good in the jungle, but going up against the Claude as well as the Farsa, you have a lot of good early game pressure because they're not going to be that impactful pre-level 4. So I want to see if Team HAQ, they can actually execute the game plan, because for a few games now, even though the game plan seems very straightforward, sometimes they do stray away from it.
Exactly, and looks like RED Esports going to be closing out their draft here with the other options since Lapu is banned. Yuzong going to be the lock-in for RenQT. Also one of his signature picks, very comfortable with this, able to dive the backline, able to cause a lot of havoc. But I am a little bit worried here. RED Esports, they have a really strong team fighting combination. But when talking about execution, if Team HAQ are able to pull this lineup off correctly, they have Masha, they have Hilda, it is so easy to disrupt the positioning coming out of RED Esports.
Hey, you're worried about execution. I'm worried about it as well, because Team HAQ, they gotta play very, very well from minute 1 up until minute 9. After minute 9, it is a 50-50 because the Melissa is gonna scale up, but the Farsa could take you down very, very fast.
If we just look at the graph overall, RED Esports dominating in a lot of statistics, late game push, pickoff, team fight is massive right now. And that is a statistic both of these teams rely on. So as the game begins, I'm very excited to find out which of these two teams are going to be making this proving ground into their very own battlefield.
Again, I want to look at the laning phase, looking at how or if this Lancelot will not be bothered at all. And right now, Min is going up against Mal as well as Kim. He's taking quite a bit of damage, but he's still going to make sure that he sees what's going on here in the purple buff. And he scouts it out. He doesn't get it. Make sure that the retribution has been used. Now you got to get away.
Min should be able to walk out of this just fine. Good positioning by RED Esports, knowing that Min is going to cause an invade. Unfortunately, there's not a lot you can do in this situation other than damage control, because the whole goal of Min is to force out the retribution from Amal and create space for Gary to farm safely, which has been achieved successfully. Not much RED Esports can do about it in the first 2 levels.
Yeah, but either way, I kind of feel like if you manage to slow down Assassin, that's a big win for you, because you have vision, and with that, we can look at Frederick here where Gary is stealing the farm, though Mon is taking quite a bit of damage.
Now, mid lane priority is going to be very important for RED Esports right now. They know Min isn't... Man, you're playing with fire right here. He's actually purposely waiting and allowing Mal to get those last few hits to create space for Min to potentially get the first blood.
Oh, and this does not look good right now. Min taking quite a bit of damage. Very, very low. Amal goes in first blood for RED Esports.
Beautifully performed right there. RED Esports instantly identifying good synergy, good communication coming out from Mal, knowing Min is going to be low after the dive. As long as we keep poking him, and the fact that Man has already been forced to recall means they can go for the kill.
Yeah, Lola is very low, but Amal not gonna fully commit there. Mal here taking quite a bit of damage from Gary as well as Mon. Amal is here. Mal very, very low. Ooh. Flickers out of the way and manages to survive. Turtle is up, but Mal no longer has the flicker.
Really good timing from Mal though with that flicker. He knows that the only thing that can threaten a kill on him right now is that Appraiser's Wrath. So he waits specifically for the timing, but now to fight over the turtle.
A Black Dragon form comes in. Gary secures the turtle. Amal looking very, very low. Min secures the kill. Mal manages to get to Rencutie in the middle of the team fight. He's taking quite a bit of damage. In the backline, Min tries to get Kim, but it looks like Min is going to go down.
Ooh, I feel like that may have been a bad decision from Min there. Not necessary to go for the kill onto the far side anymore. If he had a bit of backup, he could have definitely pushed further, but he's just leaving himself out of position. And yes, his life doesn't mean all that much right now as compared to securing the turtle, but every little bit counts because Team HAQ does need to have a more sizable lead in the first few moments.
Hey, come on, man. Roamer's life matters, man. I mean, dying for the team is great and all, but you have friends, you have family. They're waiting for you at home.
No, that is exactly what I'm saying. I'm telling him he doesn't need to die right there, but speaking of dying...
Yeah, looks over here. Kim has committed quite heavily, and Gary, he really wants this, but bro, chill right now. Emma going in as well as Mal. Gary taking quite a bit of damage, but manages to get away. Gary, he's playing a tank, but kind of feels like an assassin.
Now, this is Gary's style. He's going to be very aggressive overall. He wants to rack up the kills. He wants to build up a snowball because that is where Team HAQ is going to be strongest when Gary is in the one in control of the momentum. He did almost get the kill onto Kim, and I really like that Kim specifically held on to his Purify until the very last moment just to keep Gary there as long as possible.
Yeah, right now looking at the EXP matchup, Lola has a bit of an advantage when it comes to levels, but so far not a lot of movement going around. RED Esports as well as Team HAQ, it looks like for both teams, they're trying to find opportunities to get the kills, but usually the kills results in mistakes being made by either party.
Yeah, and that's why RED Esports does seem to be taking a bit more of the back seat here. Something I wouldn't recommend in the ideal circumstance because having Lolita, Farsa, and Lancelot means that they can very easily apply pressure to the side lanes, but they also recognize that leaving Amal alone in the jungle for too long and not keeping an eye on the Hilda can cost them a lot of resources, so it's better to take the back seat.
Min going up against two, managing to zone out quite a lot. Lola is here as well. The Black Dragon form, Rencutie goes after Min, not opting for the rest of the team. Man manages to get no one. Lola going to the front, but looks like right now Team HAQ, they're just zoning everyone out while they're trying to secure this turtle.
Yeah, good zoning so far. RED Esports still wants to maintain their positioning over this turtle. They already lost the first one. Ideally, oh, hold on.
So it looks like Min, he manages to get there. Gary secures the turtle. Amal unable to steal it. Looks like Kim looking for an opportunity, not going to find it. Gary 1v1 against Amal. Amal manages to run away with the puncture. Looks like both teams, they really don't want to make mistakes here.
Yeah, I think that was a good decision in the end from both sides. Team HAQ obviously will have the stronger early game due to Masha and Hilda's presence, as well as Gary on the Fredrin, of course. Rancuti.
And looks like Rancuti is going to take a little bit of damage, has to get away here, doesn't have the Black Dragon form. He's going to let the tower go down, and now Team HAQ has an okay advantage, around 1,000 gold-ish.
RED Esports are not in a bad spot as of right now, but this is ideally where Team HAQ wants to be. As long as they can generate more of this advantage, they will be sitting pretty.
Now for the airstrike activated just so that they could get the push here. Melcutie manages to get the tower, and Team HAQ not going to contest anything. Looks like this is a back and forth of trading. It's like, you take this, I take that, let's be friends, and then we'll be enemies by the end of the game.
Trading structures is going to be the objective for RED Esports right now. They know that their team fighting is not going to be quite as strong, at least until Kim and Melcutie get a couple more items in their pocket. So until then, the goal is damage control. If they lose structures somewhere, they're going to aim for something else elsewhere, because they know that Team HAQ are not going to be grouping together most of the game due to the way that Lola and Min are going to be playing based on the hero picks that they have. In that case, map control is going to be the goal, whereas Team HAQ needs to be the ones dictating the momentum and deciding where and when is the best place to pressure on the map.
Yeah, like yesterday I went to my vet and the doctor did tell me that Melcutie is really, really comfortable on this quad. And with that being said, Man taking the feather airstrike, doing a little bit of damage, but not enough to get a kill. As my vet was saying, Melcutie is very dangerous on his quad. 0-0-0 up until 6 minutes now. He finished his Demon Hunter sword. So Team HAQ, they kind of gotta, you know, push a little bit more. They gotta pressure a little bit more, because Melcutie and Kim, they're looking good right now.
The only thing I'm mainly wondering is if your doctor and your vet are the same person, and that also leads me to have some questions about the situation.
Well, they do call me an animal, but now Gary secures the turtle for himself. Lola as well as here. Oh, it looks like both got dropped by Red. The 3 people knock up, but no one is gonna go down. No initiation from either side of the team. Really bring this objective game to the team.
Of Team HAQ doing a good job right now of maintaining control over the neutral objectives, securing the turtle pit. I do applaud Rancutie. He's been getting some pretty good catches so far, but RED Esports simply doesn't have enough damage to take down the high HP members of Team HAQ. Min, he's in a tricky spot right now, but absolutely fine for now. The more vision, the more information that Team HAQ are able to play off of, the better they can decide where to apply pressure.
I was just going to be amazed if absolutely no one crosses that bush. It's like, no one's going to be here. And I mean, it's just like, wow, legit, everyone avoided me. But speaking of avoiding, everyone is avoiding fights right now. And I kind of feel like this is to the benefit of RED Esports. But right now, Gary in the middle side alongside with Min. Even Gary is just a little bit too tanky to be taken down.
You can see as well, when Team HAQ are making a move towards the bottom tier 1, RED Esports are setting up the split push in the minion wave towards the top tier 2. Of course, Team HAQ now, they're deciding, okay, we actually do need to force something. They're gonna try and take this engagement.
Yeah, right now Min as well as Lola is a little bit out position. Rancutie manages to get Min, but Min is a little bit too tanky. Gary goes in. Mal has to flicker, but Kim gets the kill. And right now Lola HP is way too low. Melcutie is not gonna commit for that one. Long team fight. 1 kill, 1 death. Amal goes in. Man does a little bit of damage. Amal gets out.
This is where RED Esports are starting to mount their counter-attack here. You already mentioned during the draft, the 1st to the 9th minute is where Team HAQ needs to make plays, and RED Esports has done an excellent job of performing damage control up to this point, where the net worth difference is negligible. It is nothing. And that is what they were hoping to achieve the entire time. The tankiness of Min is starting to fall off because Melcutie has been given enough space to just not interact with Team HAQ at all. And now we are going to see where the game actually begins.
Yeah, Man manages to get his lightning truncheon, so right now it should be a little bit more damage. Panda picking up the Demon Hunter sword. RED Esports, they're starting the Lord. This is just an elemental Lord. It looks like they're gonna try to force it out. Lola as well as Gary is here in the vicinity if they want to try something. Lord is very low. Gary goes in. Ooh. Gary gets it. Mal Cutie from the side. But look at Mal. Mal is taking quite a lot of damage. Numinous Blast from Mon catches Mal out. But Rank Cutie goes to the backside. Gets Panda. Panda taken down. Gary HP is so low. Amal in between everyone from Team HAQ. Mal Cutie comes in. Mal Cutie tries to run away from Lola. Lola is hungry. Come here, Mal Cutie. Let me eat you up. Back. Mal Cutie goes down.
I sure hope he's gonna be able to digest that in the morning, as Mel Cutie is just gonna be consumed in one big bite. An excellent team fight by Team HAQ, and they're not stopping there.
Yeah, it looks like Mon secures the kill. Rank Cutie tries to get Min, manages to get Min. Killing spree, but now Team HAQ with a 2.5k goal lead, securing the Lord as well as the mid turret. They're looking pretty good. They're looking pretty strong. Now they're starting to play a little bit more aggressive.
Yep, RED Esports unfortunately made a bit of a mistake right there. They recognize that this is now a point in time where they can actually take the fight against Team HAQ, but they also have to recognize the weakness of Team HAQ's lineup is also its strength. The fact that it relies on all of its members separating and taking their own individual team fights means that RED Esports needs to group them up, needs to deal AoE damage when they are all together, but they themselves were attempting to split up the fight so that they could pick off individual members like Panda and Mon, and that resulted in them being vulnerable to Lola.
This makes sense why they pick up the Masha in the first phase, because I kind of feel like it would have been banned out. Right now, Team HAQ, they are controlling the jungle. Min opening up the map, but taking quite a lot of damage from Mel Cutie. He has to be careful making use of the passive, but for now, it looks like Team HAQ, they don't have a lot of ways to get into a fight unless Man steals the Numinous Blast from Mal.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure RED Esports will be able to deal with this Lord without too much structural damage. What's the biggest problem is the minion waves that are going to be coming up right after it. They need to defend this tower with their lives.
Yeah, but the airstrike used by Man just to zone everyone away. They're managing to get the second tier tower here. So for RED Esports, all they have to their name is the inhibitor. But so far, RED Esports not being able to get any mistakes here in Mal, taking a little bit of damage from Panda.
Yeah, RED Esports, unfortunately, in the end, is a fairly momentum-based team themselves. They did a good job of doing damage control during the early phases, but not having a lead means that they need to be able to fight from the perspective of a team that is going even, maybe even behind, because of how tanky the heroes on the side of Team HAQ are. And I'm not sure if they have enough experience dealing with that just yet, because so far all of their victories have been pretty notable ones, winning from the early game onwards.
Yeah, 21,000 tower damage and 3,500 gold earned. That is quite a lot. And looking at the items here, Lola for this game only at this point have one Guardian helmet. We've seen a game where he has 4. So Mel Cutie is going to have a very rough time taking him down. And I kind of feel like this is a very underrated hero where Masha kind of looks like is nigh indestructible. Like you can go to the front and no one dares, but people try, but you just don't die.
The question now is whether or not Lola will decide to go ahead and get a Guardian helmet for every one of his health bars and himself as well, just to make it that much more difficult for RED Esports to deal with him towards that late game. Now a lot of pressure going to be on Mel Cutie. He's been performing in the season so far, but this is a difficult spot. Team HAQ with a 5k net worth lead.
Ma manages to get Mon. Mon's probably going to get taken down. Panda as well. But look at the Lord. Gary secures the Lord. Amal has to run away. Min does quite a lot of damage, but Mon still survives going up against Rank Cutie, even though he was stopped in the back line. Gary absorbing quite a lot of damage. Does he want to take this? And now Team HAQ backs off. And I had a glimpse, right, at the itemization. It's actually, we got to talk about this, where Min does not have the conceal roam boots, but has the encourage. So the damage coming in from Team HAQ is higher than normal.
That is quite interesting.
It's hard to calculate because you're not used to going up against these roam boots.
Yeah, I think this does make a lot of sense coming out from Min. Having concealed boots is really going to help him in this situation because RED Esports already have too much mobility to begin with. To make up for having a Hilda and a Masha on their team composition, a little bit of extra damage will go a long way, especially against RED Esports. And although their team fight strategy was pretty good there to go for the dive onto Panda, the Wind Chant as well the Black Dragon form being stolen really put an end to their plans. And unfortunately, Amal has just not been matching up in terms of his retribution prowess compared to Gary in this game. They haven't claimed a single objective at all, and now Team HAQ gonna be pushing into their base.
Amal tries to clear the minions as fast as he can. Feather Ass Strike used to clear the minions here in the mid, but Lord charges, manages to get the first inhibitor here at top. And now trying to get one at the bottom. Mal taking quite a lot of damage, terrified. But so far, Team HAQ is taking it slow. They're waiting for the minions. They're not going to overcommit. They really don't want to make mistakes that they've done in the prior matches.
And that's respectable right here. Team HAQ recognized the impact, the pressure of this fight. They're going for it again.
Luminum Blast not hitting the target. Feather Ass Strike used by Kim. Targeting Team HAQ. Black Dragon form chases Team HAQ away. And right now, RED Esports, it doesn't look like they have a good setup. They got to back off. They try to find ways, but Team HAQ not giving in, managing to run away.
Yep. Team HAQ already a team that's difficult to jump on top of in the first place. Very good decision to back off once they knew they could not continue that team fight. RED Esports, there is a desperation in them right now. They need to be able to get at least one pick off to be able to turn this in their favor. But with the last inhibitor falling in favor of Team HAQ, things have just become even more difficult.
Something needs to be said where, hold on, yep, he manages to get the orange buff. Damage ranking here, actually Melcutie, Ranked as well as Kim, they're actually doing quite a lot of damage, where Melcutie is doing more than double that of Panda. But that kind of does show that Min is being quite a nuisance because he's absorbing a lot of damage, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure both Min and Lola are just absorbing so much damage this game. They are just sponges against the side of RED Esports. And they don't mind it because at this point, their lives are fairly expendable. They already have enough damage in the hands of Panda, in the hands of Man. RED Esports, it's a lot of pressure on them right now to be able to decide a winning strategy into the team fight because they kind of let go of a really delicate time window where they could actually fight evenly against Team HAQ.
Yeah, right now, looking at the positioning from Team HAQ, Lola is trying to scout out where everyone is. Gary is still on the Lord. Look at Min. Min is going to get chased down by Melcutie. Melcutie right now is distracted. Team HAQ, they're prime and ready for a fight. Panda, you got to be careful when you're positioning Amal as well as Mal. Amal has been missing the retribution throughout the game. Will this be the moment that he actually secures it for himself? Right now, Lord has been reset.
It's difficult when Amal is just constantly being disrupted. Not only can they have Min on top of Amal all the time, they still have Lola to be able to disrupt the backline as well. Kim already forced to use his wings by wings fairly early in this fight. Go for it though.
Lola goes for Kim. Kim taking quite a lot of damage. Gary, he's not on the Lord right now. Numinum Blast hits one, manages to get Melcutie, and now Rencutie with the Black Dragon 4. Min is low. Panda already using to go away as well as the win nature. Right now, Gary secures the Lord. Min goes down, still has immortality. Lola drops Kim. Mal has to run away, but can you run? Lola is there. Right now, RED Esports, 2 members have gone down. Amal getting chased down by Man and Gary. Where are you going to go? Miss Puncture. It looks like they're just going to let Amal go because their eyes are on the crystal. Mal taking a lot of damage. Panda and Lola, they're staying here indefinitely. Will the first game go over to Team HAQ? Looks like Min is not letting Amal go home. And game number 1 secured by Team HAQ.
Excellent game strategy executed from beginning to end, and unfortunate mistakes from the side of RED Esports not being able to capitalize on their most important time frames allowed for Team HAQ to walk away with the victory and demonstrate to us the true capacity of our defending champions as they secure their first win in quite a while here in Season 11.
They played so disciplined. Like, this is so weird coming in from Team HAQ because usually you see a lot of explosive plays, but now they're kind of like tamed a bit. They're like, if it's not necessary, we're not going to go for it.
Team HAQ were playing like the hunters in this game overall. They knew that RED Esports really weren't in a position to be able to fight back. If you've heard about the dodos, there are races that have gone extinct because they couldn't fly. That's what happened here. So let's have a look at the mic check.
Budak je. Kau jangan
Sabar, aku nak dulu, Manda. Haus pergi minum. Yelah, kau tak faham.
Mati.
Belum dia akan bantai aku.
Aku ketut dia. Najil. Makan dekat. Aku tengok. Nice. Kau tengok. Kat tengah.
Najil.
Aku sikit. Tak satu. Tumpah tu. Kejap. Kenapa? Dari mana?
Boleh mid guys.
Dari mana, woi? Boleh ambil. Lepas ni silap dah. Yang Brazil dia, Eminem. Allah, tertekan purify.
Pasal dia tak nampak.
Nampak. Nampak lah aku rasa. Kena mati. Apa ya, Poki, boy?
Nice guys.
Balik. Mati. Imal tak nak balik.
Yamin. Nice guys.
Team HAQ recognizing that RED Esports had become their prey. And unfortunately, the flightless Dodos on the opposite end were no match for their superior health pool, as well as their ability to take on any opponents that came running at them head on. This is the defending champion capacity that we saw from Team HAQ. This is their comfort gameplay style, and I think they executed on it perfectly.
Nice shout out to Dodos.
Dodos are good.
Kind of feel like they got executed as well. Now, looking at the game, right, I want to bring this up where I want to talk about if you want to be as good as that, you need more internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Enjoy 30 gigs plus 20 gig bonus high-speed internet for 35 ringgit a month. Only with Hotlink prepaid Pantas. And enjoy 50 gigs and a new device from 0 ringgit now with Hotlink postpaid 60. More internet, more speed, more Gaia, more tankiness like Lola with Hotlink. Which that's kind of what I want to talk about, where Lola looks more tankier than Min on the Hilda.
I mean, you can't really be surprised about that. Lola has 3 health bars. I want to see how many Guardian helmets he had at the end of that game, because unfortunately, there really wasn't enough damage on the side of RED Esports to deal with him. They were really heavily relying on Melcutie to be able to live up to that position, but they weren't able to take advantage of a very delicate moment in the game. They lost that situation, and from then on, it was an easy path to victory for Team HAQ.
Honestly, this is something I've been wanting to talk about for a very long time, because I've been experimenting and supposedly, right, Demon Hunter Sword, the damage scales with the opponent's HP, so you should be dying a little bit quicker with the Guardian helmet on the other side, right? But sometimes I kind of feel like the healing coming in from the Guardian helmet kind of like mitigates the extra damage coming in from the Demon Hunter Sword. Of course, not for every single hero, but something like the Masha, something like the Uranus, it seems like it helps. This is a very interesting interaction that I do want to look more into.
That is actually an interesting shout out right there. Logically speaking, that should be the case. But I do also feel like Melcutie wasn't given enough space to do that damage in the first place. No matter how much percentage HP damage you are able to output, you need to be in a safe enough position to be able to output that. And having both Hilda and Masha constantly threatening the position of RED Esports meant that they couldn't take fights on their own turf, they couldn't force anything. They had to play defensively the entire time, and when they're not the ones in control of the momentum, RED Esports falls apart.
Yeah, the rich guy here panned 797 gold per minute, but the guy we gotta talk about, Min, Forgotten One SL Sandbag, almost 200,000 damage received. And look at this, the total damage amount that RED has been pushed out is 282,000. More than half is from Min. I would say like, what, 77%? Damage is just on him himself with 5 total assists. And again, it's not from the lack of trying that Melcutie and Kin doesn't dish out the damage. Min is just being a nuisance. He's just being the bane to their existence. Min is annoying Min. I'm sorry for the audience at home and here at Stadium Juara. I'll try better next time. I'll be a better person.
Yeah, I think that apology was the minimum that you could have gone for right here. I do feel like some of the numbers are not really adding up though. With 500,000 damage taken and only half that damage dealt, a lot was being absorbed by the defensive itemization coming out of Team HAQ. And a lot of it came down to Lola, who is going to be our MVP for this game. Only 1 Guardian helmet this time.
Hey, you know what? Still, shout out to all the Johorians. I'm a Johorian myself, but in this game, he doesn't have the time for it because he's just like, I'm just going to go for my normal items. And if you become a problem later, then I probably feel like he will opt for the Guardian helmet because, again, more damage, more happiness, right? That's what my mom told me. More damage equals more happiness.
You always got to listen to your mom, children.
Yes.
They're the ones who raised us. They're the ones who know better. And in this case, we have Lola, who was definitely listening to his mom when they told them to bring out an extra pair of armor, an extra pair of helmet, you know, to make sure that even if the first set isn't enough, that he will be able to tank everything else. Not only the Guardian helmet providing more HP, but also the blade armor to make it that much more difficult for MLQT to be able to just pew at him the entire time. Twilight armor, I feel like a little bit unnecessary towards that late game, but you still have to note it gives a lot of flat HP, so it does definitely benefit Lola in this situation.
Well, I guess safety announcement then, you know, just keep wearing your helmet and you'll be fine. Now we're going to look at the highlights brought to us by Gardner Men, where throughout the game, Lola as well as Min, they're basically hunting down MLQT as well as Kim and be like, we're always going to make this into a 3v3, and our 3v3 will be much stronger than your 3v3 when your damage dealers basically can't do much, because in comparison, we see here where RenQT always tries to go for Man, always tries to go for Panda, but they always seem to be able to take care of themselves very, very well, and that's the risk you have when your roamer is out disturbing the backline of your opponents. He's not going to be able to help you out when you're in trouble.
Yeah, the unfortunate situation with this lineup is that RED Esports were heavily relying on RenQT to be able to take out Panda as fast as possible and then rejoin the fight. But Panda's positioning was always right in the backline. He has go away to be able to zone RenQT off. He had Wind Chant by the time that RED Esports were comfortable enough to go for those dives. So RenQT couldn't execute on this. And the whole time that he's going in with the Black Dragon form, you have Min and Lola being absolute nuisances. So in the end, that's all it comes down to.
Yeah, do you like stars?
I do like stars.
Do you know which stars that I like?
No, I don't.
I like all the stars.
Oh.
All-Star event, Purify Harmonia, is available now from the 31st of March all the way to the 23rd of April. Complete tasks to complete tech notes and unlock free rewards like the special skin Rafaela, Seraphic Selfie, Avatar Border, Shine, Atomic Pop, as well as the Atomic Pop Spawn Effect, and the Graffiti Be the Superstar All-Star is now underway. Invite your friends and family and your vets and enjoy the generous event together.
Yep, make sure you bring your mom along as well, just so she can bring that extra set of armor to keep you safe, warm, and comfortable. And because hashtag MLBB, Bang Bang, MLBB All-Star, and Be the Superstars. Make sure you guys join the event today because a lot of fun stuff is coming up, just like game number 2, which we now will probably have to talk a little bit about considering RED Esports. I'm expecting some adaptations.
Yeah, adaptations. But what adaptations, right? Because they picked up the Lolita pretty early on. Are they going to do that again, right? Because the Lolita seems pretty good with the Eve, but without the Eve, doesn't seem to be able to work. Let's look at the draft here, and part of the things that we got to talk about is actually the bans, where Eve is the first ban targeted towards Kim, even though Kim is a latest transfer. So just one game, and they're like, you know what, you're not going to get the Eve, as well as I think it's pretty crucial as well that they ban out the Lapu Lapu, because Lapu Lapu is more confirmed to get a kill onto Melissa compared to the Yuzong.
Yeah, I think the bans coming out from Team HAQ this game were very smart, because starting off with the Eve, not only is it a respect ban towards Kim, it is a hero that's really effective at controlling the battlefield from the early to mid game onwards. And if Team HAQ were already planning to go for the Masha Hilda composition, the real world manipulation would be a huge problem to deal with, because it just slows down all of their engage, it slows down their ability to split apart the team fight. Going for that is very smart. And then, like you mentioned, Lapu Lapu is an excellent choice, which forced the Yuzong out, which unfortunately doesn't deal the damage quite as quickly and doesn't allow for RED Esports to take safe engages until they feel comfortable enough. With the Masha and Hilda, Team HAQ were able to force RED Esports into uncomfortable positions, and RED Esports did a good job of controlling this damage during the early game to make sure they don't fall too far behind before they can actually put up a real 5v5 team fight. But then they made a mistake there. They dived too far, they became confident in their damage, which wasn't quite enough yet, and got picked off. This resulted in them falling too far behind and Team HAQ to continue their momentum onwards. Remember, these are two momentum-based teams. Whoever controls the early and is superior during mid is basically confirmed the victory.
That's why you need a lot of helmets.
Yep.
More momentum, more speed. Speed kills. The question is, kills who?
If you have your helmet, you will be able to keep your head safe. And if you have your armor, you will be able to keep your body safe. I'm just surprised Lola didn't have some pants that game as well.
Hey, come on. He had the steel leg plates early on.
That's true, but then it became armor.
Right. Yeah, it's like, so blade armor is like everything. Steel leg plates, the body armor, you know. He's got everything. Like, I kind of feel like if he wanted to do a little bit more, he can't. Do we have anything this? We're going off topic. We're going into the bands where I'm really looking at Red. What kind of adjustment they're going to make? Are they even going to take the risk, right, of actually betting out the Masha in the first stage of the bans?
Well, guess we'll find out because the draft is about to commence. RED Esports early game is a crucial timing for both them and their opponents. Banning out Masha is risky, but having heroes like the Hilda and Masha available in the hands of players who are perfectly capable of using them to their maximum potential is a huge bane to those who want to solidify their foothold from the first few minutes of the game.
Right now, Team HAQ betting out the Joy kind of feels like a permanent ban at this point. RED Esports betting out the Kaja, even though Kaja was not being picked up by either teams, but I called it out, man. It almost looks like I know both teams, but yeah, Masha has been banned out. So right now, Lola, this is the real test because you even called it out. Like, if you always have to hope for Masha, then it seems like a hero pool problem, but if he's able to perform even without the Masha, then maybe people don't have to look down on him. Like, he's pretty legit, he's pretty strong.
Lola has always been a solid player overall, but he unfortunately falls into the category of EXP laners that prefer sandbag-style heroes. He's not that good at winning out 1v1 straight up, which is why relying on heroes on Masha is usually the most effective strategy for Team HAQ. If RED Esports are able to eliminate all of these and force Lola into a hero that doesn't quite suit the current meta, such as how other teams have pushed him into the Tamus position previously, they will set themselves up a lot more effectively because of how crucial it is for the EXP lane to be a dominant force in the first 3 or 4 minutes.
Well, in this game, it looks like he will not be forced to use the Tamus just because the Arlot has been banned now. But right now, 1-1 is open, and I kind of feel like Team HAQ, they got to ban it out. But no, they're banning out the Claude. This is very risky. Letting the 1-1 go. I think 1-1 only lost once so far.
But we are definitely seeing a trend of teams allowing the 1-1 to go through because they may be prepared to deal with it. Due to the recent changes to 1-1's crossbow of Tang, it becomes a lot more difficult to keep up with opponents as long as they're able to escape from the damage radius. And without her ultimate, 1-1 is actually surprisingly vulnerable. So it is up to RED Esports if they want to take this risk. And if they don't, we know Panda is fully capable of pulling it off. So this is now going to be a question for MLQT specifically.
Oh, it looks like they're opting for the Fredrin. And perhaps this is because Team HAQ knows that MLQT is not comfortable on the 1-1. Panda recently has used the 1-1 post-nerf. So he kind of has a good idea of how the 1-1 performs, because the thing about the 1-1 is that because of the changes from the ult, your range is a little bit shorter. And because the range is shorter, it's easier for you to get punished. But if the Kaja has been banned out, there's not too many options that can really punish you. And Faramis is open. Faramis is also one of those heroes that can help protect the 1-1 in very sticky situations.
It is an interesting point out here. 1-1 is a pretty obvious choice. I think they might go for something like the Valentina to support it.
Oh, wow.
They're gonna steal away the Lolita first.
I like that. I like that. It kind of forces Kim to use a Valentina, which is pretty different from the Eve as well as the Farsa. It's good. Like, I love the Valentina, even though I think it was yesterday or Friday that the Valentina hasn't been doing quite well, but they're kind of forcing it out. They're really forcing it out because once they pick up the Valentina, then Team HAQ will probably pick up the Farsa or the Kadita, and both are kind of good against the Valentina.
A big question mark right now is going to be one of the more obvious counters towards 1-1, which is the Phoveus. I feel like Team HAQ may be pushing RED Esports into a situation where we have the Phoveus open for you, lock it in so that we can deal with it, because the more late game heroes RED Esports are forced to pick, the more comfortable Team HAQ is going to be, which is why they're okay.
Okay. Okay.
Like we've forgotten something today.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, You can't pick the Kufra up now. You can't pick up the Franco. You already pick up the Lolita. Looks like Team HAQ got baited quite a little bit, but it's one thing to pick up the hero. It's another thing to see how you play on it. But again, Amal is an assassin player, man.
Yep.
Like, he loves the Ling. I have to assume he loves the Fanny as well.
This is actually a really big problem for Team HAQ right now, because now that Min has already locked his hero in really early, the remaining players don't have sufficient hero pool to pick up crowd control against Amal on this Fanny. Even with the Valentina coming out right now to steal away the feathered airstrike, Team HAQ are actually in a really vulnerable position because they just cannot pick up heroes that CC the Fanny well here. RED Esports have instantly turned the draft around. They are the ones in control of the early game momentum. Now all they need is to have a roam hero that can set up easy situations for both Kim and Amal.
I like this plot twist, man. Picking up the Farsa as well as the Fanny, not taking the bait of taking the Valentina, because I kind of feel like the Valentina pick here for Man is more about it. This is one of your heroes that you kind of like to use because it's not really good going up against the Fredrin, the Farsa, as well as the Fanny, because even if you do pick up the Feather airstrike, you're an easy target to get cut-throated by the Fanny. So you're just a sitting target for now. So again, like, they're right now, Team HAQ, they're actually the one suffering. So they're betting out the Ruby, where I kind of feel like the Ruby would be kind of good for them themselves, because again, the Valentina could pick up the I'm offended from Ruby. So
I think it's not quite worth it for them, because if Min had not locked in his hero yet, Ruby should absolutely be banned by RED Esports instead. But because Team HAQ, they know they have the Lolita, they need to deal with the Fanny. Giving Maul one of his signature picks is not going to be good, because it's a really easy hero to disrupt Numenon Blast as well. Which is why I love that they are banning Kufra. This is basically all of the tank heroes that we know Maul to be comfortable with as of right now. So they're going to try to push Maul out of his comfort zone to perhaps create a weakness within the ranks of RED Esports. Whereas on the RED Esports side, they're going to be banning out jungle heroes that can match the early game pace that Fanny provides. In this case, Gary's signature Dera.
I want to look at the EXP lane matchup, because for Lola, he likes to use the Masha. A hero that has more or less the same kind of mechanics is the Hilda. Now, you can't pick the Hilda up until the roam position now because of the Lolita, but you could still use it in the EXP lane, and you could still pressure Fanny in her jungle. But it comes to the question, number one, can Lola use Hilda? And number two, is Hilda a good matchup going up against the Fredrin?
Hilda would be pretty good right now, especially since it would be able to invade Fanny. Unfortunately, it would not be in the hands of Min if that ends up being the case. And even if they try to flex Lolita elsewhere, it just wouldn't work out well for them, which is why RED Esports is fully comfortable going for the EXP lane ban instead of focusing more on crowd control roamers that could prove to be a problem. Right now, RED Esports are in control of this draft. Team HAQ forced to do damage control. They're going to take away the Lapu. They can't risk this going to RenQD's hands as well.
Yeah, Lapu picked up probably an even matchup going up against the Fredrin here. Now RED Esports, I kind of feel like if they want to go for more burst, they could pick up the Brody. But if they want more sustained damage, then the Melissa is still open. And so far, Melissa has been banned away from LQD for quite a bit. So I kind of feel like those two options... Oh, and the Beatrix as well. Because right now, they don't have a lot of range. So having the Beatrix could be very oppressive as well. So RED, they have a lot of options for the gold lane.
I do like the Beatrix a bit more here. Otherwise, I guess something like the Franco might be okay up against what Team HAQ has. Beatrix Franco would be my ideal for RED Esports to finish off their draft right now. And looks like that they're of the same thought right now. Lots of good CC with the Franco to be able to set up easy kills for both Kim and Amal. And Beatrix will be very flexible. If he gets enough farm, a big sniper shot in the late game could be enough to just take Panda off the calculation entirely.
Now, this is a bit troublesome. Not a lot of good, because you have the Lancelot, you have the Martis. Gary is good on the Ling. Actually, this could be an okay Ling game, because maybe not a lot of disturbances here in the jungle, but I don't know. It's like this is a super pocket pick that hasn't been doing well for Gary.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do also agree that Ling is probably one of the few options left, I guess, besides the land slot. I think that's going to be safer here for Team HAQ. But the playmaking capabilities here are very firmly in favor of RED Esports. They have a beautiful early game curve, while their late game drop off may be a little notable compared to that of Team HAQ. They're still gonna be really strong throughout the game, and I'm a little worried for our defending champions here. I'm not sure if their lineup is suited, especially in the early game, to be able to deal with RED Esports' momentum.
Hey, honestly, this is all about mechanics, man, because we gotta look at how Amal is gonna use the Fanny, especially look at the emblems, right? If you're gonna be an assassin build Fanny, then you're gonna pop off in the early stage of the game. If you're using the fire emblem, maybe the early game will be a little bit slower.
The thing about Fanny nowadays is I really don't feel like it's worth going for Fighter Emblem anymore. Fanny only really contributes to both early and late game. If you go full assassin, full damage, high risk, high reward, and I'm hoping that is what we're going to see in the hands of Amal here as we enter the Land of Dawn once more. Will RED Esports be able to even this up, and will the defending champions be able to halt their momentum right in its tracks and get back on track for Season 11?
And right now it looks like, yes, Amal will be using the Assassin Emblem high and dry. And for now it looks like Team HAQ, they're hovering towards the EXP lane, when RED Esports, they're hovering towards the gold lane here. Kind of feel like not going to be a lot of action here until Amal gets level 4. But then we have to see, will Amal heavily pressure Panda on his own lane?
What I'm surprised about right now is that Amal has decided not to go for the risky play. I feel like RED Esports has the much superior mid lane priority, so with a Fanny, they could have easily gone for an invade up into the Team HAQ jungle side, but they don't want to risk it for now, it seems. Not even going to contest for the Little Wanderer.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this is just Amal not being able to use the Fanny for quite a bit, because this is also one of those heroes that's been banned quite a lot, so maybe he just wants to get comfortable for a bit, you know, get used to the cables, and then be like, okay, you know what, guys? Warm-up time's over. Let me kill someone. I'm gonna cutthroat the Panda. Maybe not the most appropriate thing to say. Let's dial it back up. Cutthroat the 1-1. Because Pandas are, and we don't want them to go extinct.
Yeah, well, Pandas are not quite as endangered as they were once before, but again, I understand your sentiment right there. But I do feel like Amal needs to be willing to take a few risks here. When you're playing on an assassin-style Fanny, he needs to snowball, he needs to create pressure. Even if he doesn't get kills, he needs to make his presence known on the map. And right now, I'm just not seeing that. Lola.
Oh, he got it.
Stealing that away.
Yeah, 3 members there. Got poked up a bit, but no problem, no issue. Team HAQ, they're starting the turtle, and okay, here's the thing. Statistically, Lancelot secures the turtle way, as well as the Lord, way more than other assassins, as well as other junglers in general. Lola here, pushing away Ran Cutie. Gary secures it for himself, making sure that the number goes up.
Okay, I'm currently really concerned for RED Esports. They even choose not to contest for the turtle there when they have Fanny on high and dry. I don't know. I'm worried if Team HAQ are playing I'm worried RED Esports right now are just playing way too safe. They may have been rattled a little bit by their earlier loss, and while it is better to play safe in a situation where you know that you are playing for a victory, you have a lineup right now that should absolutely be dominating the early game. Go for side lane pressure. I'm expecting to see Maul move around more, go to the gold lane, go to the EXP lane, but right now, he and Kim, which are one of the strongest early game duo combos in the mid lane, I'm not feeling them on the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, this is a very strong draft, but if you don't get to use this draft quite often, it will come to the point where it's like, what do we do now? What do we do? Because, yeah, like you said, the way that they're playing, it looks like they're losing for a little bit, where they kind of feel like we have to farm. But right now, it looks like they're moving to the top side of the map. Kim is here. Mal, Amal. Looks like Panda taking quite a bit of damage. Panda airstrike used onto Panda, nowhere for him to go. Panda goes down. First blood for Amal. Nothing that Min can do.
Better late than never. I still would have liked if this happened like a minute earlier, but I'll take it for now. RED Esports going to start things off with the first blood onto perhaps the most important member of Team HAQ. They've already lost a bit of gold shield in the mid lane though because of that additional pressure brought on by Kim rotating up to the top side. And even though they were able to win that out, the timing could have been a bit better if they went for an earlier gank and then repeated it with a gank in like 5 seconds from now. It would have set up beautifully for the turtle pit. Instead, Panda has respawned, and Team HAQ can go for this as a 4-man strong.
Well, you're talking about timing. I do agree, but kind of good timing as well because they rotated when the wave was crashing, and because of that, Panda is down by 1 minion wave, where we saw even Min was the one that had to take the gold minion. So it's small, right? It's very minute, but Panda losing a little bit of gold in the early stage of the game means that they can't really fight faster than RED Esports.
I don't know. I don't really feel like 1-1 missing out on 1 wave of gold minions is actually going to matter too much for RED Esports early game, but now...
Yeah, looks like Rank Cutie taking quite a little bit of damage, and Panda, crossbow tank, secures the kill. Amal goes in, looking at Mal, and Mal, right now Man gets caught, suppressed. Amal gets the cutthroat. Min now getting damaged by Gary, secures the turtle for himself. Amal tried to get a kill going up against Min, but right now he doesn't have the energy. Gary has a lot going for him, but it looks like he's not going to be bloodthirsty for this game. Successful kill onto Man, but overall kind of feels like Team HAQ winning the trade overall.
Team HAQ absolutely wins that trade. Like I said, losing 1 gold wave for Panda doesn't matter too much to him because as long as he has some setup, he gets a kill straight away. He's taken the tower. He's caused for MLBB to lose out on a gold wave now instead, and Team HAQ instantly gain the gold advantage. Yes, they lose Man, but they get the turtle. RED Esports are not playing to the tempo they should be with the lineup they have, and Team HAQ are punishing them for it.
Right now, we got to look at Amal 2-0-0. The score is looking good, but like you said, the way that he's been playing it is not optimal for now because so far, Panda only dying once in 5 minutes. You kind of want to see that racking up until like at least 5 deaths at this point, like kill per minute. Rank Cutie as well. It looks like no one from RED Esports really has a good situation for them to go in front. It looks like they're just waiting on Team HAQ to do something first.
That's not a spirit you should be having as well. Look, Mal, he's out of position now.
Yeah, he has to use the flicker. Stunned up by the Numinum Blast. Looks like he's going to go down. Panda secures the kill. And RED Esports, they're like, yo, one of our guys is gone. The rest of us are gone. 0-1-1 for Mal. Team HAQ, they're putting the tempo. They're pushing for it. And Red, they're not doing anything to respond.
RED Esports, you are a momentum-based team. You should be making plays. Do this more. Killing spree by Amal in the mid lane. But is it enough? They are 1k behind against a team with a Valentina and a 1-1. When they have a Fanny, this should be a much bigger goal lead in their favor instead. Team HAQ, they don't mind losing some players right now. They are still in the driver's seat. They're still fully capable of making mistakes though, so they need to continue this tempo.
It looks like Numinum Blast is going to go over. Mal gets stunned for a little bit. MLBB has to be careful. Suppressed here is Min. Min taking quite a little bit of damage, and Kim secures the kill.
Boy.
Panda tries to run away. Man taken down by MLBB. Mistakes by Team HAQ. Double kill by Mel. Gary gets Kim, but maybe that's all he's going to get. He has to run away. MLBB here now. Looks like Taunt is there. Mega kill Amo. They turned this around. It looks like Team HAQ was the one that made the mistake, and that is what Red has been waiting for.
So yeah, you know how I said how Team HAQ can still make mistakes here, so they need to maintain their momentum.
That's a dodo moment there.
That is a dodo moment right there. Team HAQ, what have you done? Such a massive mistake. They went in for it, they tried to force, they forced out the bloody hunt. Yes, that is good. Don't take that fight. You are funneling into RED Esports. You do not have your cooldowns. That is a massive mistake. RED Esports instantly make up the net worth difference. They are 1k in the lead right now. Still not ideal for a lineup that should be stronger in the early game. But it doesn't matter. Team HAQ, that is going to affect their mental.
Well, that was one famous singer where he did say in the end it doesn't really matter. And in this situation, looks like their early game, like if you just came into the match, right? Like at minute 8, you just came in, it's like, oh, RED Esports is probably playing the way that they should be playing. Emma has 4-0-0, Rank Cutie 0-1-3, Kim 1-1-6. It looks like they've been playing that draft very, very perfectly. But well, we the ones here that has been here from the beginning, you guys really know what really happened.
Yeah, the tempo is all over the place right now. Both teams just relying on one another's mistakes, which works, but I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, looks like, oh, that big burst of damage! Panda manages to get the ult down, but it doesn't matter! MLBB and its rage. That was angry. That was a lot of damage.
I kind of have no words right now. Team HAQ are now falling apart at the seams. They have made a massive mistake. I like the ambush attempt. Honestly, I don't feel like they needed to wait in that bush for so long. Go across the map, put pressure on somewhere else. You know RED Esports wants to fight together. The longer you wait in one position, the more time you allow for them to group up together. And yes, you get the bloody hunt onto Mal, and then you all group up into this nice big red circle. I'm sure there's nothing bad about a nice big red circle, but there it is.
Here's the thing about Beatrix, right? I mean, like, I think everyone can relate where they just, like, there's no way the Beatrix does a lot of damage, right? I mean, it's just 9 minutes. What are the chances the Beatrix has a lot of damage? It turns out just the Blade of Despair is quite enough, and now not just the Blade of Despair, also having the Malefic Roar. Oh, Conceal has been used by Team HAQ. Will they be able to use this? Again, Mal getting targeted. Numinum Blast hits no one. Same, the bravest fighter. Team HAQ right now, looking at up top, Amal is pushing. Oh, looks like Rencutie goes in front. But S-Strike used. Team HAQ disengages. Amal, are you going to go for anything? And looks like he's going for it, but he's going for the Lord.
I like that Team HAQ are still trying to force things right now. Unfortunately, with their lineup, they do need to try and go for an early pickoff, which is why they're engaging on these team fights. But RED Esports now has the much superior 5v5, and now they're going in again.
Yeah, right now Amal is looking for Lola. Lola taken down, godlike for Amal on his fanny.
Ooh.
And Team HAQ, they tried, but again, not able to get a proper setup, and that's kind of a problem when you have the Loria as well as the Lapu Lapu. If you don't get to knock anyone down, it's not going to be looking good.
Team HAQ are now in a really sensitive situation.
Sensitive situation?
Yeah, very sensitive. You gotta be careful about what you're doing in these next few moments. What areas exactly you are pressuring, because RED Esports are fully in control. They have a strong 5v5 team fight. They have really good split push as well with Amal's mobility, currently 7-0, which he really shouldn't be based on his gameplay in the early game. Team HAQ don't have a lineup that can match these options. They need to take fights. They need to have strong engagements. And they're not creating windows for that to happen.
6,000 gold up, RED Esports along with the Lord here at the top side. Gary tries to take down the Lord by his lonesome. Looks like the Lord has been taken down, but RED Esports, they're continuing the pursuit here up top, managing to get the inhibitor. So far, Team HAQ, they're at the back end by making quite a bit of mistakes here, where I kind of feel like this is a Caster Curse moment. You were talking about how RED is not doing well, Team HAQ is doing well. You said they could afford making mistakes. Maybe you should not say that again, but Peta S-Strike being used. Panda having to back off, and looks like Min manages to get only one. Lola not being able to get MLBB. MLBB is still safe in the back line. Mal catches Gary. Gary tries to get a kill onto Kim, manages to get the kill. Now Gary has to run away, getting taunted, getting hit by MLBB. Free hitting, mega kill for MLBB, 4-0-5.
All things considered, that was not a bad engagement for Team HAQ there. I do think RED Esports funneled a little bit too much, had a bit too much confidence in their abilities, and just tried to go for a straight up front-to-front 5v5. And Team HAQ are actually starting to scale up to a certain extent, to the point that Amal actually didn't do all that much DPS in comparison. And being able to trade Gary for Kim in this situation is actually not bad at all for Team HAQ, especially since the Lord is not going to be up anytime soon.
Yeah, looking at the itemization here where Panda only has 2, the Demonosaur as well as the Corrosion Side, which is pretty solid, but looking at MLBB, the big difference here, he has the Wind of Nature, so even if he does get caught, it's not going to be that big of a problem. Panda here gets fucked, and Panda gets taken down. That's not fair! Mon taking quite a lot of damage. Kim wants to kill onto Mon, and he gets it. Feather S-Strike for the kill.
That's the hooker right there. Mal getting a beautiful catch onto Panda of all people. Unfortunately, him using his second skill a little bit too early, getting dragged back all the way into RED Esports. Team HAQ now 2 players down, and without these 2, which are, by the way, their 2 main sources of damage, RED Esports have full control over the map until they respawn. And guess what? The Luminous Lord has just come up in the Lord Pit. They'll be able to get this for free.
This is very worrisome for Team HAQ because their tournament lives are on this game, because even if they win, they need to win a 2-0. A 2-1's not gonna cut it. They're looking at this situation. It's kind of difficult, but they have to stay calm. But at the same time, they gotta make something happen because just winning isn't enough anymore.
It's pretty devastating, the fact that the defending champions are in a position where they have to get the clean sweep in order to keep their tournament chances alive and healthy. And RED Esports are right now in progress of completely destroying those hopes and dreams. 14 minutes in, 9,000 net worth lead. Team HAQ need a perfect setup. They need the 5-man Numnon Blast into the Terrify for Man. Otherwise, they simply do not have enough damage window. RED Esports, they really can just engage however they want.
Well, now it's now or never. Man picks up the bloody hunt. Right now, Team HAQ, they're cornered, 10,000 gold difference. Mel Kitty right now, look at this. Amal goes in for the S-Strike use. Gets Man. Man goes down. Amal secures the kill. Look in the back line. Lola pushes everyone away, but look at the crystal. This game is RED Esports game.
In a mirror of game number 1, RED Esports secures early game momentum, takes advantage of a mistake made in the mid-game by their opponents, and completely negates any opportunity of regaining the foothold they once had the chance to grasp within their fingertips. Team HAQ being put in a really dangerous situation now in MPL MY Season 11, and the competition only continues to heat up from here.
That was a marvelous game, and props to Coach Sora Payung, man. That was a very good draft. Even though the early game wasn't as we expected, but they turned things around, and looks like Sora Payung outplayed Coach Pops here.
I still feel like there was a lot left to be desired from this game overall. I feel like there could have been more risk taken, less mistakes made, but the results speak for themselves, and the players shall now speak for themselves.
Ya gas aja. Gas aja.
Pede.
Gimana nih, bos?
Tak quality ni. Boleh settle Amal.
Let's low.
Nice.
Amal.
Nice.
Nanti.
Aku gerak.
Okey bawah tu.
Okey.
Makan dulu dah.
Tengok aku.
Dapat.
Nice. Wow.
Boleh.
Kau masuk bawah ni ah.
Jom. Ada Amal tu.
Jom. Ya.
Nice.
Depan kau duduk merah dah. Okey.
If anyone had any doubts about momentum being the name of the game for both these teams, we've just seen two very good examples in both of the games of our first series of Week 4, Day number 3, where early game made all the difference in paving an easy path to destroying the enemy crystal.
Unfortunately, in this game, it kind of looks like Team HAQ want to play a little bit slower, just like game number 1, but the opportunity was not given by RED because the moment they got the, like you said, they got the kill, they got the momentum, they're not stopping. They're going. And then Team HAQ just could not respond. And that's a big problem right there. And looking at momentum as well, Kim, it seems like he's very vocal. Like he was shouting all over the place, man.
RED Esports was definitely lacking a little bit in terms of shot calling before this, and I do like that Kim has found a spot in that position, synergizing together with Maul to be able to direct the rest of the team and provide a path, a direction that RED Esports can rely on to secure their path to victory. While I do still think that their early game could have been more aggressive overall, it is the fact that they were playing safe and only going for kills that were guaranteed that allowed them to take advantage of a single mistake made by Team HAQ.
Items are good and all, but in this game, we gotta talk about the mechanical mistakes where Min did not hit the Numinum Blast. They always aimed for Mao, trying to kill off the Franco first. Lola as well, not hitting the bravest fighter onto anyone. There's just a lot of missed skills, and I don't know, at this point, we were talking about how maybe RED is not all that comfortable with this draft, not playing the early game as expected, but same could be said for Team HAQ.
Now, honestly, I had no doubts that RED Esports would be comfortable with this draft. These are heroes they've played before. I was just surprised that they were playing it so safely in the early game when they could have been more aggressive. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's Team HAQ that is in the more uncomfortable situation. I'm pretty sure that Coach Sora Payung absolutely dumpstered the drafting phase.
Oh, yeah.
And I really don't like the early Lolita pick. It has just been causing so many problems. Don't early pick a roamer in this meta. Early game is so important. You need a hero that can counter the DPS options, the resources that your opponents are bringing out. Lolita is a solid tank, yes, but against the right enemies.
Yeah, I kind of feel like that's why we were talking about getting the Pharsa, getting the Pharsa at 1-1, Faramis at 1-1, because again, Faramis kind of protects the 1-1 in very, very dire situations. But right now, Rich Guy is Amal, 808 gold per minute. The carry as well as Forgotten One is going to be Kim, 48,000 damage dealt, 11 total assists, and Sandbag Ren Cutie here, 65,000 damage taken, being a very solid front line. And from Team HAQ, again, the damage overall is more towards Gary. Gary tried, but again, there's not much that he can do with this meta where the Lancelot is a tanks a lot.
Yeah, I get the feeling Team HAQ honestly just completely forgot about the Fanny. They just saw the Fredrin and they thought, this is Fredrin jungle, we don't have to care about anything else. Amal comes out with the Fanny.
Oh my god.
And they have no way of crowd controlling her. They've already picked Lolita.
We're gonna look at the MV, but I just remembered Fanny is like Gary's signature.
Yeah.
It was open, they didn't pick it up, but this is the MVP, Kim, entering during the transfer window and now shining with having burst in the sky, slamming down to the earth and getting 2 kills in total.
Magic Worship alongside with the classic Pharsa build means that his damage output is going to be super powerful. An 87% match kill participation meant that he was constantly on the prowl alongside Mal. Yes, I do still think RED Esports could have roamed around to the side lanes a lot earlier onwards, but the fact that they played safe and didn't allow themselves to make a mistake is what allowed them to come out on top in this situation. I do feel like if they were against different opponents that were able to take advantage of a more passive early game, RED Esports would have been put way behind. But in this game in particular, Kim's positioning, his shout calling, his vocalness in ensuring that his team knew what they needed to do, and being able to take advantage of bad situations is what allowed RED Esports to come out on top.
Right now, we're going to look at the highlights brought to us by Gardner Men, where in this game, it's all about the midpoint when RED Esports really took charge, where in later stages of the game, sure, they got the kill here, but it's not as impressive as what's going to happen around the turtle side, where, again, looking at throughout the game, a lot of missed skills, where here, very, very good hook coming in from Mal, but Kim, I would say, it's kind of not disturbed that much. This is the situation, this is the turning point that changed everything, where Team HAQ focus on trying to get a kill onto Mal. Mal, being the tanky guy that he is, doesn't get taken down that easily, and this big damage coming in from the Menace Rage. A lot of misplays from Team HAQ.
Team HAQ, unfortunately, in the end, are actually a little bit of a chaotic lineup. They have players that like to do their own thing, and there is a beautiful synergy in the way that they're able to line up while performing on their individual mechanisms and going for 1v1 matchups. When they have a lineup like this, though, it's very important to have discipline and structure.
That was not fair.
In the way that the players are moving. And the fact that their players can just get caught out like this is already a huge problem in that case. Look at the way they're splitting up this fight. Why is Lola jumping on top of the back line? He's supposed to do so, but look at what's happening to his crystal. He's trying to do his best. I do still wonder whether or not the hero pool coming out from Team HAQ is a problem that needs to be addressed.
I kind of feel like even if it is addressed, maybe a little bit too late, because again, Kim just now with the Pharsa, the Feather Airstrikes really did it for RED Esports to get the win over Team HAQ, where I've learned the mistake when my father told me, be careful of Pharsa's Feather Airstrike, especially under the trees. It will always hit you. And you always feel the pain. And afterwards, you need to go for a car wash.
Yeah, it's always very unfortunate when you're just enjoying a nice bit of shade under the trees and you get hit with that sugar honey iced tea, right?
Yeah, Feather Airstrike, man. It's,
Feather Airstrike.
Yeah.
Your dad is a wise man.
Thank you very much. My dad needs to be the one watching this game and actually giving the advice here, because again, Team HAQ, a little bit shattered. If they win this 2-1, maybe there's a chance, but super slim.
It's a super slim chance, but they gotta take advantage of any hope that they're able to do, and the defending champions, they still have a lot of potential. For now, we're gonna take a short break, throw it over to the stage. Rose, take it away.
Hello everybody, it's me again. Since the game sekarang is at a 1-1, I invited Aiman on stage with me. So Bob, I nak tahu sikit pasal Team HAQ. Hello.
Hi Rose.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so Aiman, I'm pretty sure ramai orang nampak the video that you posted, kan?
Oh, alright.
Okay. I nak tanya, last week and yesterday, Team HAQ met another loss, kan? Apa difficulties yang Team HAQ tengah face sekarang?
Right, I think first of all, diorang punya mindset dengan mentality tak set before MPL start season. But then at the end, kita orang percaya yang rezeki tu di tangan Tuhan, and kita orang pun rasa that kita orang punya orang kata dalam religious punya side, kita orang pun tak jaga hubungan dengan Tuhan yang cukup baiknya. So everything happen ada sebab.
I agree. Everything does happen for a reason. Now, lepas Aiman marah tu dekat backstage, kan? Do you think that Team HAQ is finally on the right path? Sekarang dorang dah macam apply ke like whatever you said in their gameplay, in their coaching, whatever it is, did Team HAQ start applying the solution to the problem?
So when we look at the previous game lawan Lunatix, kita nampak yang Team HAQ dapat momentum tu balik. But then I know it's too late, cuma perjuangan tak habis lagi lah. Kita still ada masa lah untuk comeback.
I do think that masa tak habis lagi. There is still time for Team HAQ to qualify for the playoffs. Betul tak? So Aiman, what is your expectations for Team HAQ in the upcoming matches yang dorang ada?
Of course kita nak expect collect point yang sebanyak mungkin. Tapi at the end, I think the targets are from the players. But from me, I think yang penting diorang kena have fun lah untuk main game ni.
My last question. I'm pretty sure players sekarang dekat backstage tengah dengar apa Aiman cakap. What does Aiman want to say to Team HAQ?
I think first, my boys, kita kena harapkan kepada Allah SWT, bukan harapkan kepada game. And percaya kepada coach, percaya kepada teammate dan percaya kepada diri sendiri. So I think all the best, good luck to my players.
Oh, I see. All right, thank you Aiman. Terima kasih. Okay guys, so there you have it. Do you guys think that Team HAQ can still take this game? Korang rasa boleh lagi ke tak Team HAQ untuk menang game ni? Ke RED Esports will be taking this win? Stadium juara, who do you think? Team HAQ? RED? And with that, mari kita throw it back to the casters to start our last game of the match. Casters, take it away.
The embers of hopes of our defending champions appear to be smoldering, but all it takes is a little spark to turn into a roaring flame. Unfortunately, the red on the side of their opponents is looking brighter than ever before. So we will find out how this concludes in game number 3.
Yeah, props to the owner of Team HAQ as well, Aiman HAQ. He's a very young dude. He's still in college.
Oh.
Yeah, he's like 23, 24,
Wow.
something like. He's very young. Actually, everyone in the Team HAQ organization, they're very young, but he was very mature on stage where he's like, we didn't properly prepare the mentality coming into the season of MPL, and he is a pretty religious guy. So he believes that if they're losing right now, it's God's will as well. So they gotta fix something that it's very hard to analyze. So a lot of internal monologue has to be had between the Team HAQ lineup.
In the end, it is a little difficult to blame Team HAQ for all of this as well, because I think a lot of the players, a lot of the teams came into this season not just realizing the gravity of the competition. The fact that the souls of MPL MY have been, they've just burned like a flame we've never seen before. There's so much evolution, so much growth, and Team HAQ, unfortunately, are a team that just seems to have been left behind a little bit. They're obviously still going to try their best. So all the best to them. Tons of respect for all of the players, the managers, the coaches up on stage right now. I cannot imagine what they are going through. But despite all the challenges, perseverance is what is going to get them to that finish line.
Yeah, and just because I don't think we can handle the pressure as well. Because again, being on that stage is different than being on here on this stage. Now we're looking at the stage. Team HAQ going up against Red. We're gonna look at the draft again of what happened in game number 2. For those of you that just came in, where again, Red had a beautiful draft where they first picked the Fredrin, and Team HAQ probably figured out that this is probably a jungle. Cass is okay though. I think this is Mamba. No, but probably one of his friends. But yeah,
we're just getting called out right now.
Yeah, well, I did say good luck to the caster, so.
Oh man, why did you do that?
I'd say good luck to Rose as well. But again, like Fredrin first pick, people think this is obviously a jungler, right? And small tangent here, I don't like the word obviously, because there's absolutely nothing in this world that is truly obvious. Because even in this kind of situation, it's like, obviously Fredrin's a jungler. It's like, no, it turned out to be an EXP later, so.
Yeah, exactly. Like, obviously 2 + 2 is not 4.
Yeah,
you know? Maybe it was 5 the whole time and we just didn't see it.
Dude, trust me, man. Like, the moment you start thinking that there's no such thing as an obvious thing, your mind opens up. You look at all the different possibilities that could happen, and at that point, you reach enlightenment.
Unfortunately, I don't think my last 2 brain cells can work overtime here, but I will keep that in mind as we now go into game number 3. I'm pretty sure the first thing is Lolita doesn't need to be prio picked so early onwards. I understand that both sides have very strong roam players that like Numenon Blast, but it just limits your options way too early on. That's the first thing to keep in mind. Other than that, now that the Fanny has actually been revealed, I'm pretty sure it's going to be banned out once again, which is going to allow for more options to get led through into the draft.
A bit of a haram there, but okay. Either ways, going into the draft really affected game number 2. We're going to look at game number 3. Will it be affected as well? Well, this time, Team HAQ coach, Hubs, will he get debated again? I kind of feel like that's probably not going to happen again, but Red, man, they've been performing so well, way better than expected. Like, who would have thought they're going to be having this season where they're fighting for the top 4 spots in the standings?
Especially considering how they started the season off, right? Like I said, before the series started, RED Esports has notably been getting better every single week, and their evolution is kind of scary. I do hope that it speeds up just a little bit though, because that last game still did come very close. And if Team HAQ didn't make a mistake, their passiveness could have cost them. So let's find out whether or not we're going to see some results, some adaptations coming out from them in our 3rd draft of the day. Fanny, instantly respected. Let's not deal with this character in the land of Dawn.
And Red betting out the 1-1, even though they managed to beat out the 1-1, it was still quite a problem. Team HAQ betting out the Eve as well. Team HAQ did win when they were first picked, and now Red, they have realized that Gary can use the Fredrin. Not sure if the Fredrin is going to get banned out. I kind of feel like Red, they have to ban out the Joy unless they want to test the waters and see Lola, because we're talking about his hero pool issue. Even if the Joy is open, will Lola use it? I mean, like, to be fair, Lola doesn't have to use it. It could go to the jungle as well, but I kind of prefer it as a EXP laner.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't really think Joy clears jungle fast enough nowadays to truly contribute, to, in that case, to the meta. Her place is definitely in the EXP lane, and I feel like RED Esports could have afforded to let it through, because I'm not sure if Lola has the individual mechanics to be able to pull it off yet, but understandable, they want to be respectful in this case. But I'm gonna be honest here, I feel like they could have let the 1-1 through. They could have forced Team HAQ in a situation where they have to pick between 1-1 and Fredrin. But now, I'm wondering if they do need to respect the Masha still.
Okay, so right now, Red, they have options. They can ban out the Masha, they can ban out the Arlot, they can ban out the Fredrin. Because right now, the draft is more or less the same, where Team HAQ, they want to pick up the Fredrin. If you want to open everything up, I kind of feel like the optimal ban here would be the Masha, so that if Team HAQ gets the Fredrin, you get the Arlot. If you get the Arlot, then you get the Fredrin. So yeah, Masha has been banned out. Now we got to see Team HAQ. What is the priority here? Is it Arlot or is it Fredrin?
I feel like Team HAQ are throwing a little bit if they don't first pick Arlot. I think it's just too strong. Even in the hands of like Lola, who doesn't usually play 2 mechanical heroes, it's so good at setting up team fights, but They're still gonna start with the Fredrin, huh? I know he's strong, but I'm not sure I agree with this.
Hey, don't run away from the game plan, man, because again, like you said, we don't usually see Lola using their hero much. I remember him using in week number 1, I think, where their first game, he did not do well. But the second or third game when he was using the Arlet, he was carrying the team. So it's still a really good option, but we got to assume that Red are going to pick up the Arlet as well as perhaps the Farsa. Pretty good pick right now.
Arlet, how about the Kaja though? The Kaja has been led through the ban phase this time. The Valentina would still be a pretty solid choice, but I do think RED Esports wants to focus a bit more towards that early game. Farsa already doing a pretty good job in game number 2. RED Esports. Still gonna be going for the Valentina. Arlet is obvious. They have to pick Arlet. If they let Team HAQ have both Arlet and Fredrin, that would be absolute throwing. I feel like the Valentina is a bit of a risk in this situation because it does lose out in terms of mid lane priority if Team HAQ go for a hero like the Farsa or, okay, the Eve has been banned out. So, RED Esports, they need to be prepared for this possibility.
I kind of feel like the Valentina pick is to protect themselves as well because Man has been using the Valentina for 2 games straight and not considering all the previous games, right?
And to steal final slash.
Exactly. Stealing away the final slash could be very detrimental for the team. So I kind of feel like this is a pretty good pick just to deny. Like the Farsa has been doing well, but you have a lot of options. Might as well just pick up the Valentina now.
Okay, looks like Team HAQ, they're going to be continuing their pick phase here. Going to be locking in the Glue as well as the Farsa. Like we mentioned, mid lane priority important for both these teams to get early game momentum, and Farsa will win out against Valentina before level 4. As for Glue, I think that's probably the best choice they can give to Lola right now since Masha has been removed from the pool. It is fairly uninteractive during the early phases, but it is not going to lose for sure. So RED Esports, their choice now. I'm pretty sure for NQT, they do still want to reserve a hero like Lapu. Lapu, ideally. So...
Or just Arlet.
Oh. I don't know what I'm thinking right now.
I mean, like, hey.
You know what I said about my last 2 brain cells earlier? Yeah.
Hey, dodo moment, man.
Dodo moment is real.
Yeah, perhaps take a hero for Mal. Yep, picking up the Kufra looks pretty solid. So right now, Red, they just don't have the jungler as well as the gold laner. And this is the problem where pretty much almost every single marksman in the game right now can be used. So you're not really being put at a very tight spot if the gold lane spot gets banned out a lot. Because honestly, even the Layla has been buffed up for a little bit. I'm not saying they should pick up the Layla, but...
I mean, I would love to see it.
I would love to see it as well, but I kind of feel like that's kind of a thought out hero. You get what I'm saying? So right now, Red, what do they have to ban out here? Because Roamer as well as the gold laner, I think Ruby would be a good pick, but Hilda, you know what? Perfect. Loving the Hilda ban.
Yeah, get rid of options that can split up the fight for the side of Team HAQ right now. Because when RED Esports have already shown Valentina and Kufra, not to mention having Arlet, it means that they are going to go for more of a team fight oriented lineup right now. And the more options Team HAQ has to separate that, the less of a comfortable spot RED Esports will be in. So I'm pretty sure they're going to focus more towards that direction as we proceed onwards with the draft. As for Team HAQ, going to be banning out the Claude, so they want to remove safer options for RED Esports to scale up into the late game.
I kind of feel like even though Farsa could technically beat out the Beatrix, just ban out the Beatrix. Because, I don't know, like, banning out the Claude as well as the Beatrix could be very, very good. You know, force RED Esports to pick something like a carry, like the Melissa, where you have to get just a little bit closer, where you can get punished by the Farsa, could be a lot better. Because I've heard a lot of marksman players, a lot of gold laners, they kind of don't like picking up the Melissa going up against the Farsa. I mean, like, it is an okay matchup, but it's kind of a matchup you don't want to be forced into.
Yeah, Melissa, despite being an artillery hero herself, is actually weak to artillery mages due to how stationary she can be when she's outputting her damage. Very good against melee heroes that want to dive her. Very bad against the Farsa. So if Team HAQ can force MLBB into that position, that is ideal, but they're gonna leave the Beatrix open, instead targeting on the Lancelot. I guess that's fairly smart right now. That does limit a lot of Amal's hero pool. Now that Lancelot, Marthis, and Fanny have all been taken out, there's not a lot left that can effectively deal with a Fredrin.
Actually, at this point, I think the Akai will be pretty solid.
Ooh.
Right? Because the moment Fredrin wants to get in to secure the turtle, the more... Amel has used it before. And RED themselves, they have the Valentina, so they're not going to get punished. So I think Akai would be a pretty solid pickup. But if they want to be safe, just pick up the Beatrix, because I'm pretty sure that's the hero that they want right now.
Otherwise, they can still go with the Dirov if they want to play it a little bit more dangerously. Pretty good against a tanky hero like the Fredrin.
Oh, wow!
Moskov.
What? Yo, the Beatrix is open!
Beatrix is what? Moskov?
Well, Moskov is used against assassin-type heroes, but are they could? Well, I mean, Fredrin as well as Glue. You know what? I think it's fair. I think it's fair. The moment Glue tries to get on top of you, you just push him towards the Fredrin, stun both of them, and then just let your team do the rest. You know, a lot of crowd control here. We gotta talk about it. A lot of crowd control.
There is a lot of
crowd control.
But Moskov as a hero is fairly vulnerable. Now that Hilda has been removed from the pool and a lot of solid like AoE heroes are not too good against the Kufra, Min pulling out like the Natalia may be within question at this stage of the game. Otherwise, based on the voice line, looks like it's going to be the safe choice here. Ruby going to come out alongside the Melissa. I'm a little worried. Is going Moskov here for RED Esports really the right choice?
I really don't know, but the Ruby is a very good pick. This is one of Min's comfort, and it's pretty good against the Kufra because once the Kufra dives in, you can potentially punish that. But overall, the draft coming in from Team HAQ looks pretty solid. This Moskov, like, I mean, I don't know, Melcutie has been proving himself to be one of the top gold laners here in MPL Malaysia, so let's give this kid a little bit of trust. He could probably take this one.
So I'm gonna assume the plan here with Melcutie playing on the Moskov is he's actually going to take a more aggressive stance. Oh, wait a minute. He's comboing with Final Slash.
That's what I was talking about when I was saying they got a lot of crowd control.
Okay, so he's specifically comboing Moskov with Final Slash to just skewer the entire team of Team HAQ at once. And they're gonna finish off with the Barat's pick for Amal as well. That's interesting. Not something we've seen a lot of, unfortunately, as for the win rate as well. You guys can see it hasn't been performing all that well, but if he is able to get the Daytona's welcome onto the Fredrin, it sets up for very easy turtle contests, similar in the way that you would do with Heavy Spin.
Sora Payung, man, as a coach, he loves these team fight-oriented drafts because he has so many ways to deal with the Farsa, with the Fredrin, as well as the Glue. Any frontline heroes, they're gonna get heavily punished because, count with me, all 5 heroes have some form of crowd control where Arlet could take advantage of. There's gonna be a lot of vengeance in this game.
Well, what we can tell between the matchup here, RED Esports, dive comp, tanky, front-to-back, aggressive, Team HAQ, artillery, backline, delay the front line, let the DPS do their job. That is going to be the contention between these two teams as we enter the final game of our first series of the day. Our defending champions versus the up-and-coming lineup of RED Esports. Who shall be our victor in the land of Dawn?
For now, looks like no one is moving too aggressively. As I said that, Mal jumps in, but not managing to get Man here. Man doing quite a little bit of damage onto Kim. Kim, suffering a bit from Min, but for now, not enough kill pressure to confirm any kind of kills here in the top lane. Lola winning quite a bit against Rencutie.
Now, we have actually seen an Arlet win the EXP lane against Glue before. That was in the matchup between Smooth and Sapat. In this case, however, it seems like Rencutie getting very heavily pressured. This is one of Lola's specialties, a really tanky hero that's difficult to push out of lane. And with Team HAQ having mid lane priority as well, with the Ruby and Farsa, the early game is fully in their control. They need to control it.
Right now, Lola has to use a sprint trying to get away, but first blood, Amal secures the kill. Minute number 1, they already got the kill onto the Glue. Not looking good for Team HAQ.
Yeah, that is not ideal at all. Just when we were saying how Lola, this is his specialty, he's doing a good job against Rencutie. Amal comes up to upset the formula and turn the balance in their favor. Team HAQ, unfortunately, not in the right position to go for it. Man and Min were rotating down to bottom lane, and RED Esports were able to read that movement.
Well, you gotta stop talking good about the players, man.
Yeah, I probably should, shouldn't I?
Yeah, I mean, like, your last 2 brain cells, they're affecting the players as well. It's contagious, all right? It's very,
everyone
very
on the stage is sharing these last 2 brain cells with me.
Yeah, Rencutie getting caught here. Looks like he's using the Final Slash, trying to get away, but gonna get taken down.
Yep, a revenge kill there from Team HAQ. Unfortunately, Rencutie just moving a little bit too far into the jungle to try and scout things out. and now the turtle is in contention.
Yeah, Gary is here, prime time to secure it, but Man is the one secures it actually, and Amal is gonna get taken down by Gary. Right now, Kim looks like he is trying to get away. Lola trying to prevent that from happening. Dashes away. So far, no problem. Miss Hook coming in from Min. If not, it probably would have been a kill onto Mal.
Now, we already talked about how Team HAQ needs to be the one in control of the early game because their lineup is naturally going to be stronger at this stage, and that's already what they're doing. A lot of that, though, did come down to RED Esports making some unfortunate mistakes. Losing out Ren QT before that turtle fight even begun probably meant that RED Esports should have tried to do something else across the map instead, because while Barat is tanky, he is not nearly as durable as compared to Gary as this stage of the game. And his team doesn't have enough damage to back him up. I feel like they should have gone for the vertical invade or maybe even applied pressure to the side lane instead of trying to go for a 4v5 turtle fight.
Yep, I actually gotta agree there. And Kim managing to avoid a potential death that was pressured by Man. For now, Team HAQ, they're slowing their roll for quite a bit. And looking at the EXP difference here, Lola as well as Ren QT, they're pretty even-steven for now. And looks like a lot of members from RED Esports, they're moving together as a unit. No, never mind. They're just making sure that Mel QT is safe down there at bot. Looks like Team HAQ, are they going to go for a dive here? Looks like no. Min taking quite a little bit of damage coming in from RED Esports.
Min on the Ruby is going to be a very effective deterrent for any aggression that RED Esports wants to do. But talking about aggression.
Yep, Mel QT getting pressured, get taunted. Panda secures the kill. Now Mal, will he get caught by Min? He does. But look at the damage. Looks like it's not going to be enough just yet. Mal taking quite a lot of damage. Feather airstrike misses the mark, but pushes Kim as well as Mal away. This is prime time, but they do want to get this bottom turret before minute number 5.
Give props to Mal there. He timed his flicker perfectly, waiting for Man to apply the mark before he jumped away from it. If he had used that earlier, he could have actually gotten stunned under the feathered airstrike and lost his life. After losing Mel QT, they can't afford to throw away anything else to Team HAQ because that instantly provides them more comfortable positioning over the turtle pit.
Mal charging up, but looks like he's gonna get eaten up right now. Min is right in the middle and fight. Amal secures the turtle. Kim right now from the backside applying damage onto Min. Min flickers away, but Ren QT is there waiting for it. Ren QT gets the kill, but Man takes down Amal. Gary as well as Lola going up against Ren QT as well as Kim. Looks like no further fight is moving forward. Team HAQ still in the lead with 1.4k gold ahead.
Team HAQ does come out slightly ahead in terms of that exchange, but RED Esports did a good job there. It's just not ideal that they traded Amal for Min. The fact that they were able to secure the turtle was because of superior positioning in this case. They got the Daytona's welcome onto Lola, removing him from the equation, and Ren QT, since he was alive this time, was able to dive the backline and disrupt the backline DPS coming out from Panda and Man. Unfortunately, Amal still isn't quite tanky enough, and Team HAQ do win out in extended trades.
Oh, right now they managed to get Mal. Is this the correct target? Man gets the kill. Right now they have a good enough pressure to apply here in the gold lane. Gary is securing this tri-bush, making sure that Kim cannot go in. Looks like Team HAQ, they really want this turret.
Taking Mal out here is huge for Team HAQ because if they don't have the Kufra, they don't have any way to counter-engage against Team HAQ, and this tower will go to them without much contestation since they know Ren QT is on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, very good wave clear as well, because right now Team HAQ, they're trying to make sure when they gank, they have an opportunity to actually get something out of it. Right now Gary is alone, going up against Amal, managing to actually escape from getting engaged on by Mal. Team HAQ right now 2k gold lead, but so far, even though they have 5 kills, it doesn't really feel like they're playing all that fast.
But I do like the macro decision making that's being made. Team HAQ, they went for that tier 1 dive, even choosing to go use a lot of cooldowns onto Mal specifically, because they know the next turtle is spawning down here, and without that tower, RED Esports doesn't have the best positioning.
Oh, Mal actually gets Man, but he's gonna get stopped, get stunned. Up! Feather airstrike kill going over to Panda, and now RED Esports, they're going over Lola. Almost taken down. Kim using the feather airstrike himself, trying to secure the kill, but unable to. Team HAQ gets a free kill.
Instant, perfect demonstration of the value of Ruby, disrupting the Kufra ult as, ooh!
Yeah, looks like Amal managing to get Gary, but Gary is a very tanky boy. Gary wants to fight back, but Min is there and be like, nah, brah, let's go home.
For a moment there, that looked kind of concerning because I thought that final slash would push Gary out of the Daytona's welcome range, but the tongue still was able to reach just long enough to pull him in, secure the turtle easily for RED Esports. Team HAQ, though, still dictating the pace. They have a 1.7k net worth lead. RED Esports looking to try and make up this difference, but the Ruby countering... Oh, wow. The ultimate steal on the gold crab.
Hey, I saw what you did there. The ultimate steal, very, very nice. Right now, lane swap, Lola going up against Rencutie here in the bottom side of the map. Team HAQ, we got to look at the map right now. What are they really looking to secure? What's the next target?
What is going to be the next target here? I think RED Esports are going to put more focus towards the gold lane. Not much point caring about the bottom at this point since they've lost the tier 1, let Rencutie deal with it. But Team HAQ knows there's going to be aggression up here.
Yeah, it looks like Mal managing to get Panda, but look at Min pulling him back. Panda now has to run away. Mal getting very, very low. Amal manages to eat Min. Gary is here. The jungler of Team HAQ has arrived. Kim secures a kill onto Min. There's nowhere to go. And praises Rav gets a kill onto Melcutie. RED Esports, they have to run away. Lola goes in, tries to get anyone. Rencutie arrives, goes on to Mon. Mon is going to get taken down. Final slash, shutting down. Right now, Gary runs away, but they managed to get the turret up top.
Team HAQ will obviously come out superior in situations where they are able to take extended fights because of Panda's presence. As long as they can delay RED Esports from diving the back line, they're going to be able to fight for way longer than RED Esports due to the amount of burst that they're going to rely on, and the fact that Amal is overall going to be less tanky as compared to Gary. Because of that, they're able to just shove forward, zone RED Esports out, take the tier 1, and because they know Rencutie is dealing with the bottom lane, they're able to up the tempo and move before the Arlet gets there. Unfortunately, because of how long the fight took, they still ended up picking out Man because they forgot about... I think they definitely forgot about the Arlet for a short moment. Still though, Team HAQ doing a good job of maintaining their control.
Control is the name of the game. Right now, they're in control of the Lord. Right now, Fede strike being used by Man and not getting anyone, but look at Kim. Kim is going after Man in the backside, but look at that final slash. But so far, not a lot has been done. Amal managing to eat up Lola, and now Melcutie secures the turtle, but right, Panda killing spree. Right now, Mal nowhere to run. Panda is going to secure the kill here. The Lord still stands. Mal gets stunned up, double kill. Panda secures it, and Gary secures the Lord.
A macro decision was made there. RED Esports were probably aware that they couldn't challenge that. I do feel like they could have spent less resources because they sent Melcutie up to the top lane. They got the top tier 2 for free. And if they just decided to hold on for a bit and not throw away the lives of Amal and Mal, they could have actually gotten a pretty solid trade, because I don't think this Elemental Lord is going to threaten their structures all that much. But because of that loss, Panda has now become even more fed, a full item ahead of Melcutie at this stage, and with no heroes that can truly dive the backline once Rencutie is eliminated from the fight, this Melissa is a massive problem.
Well, I gotta say, the Melissa is a massive problem because of Min, because quite a few times, Mal tried to get a catch onto this Melissa, but Min, don't run away. Wolf King, I'm offended, making sure that Mal gets punished every single time he goes in. So overall, spectacular play. And right now, Mal gets caught again. Mal has to flicker out. In the backside, looking at Amal, trying to zone people out. So far, no kills. Team HAQ, Gary goes in. Daytona's welcome, manages to get Gary. Amal trying to recover, but mega kill for Gary. Gary gets shut down by Melcutie. Right now, the Lord, basically no HP, unstoppable for Panda, secures the kill.
In the end, not a bad trade actually for RED Esports. 2 for 2 in their favor. They're able to pick off Gary and Lola. So, the fact that Team HAQ tried to force that fight may have cost them a little bit too much. I like what Gary was doing, once again zoning out RED Esports, creating space for Panda to dish out damage, but the tower is contributing to a lot of his lost HP. He should naturally be tankier than Amal, but being caught by Daytona's welcome sets up the kill really nicely for them. Rencutie, he actually could have gotten away there if not for Panda getting that final hit in with Muddles. So RED Esports do still have a solid base defense to be able to deal with Team HAQ, but that is only when the mistake is made to overextend. So far, Min has been doing an excellent job of just delaying attempts towards their backline, and that is allowing Panda to move around with impunity.
Gary secures a pretty easy orange buff there, and I do agree, Rencutie, he could have gotten away, but this is kind of good that the Vengeance needs a target for you to use it, because if you could use it freely, then that's pretty free. Right now, Team HAQ, they're pressuring the mid. They got it. And now Team HAQ with about 5k gold lead it looks like they're playing this game kind of like game number 1, where whenever they have Gary on this, Fredrin is like, your job is to secure turtles, secure Lord, and push people away. And it's been doing very well for the team.
It's not a job that Gary would ideally like to be doing, but he's doing a good job for his teammates to secure this victory right now. Unfortunately, I feel like Maul's effectiveness this game has just been rendered 0 entirely because Min's positioning has been excellent. The fact that Gary and Lola can take up the front line means that Min can act as the balance. He can be the connector in between the front and back line DPS and make sure that Panda and Man are not ever being threatened. And in the first place, RED Esports really doesn't have a lot of heroes that can go back there.
Yeah, right now, Team HAQ, I kind of like that they're making sure that the turrets, that the towers are fine. Min trying to look for a situation. He got 2, but look at that Mal response. But the Feather S-Ray gets cancelled by Red Cutie, but still, monster kill for Panda. Panda secures it. Gary gets the Lord. All the while, right now, Min tries to find another way to engage the fight, but looks like everyone's disengaged. Even Mel Cutie is not going to try for a split push. He's going to go back.
We are definitely seeing the weakness of Bharat as a hero now. The fact that his win rate is really not good this season is proof here of how much he falls off towards that late game. As compared to a hero like Fredrin, which can convert the damage taken into damage output, all Bharat can do is stand there and hope he doesn't die based on the stacks that he has. And that's not going to be enough when Panda is 6-0. RED Esports, they've already chosen, we're not going to win team fights, create space, delay time for MelQT to get the split push. But they are dying way too quickly. They're just grouping up, getting CC'd under the feathered airstrike, no matter how quickly RenQT can get to Man.
Luminous Lord here in mid. The mid lane turret is very, very healthy. Can they get anything here? Half HP gone. Feather S-Strike used. Amal tries to cancel and looks like he got the cancel onto Man. The mid lane turret is secured by Team HAQ. Looks like they're not going to force an engage for now. Mal not finding any angles as well to catch anyone off guard from Team HAQ so far. Team HAQ, they're pressuring it slowly. 14 minutes in, 13 kills to their name, and now only 1 inhibitor for RED Esports.
A 7k net worth lead is very difficult for RED Esports to come back from with the lineup that they have. They should ideally be even at this stage if they want a chance to be able to secure this game tree for themselves. They're engaging.
Yeah, but they only got 1. Panda is still free hitting. No one is stopping Panda. But Kim using the feather headshot. But hold on. Look at MelQT. MelQT surviving. He's dealing the damage, but Min flickers in. Manages to get everyone. Double kill for Panda, triple kill, wipeout. Team HAQ wins over RED Esports.
The defending champions strike once more. The smoldering embers have burst forth into a brilliant flame, and they have rendered the momentum of RED Esports powerless before their glory. A 2-0 victory in favor of Team HAQ. Could this be the beginning to a return? We will find out, but for now, bask in their victory. They've deserved it.
Smiles all around. We can look at the players. They feel very, very proud of the victory. But here, looking at RED as well, it was a very, very good 3-game series. And now Team HAQ as the victor, they really needed this win, but they can't feel comfortable just yet.
Yep, definitely not. Hopefully, this will just sharpen their senses for what is to come next. But again, a show of sportsmanship from these players, understanding that this was a difficult game. Either side could have come out on top at any point, and I am glad to see that the competition here is ever improving with every single day.
Yeah, this is an amazing match. Look here, even in the backstage, everyone is so focused in the game, making sure that none of the players make any crucial mistakes. Here, looking at Milo as well. Oh, he's so charged. It's like, oh my God, please secure this victory.
The relief on their faces. They definitely deserve this one moment. The happiness of the fans. Let's see what the players themselves have to say as we throw it over to the stage.
And finally, Team HAQ has ended the lose streak. Oh my goodness. Wow, that was an amazing match to witness. Honestly, saya pun tadi, I was at the edge of my seat. So coach, kita tahu you guys had a very devastating lose streak. Kali ini, Team HAQ menang. how did you guys manage to come back from all the setbacks untuk musim ini?
Pertama sekali kita bersyukur kehadrat Allah SWT sebab setelah kita kalah berkali-kali baru kita akhirnya sedar, dan semalam kita bermunajat kepada Tuhan lah. Kita adakan bacaan Yasin, solat hajat dan sebagainya. Dan kemenangan ini pun sebenarnya ni lah Allah hadirkan supaya kita main dengan lebih berdisiplin dan juga fokus on objektif lah, kita saja.
I see. Okay, so coach, tadi kita nampak first game Team HAQ won, kan? Second game Team HAQ lost. Dan I think one of the most obvious reason was because Team HAQ lepaskan Fanny tadi. Did Team HAQ had a plan, that's why lepaskan Fanny? Ke you tak expect diorang pick Fanny?
Kita ada plan, kita dah terfikir benda tu, tapi something yang kita nak buat tu kita tak berjaya.
I see. Okay, so my next question is, dengan kemenangan ini, do you think Team HAQ still has a chance to qualify for the playoffs?
InsyaAllah, kalau kita teruskan rentak kemenangan berbaki 2 game lagi dengan kemenangan 2-0, tak ada apa yang mustahil lah, insyaAllah.
Oh, I'm getting goosebumps. Okay, I like that. Guys, bagi cheer sikit. Sebab korang cheer, I will release the MVP of the match. Okay, count with me. 3, 2, 1. MVP of the match is Gary. Okay, Gary. Kita boleh nampak dengan match ini, Gary ialah satu player yang sangat-sangat berdisiplin. Very, very disciplined. So, macam mana Gary fix mindset lepas kalah semalam? Macam mana Gary come back stronger and win MVP of the match kali ini?
Saya disiplin sebab hari-hari dekat skrin kena ceramah dengan Pap sebab asyik offside dengan aggro sangat.
I see. So, Gary, how is Gary feeling?
Syukur Alhamdulillah sebab kita orang dah lose streak, so hari ni dapat menang balik.
So will Gary do better in the upcoming games?
InsyaAllah.
Okay, Gary nak cakap apa dekat semua orang yang datang untuk sokong Team HAQ hari ini?
Untuk semua fans Team HAQ, terima kasih sebab datang walaupun kita orang lose streak, korang datang hari-hari. Dan untuk fans Red juga, terima kasih sebab sokong tim korang.
Alright, thank you very much Gary. Sekarang masuk untuk invite a very special fan up on stage. Nama dia Aish Haris. Alah, comelnya! Hello! Hi! Hello! You punya favourite player dekat Team HAQ siapa?
Gary.
Oh, Gary! Aish nak cakap apa dekat Team HAQ?
Bape.
Sekali lagi?
Bape.
Lagi kuat.
Bape.
Oh! Comel. Alright. So Aish ambil gambar dengan abang-abang Team HAQ dulu, okay? Alright, I will move to the side for this. Comelnya. First time I interview budak. Okay guys, kalau korang nak saksikan game-game yang awesome macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Dan kalau korang ialah satu audience untuk naik pentas MPL, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Hello. Thank you Aish. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you Team HAQ. Congratulations on the win. Guys, cheer sikit. They're leaving the stage. I can see that the entire Stadium Juara is so happy with this win, especially for the side of Team HAQ. And I am very happy for them too. So guys, mari kita dengar mic check Team HAQ untuk game ketiga and let's see what they were talking about.
Cek.
Tak apa, Pak. Kau cakap KL lah, Pak.
Ingat aku tak hati cakap Penang lah. Pinang pula.
Biar hati aku lah, biar Tina. Aku lihat hati barat, aku tarik barat. Hati tu! Nice! Ni. Makan dekat. Oh. Dia mati tu. Main block aku.
Nice. Woi, Matt, woi! Boleh bawa kan? Jangan bagi dia clear.
Jom. Go. Dekat.
Nice.
Pikat.
Boleh pikat, Pak.
Boleh ni, pikat ni. Aku tak. Bagus. Kena sekat lu!
Balik oi.
Aku balik kak.
Aku ingat kita yang kufrat.
Kita basah. Kita basah. Ya Allah! Alhamdulillah ya Allah. Masa ya Allah.
Ibampe. That's a very cute kid, man. You gotta give it over, man. Because like even the kid's like, I don't know what I'm doing, but it's like I like Gary. Ibampe. You know, it's very cute. It's very heartwarming. It's very wholesome. Even the interview just now, the players, I like that. Even in a very bad spot, they're very happy just for the win, and it shows like the right kind of mentality. You can go very far. So hats off to them. Hopefully they stay strong, and maybe there's still a chance to go to the playoffs.
Perhaps there is one benefit as well to Team HAQ being pushed into a corner. They've got nothing to lose. Time to bring back that Season 10 spirit. As we can see in this match, their survival instincts finally kicking in, with Team HAQ breaking their losing streak and allowing us to see a taste of the new generation as well of esports fans and perhaps MPL players as well. Looking forward to their continued growth and hoping that our defending champions will be able to push forward to join us at the playoffs.
Well, I do have a friend. He's ethnicity, I think he's Chinese. He's wearing glasses. He likes Dodo or something. Where he said in game number 2 is like, better late than never. So yeah, better start it now. But they gotta keep up the momentum. And we're gonna look at the standings after this to see like logically how do they have to stack it up. But we're gonna look at the itemization as well as the draft coming in from the team here, where we were questioning a bit on the Moscow pick, and it wasn't able to do much. But in this kind of situation, I kind of feel like it's more about Mal as well as A-Mal couldn't really do anything in this fight.
Yeah, I think Team HAQ had beautiful execution this game, really good synergy, good coordination overall. But I do also have to note, I feel like RED Esports just straight up lost the draft this game. And the reason for that is because they ended up falling to the tempo of Team HAQ. They started drafting to make sure they were safe against what Team HAQ were throwing at them. They drafted a little bit more greedy in some cases, a little bit too passive in some cases, and the lineup just didn't quite synergize correctly after the RLED pick.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this is a very ambitious draft, hoping for Melcury on this Moscow to kind of like push everyone away, kind of protect himself. But as we saw, where especially with the Ice Retribution, it kind of doesn't matter. Even if you do push the Fredrin away, the Fredrin can come back to you and make sure he gets the taunt off. Now, looking at the rich guy as well as the carry, Panda, 873 gold per minute, 74,000 damage dealt. Sandbag, A-Mal, taking up 134,000 damage. Forgotten One, Min, 14 total assists. And in this game, again, Panda did a lot of damage, but I kind of feel like Min is really popping off, making sure that Red could not answer anything in the fights.
It's pretty funny, isn't it? When you hold on to your roam hero until the second phase and you know exactly what you're dealing with, you're able to pick the correct hero with the right solutions. I don't really feel like RED Esports needed to draft the Kufra so early on. It is fairly safe, yes, and I do feel like the reason they went for it is because they wanted to keep the Moscow pick a little bit more secretive to the second phase. But there really is no reason to do that when you still have Melissa and Beatrix open, and then the Ruby just proved to be such a good solution to Arlet and Kufra that there was nothing RED Esports could do.
Perhaps you've already cracked the reason why we haven't been seeing a lot of Kajas, because Kaja is a roam hero. So taking a roam hero early could get punished. So perhaps that is the true reason why. But now we're going to look at the total match for Team HAQ in game number 1 as well as game number 3, where game number 1, they played it slow, so 18 minutes overall, and in the third game, they pick up the tempo a little bit faster just because they saw that there was no way that Red could really punish them, where Red, they had a lot of crowd control. What they were missing was damage.
I feel like, unfortunately, RED Esports are still falling into their classic shenanigans where throughout the history of MPL MY, RED Esports has always been a 4-protect-1 team. Front to back, very structured team fights, and Team HAQ excel at causing chaos and separating the structure of these fights. And that's why they came out on top, and MVP of the match will be awarded to Gary here, who despite not playing on his classic aggressive style of jungler, is still able to use the strengths of Fredrin to their fullest degree.
Hey, you know what, Frederick? S-tier hero, 75% kill participation, 626 gold per minute. He's 19 years old. And look at that flag, man. It's one of a kind. It is one of a kind. And Frederick, overall, performing very, very well. You're very happy, right, that he got an MVP? He deserves it. He deserves it.
No, I'm just laughing about the one-of-a-kind flag.
Yeah, it's like, out of all the region series, let's look at the highlights brought to us by Gardner, man. And let's look at Gary as well, where now it kind of looks like he understands that he needs to be molded by the meta as well. If Frederick is an S-tier hero, it's like, fine, I'll learn it. I'll use it the best that I can. And looking at the structure of the fight as well, Min, either you engage or you counter engage. And then after that, Gary's going to follow up, having a lot of taunts coming in. And then this appraisal's wrap. Pow.
Now, we talked about the way that these drafts interacted before the game even started, where RED Esports has a really strong dive composition that wants to pressure Team HAQ and take fights as quickly as possible, while Team HAQ have a strong front to back. The goal of the front line is to just delay RED Esports in their dive and allow for Panda and Manta output damage. In this case, the latter strategy worked out way better, and a lot of that was because of how well Min was doing in delaying. Whenever Maul or Ren QT wanted to jump in, it was always too late due to the CC, due to the crowd control, being able to group them together so that Panda and Mai can output the most AoE DPS possible. And unfortunately, the weaknesses of RED Esports draft were Barats really doesn't do anything other than be a massive damage sponge. Doesn't work under current circumstances.
All right, so good news, bad news time. All right, you ready, Stafa?
Yep.
Looking at the standings now, Team HAQ is not the bottom two. They're sharing the 6th spot with RED MY as well as Red Giant Esports. That's the good news. Now the bad news. Madness has only played 6 matches and is only 1 point down. RED MY is also 6 matches. Red Giant Esports, they've only played 5 times. So this is what I said, where it's good that they won this one, but they're not in clear waters yet because Madness, they have an advantage of having more games now compared to Team HAQ, where Team HAQ only has like 2 more games.
Now we instantly see the pressure that is on these teams with this new format. Everyone in a single group with the bottom 2 eliminated. Whereas in the past, having a team like Team Secret in this case, where unfortunately it's pretty obvious that they're not going to be moving forward, meant that
actually,
an entire... Really?
If they lose here, then it's 100% confirmed.
Oh man.
100%.
That's unfortunate, but that usually makes the other teams in their group feel pretty safe. Now, no one is safe. The entire bottom half of the standings is at risk, which means that every single match matters, just like what we're going to be seeing next. It's going to be Team Secret up against Todak.
In this kind of game, right, people would say obviously Toda would win. Looking at the track record for Toda as well as Team Secret, but I'm hoping, because I really don't like that word, obviously. I don't know, I kind of feel like it sounds so condescending, right? So this is going to be an epic match where I want to see if Team Secret can surprise us in a positive way.
Surprises indeed. We've seen a lot of past matches in history where one team should definitely win, especially in a match where points matter, and then somehow the underdogs come out on top. So you never know what may happen. Keep your butts glued to your seat. We're going on a short break. After this, it's going to be match 2. We'll see you then.
hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini gelanggang kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit. Namun, juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
You destroyed a turret. hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary. Meet your end. Legendary. Double kill.
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatik, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports. Persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan permain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL Season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star,
Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of the MPL Talk Show, a show where we membawang pasal pasukan kita. Nama saya Rose dan sekarang saya bersama dengan ICBP 12 dan juga Head of League Ops, Lafel. Oh, I like that wink.
Faham eh?
Faham.
So, I dah tahu dah nak buat pasal ni benda.
League bukan league. Okay, so for this episode, I nak cakap juga pasal only one team, which is Team Secret.
Oh.
Yeah,
Team
we
Secret.
can see that their performance has not been the best. Right? There was a lot of issues, a lot of hiccups. So, how do you think, like from a caster's point of view, from an analyst's point of view, how do you think their performance has been, and how do you think they can improve from there?
So, bukan nak sugarcoat tapi dia punya performance is not good, right? Tapi macam mana you cakap, it's like from an analyst punya standpoint, like why is it not good? Because kalau kita tengok individual skills daripada players, especially daripada AIM, Neo dengan Box, very good. Very, very good. Tetapi it's like, macam mana Mobile Legends, kita dah evolve daripada say season 2 sampai sekarang ni dah season 11 where mechanics dah tak cukup dah. You need very good teamwork and kita boleh nampak macam diorang punya preparation as a teamwork daripada off season, masuk season kali ni, it's not diorang punya main focus. So I rasa that's the biggest weakness bila banding dengan team-team lain. Diorang punya chemistry or the teamwork is not there yet.
Yeah, I think it also amplifies as well. I think I bring up this very point about chemistry, and also previously it's all about communication, right? Team Secret is pretty much a team where semua problem kena solve, tak cukup masa, masalah komunikasi, masalah chemistry. So for them to actually buck up right now, mathematically, kita hypothetically dream game, okay? 3 game left. Nomor 2-0 masih ada chance, tapi hoping other team tak menjadi. So yang tu a bit of a problem. Very, very difficult.
I see. Okay, so now we're talking about they have 3 more matches left, kan?
Yes.
3 match lagi, tapi masa transfer window, dorang have a thing for toes. Dorang gantikan Deto for Zuto in the gold lane.
Selamat Hito bukan free agent.
Betul, selamat
Hito bukan free agent.
Betul.
I don't know, like even kalau kita tengok communication black, community punya reaction, diorang pun macam kenapa keluarkan Deto, right?
Yes.
Because untuk banyak community yang tengah tengok, diorang mempersoalkan kenapa tak upgrade diorang punya roam position lagi, because diorang punya Philippine players, diorang cuma main 1 game so far. And macam mana kita cakap, the preparation is not there, so kita tak boleh nampak the full capability of line up Secret dekat sini. So I rasa in terms of diorang punya penukaran player, because Deto also performs well, tapi analyst punya standpoint, I rasa he's playing a little bit too safe. Dia tak ambil risiko tu.
I see.
And sebab kita tahu Secret suka O, diorang nak risiko yang lebih, diorang ambil Zuto. Hopefully Zuto is that playmaker, is that carry punya potential.
Is that O they're looking
is
for?
the O they're looking for.
You know, speaking of the O's here, they are currently O and against everyone. And at the same time, you know, it feels a little bit sad. I'm not gonna lie, your Team Secret is put in a position. But if you think about it here, from any professional team, right?
Yeah.
If you think about it, going to MPL, it's not exactly the easiest thing to do.
Oh yeah.
Competing is definitely very, very difficult. And
that's why kita jadi caster je.
True, but at the same time, if you think about it here, if you want to compete a competition like MPL, it takes months and months and months of preparation.
Yes.
Secret didn't exactly had that luxury, and even though Secret, quote unquote, a very, very big organization, still for a Mobile Legends division, it is still very new for them. That's one. Two, the time constraint that they had, the visa issues that they had, and their ping issues when the Philippine players didn't exactly make it on time to actually compete was a very, very big factor. Obviously, getting Zuto in, I think it's a good change, but at the same time, it might be a little bit too late, and they have to pray for a miracle, to be honest.
I see. So do you think that they still will be able to see the light at the end of the tunnel?
Like you said, it's gonna have to be a miracle, nothing less.
Oh, well, kind of sad, but it is what it is. Thank you so much to Icy Baby, and thank you so much to Lafel for being here today. And that is it for the 11th episode of the MPL Talk Show. We will see you on the next one. Bye, everybody.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
It's no secret that things are looking a little dicey for our bottom-ranked team, pun intended. But will they be the potential unexpected competitors that rouse Todak from their momentum, or will they be satisfied with just moving forward knowing and never unlocking their true potential? We'll find out today on the English desk along with me, Staffa, and Lafel for our second match of Week 4, Day 3.
Thank you very much, you very beautiful man. Thank you. Beautiful, though with a very limited stature. Here, we're going to look at what is the potential future for Toda, because again, for Secret, it's almost done and dusted. They're probably not going to go into the play-ins, but Toda, they got a lot to fight for, because for this bracket, right? Because after the show, we might look at the playoffs bracket or the potential of the playoffs bracket, where for Todak, they want the top 2 spots, because the top 2 spots, essentially, they have 2 lives in the playoffs where they'll be starting at the upper semifinals. But if they're number 3, number 4, they're going to be at the upper quarterfinals. If they lose, they will still get eliminated, but they don't have to play in the play-ins round, so they have 1 less game to play. Either way, they want the top 2 spot, but if they can't, they got to get at least number 3 or number 4, because if not, it's basically a lower bracket playoffs.
The stakes have never been higher, and that means that the competition...
Don't talk about stakes, man. I'm puasa.
Well, you're the one who thought about those stakes. I'm thinking about different stakes.
Oh, dude, like...
So, you know, who's at fault here right now?
Dude, like... medium, rare... Well, no. Let's talk about Secret and Toda again. Oh, man, Toda is a fish. It's okay, I'm a legit seafood.
Yeah, it's a pretty rare situation either way, where you see the competition is so tight up in the top of the standings, because going for a top 4 is just not good enough anymore. Top 2 is where everything is at. So even though Team Secret, their chances are not looking all that strong, they still have a reason to fight here, because potential is not snuffed out yet. But Todak, every point they can get will get them that much closer to those coveted top 2 standings.
Well, when it comes to Toda, we always question, what's the lineup gonna be? Even the coach questioned us. So let's find out. Let's roll over to the stage with Rose to see who's playing for today.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua, nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan inilah dia, match kedua untuk hari ini. We will witness Todak versus Team Secret. Stadium Juara, are you ready for this very dramatic clash? The crowd is ready and I'm sure the players are. Guys, ready? Ready? And with that, let us invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL. Gurau je, I'm kidding. Dorang cakap tak cukup energi, tak nak keluar. Todak! Dorang cakap tak cukup lagi, so tak nak keluar. Todak! Kena lagi kuat dari dorang. Todak! Team Secret, let me hear you. Oh wow, we have fans from Zuto today. Oh, the debut of Zuto in MPL. Okay, so who will win? Will it be Chico winning his lane or will Zuto win his lane? Zuto. Chico ke Zuto? Chico. And with that, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan ke atas pentas MPL Malaysia, Todak dan juga Team Secret.
Team Secret.
Melalui jalan yang sukar dan penuh rintangan, kali ini a road to self-redemption. Mereka menampilkan pemain baru setelah transfer window dibuka. Zuto diturunkan sebagai gold laner mereka. Adakah ini jawapan untuk memecahkan kebuntuan mereka? We will see how they will fare against a big team in MPL.
Todak
masih menurunkan line-up pemain tempatan mereka. Tiada Flynn, tiada Momo, Moon dan Formace pula bakal beraksi. Apakah ini merupakan line-up khas untuk menentang Amox? Yang pasti, line-up ini akan menunjukkan permainan yang cukup agresif. Sama-sama kita saksikan the dramatic clash in the second match. Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Team Secret, Coach Amox hadir bersama Ken sebagai analis. Manakala untuk Todak, Coach Behave ditemani Ajim as the analis. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda profesionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Sementara players sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawan dan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Haikal dan Wendy. Thank you for your hard work. Okay guys, the players are seated, the coaches are ready. Who do you guys think will win this dramatic clash? Let me hear you scream for the side of Todak. Let me hear you scream for the side of Team Secret. And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
A dramatic battle is truly about to unfold upon the Land of Dawn as Team Secret stand poised, potentially ready to take down the tower, the pillar of MPL. That is Todak, feeling a very classic lineup of their local players. Will Amox be able to overcome the odds?
Hey, you know what? Looking at this situation, it looks like Todak, they're taking this very, very seriously because we're asking about the main lineup. I kind of feel like this is the main lineup. And let's talk about Zuto for a little bit because previously they played with MLBB Esports during Season 9. I wonder if he can make a difference here. And let's look at the coach focus where Amox, he's focusing more on the team fight strategy as well as the objective and map control. And unfortunately, 0% win rate for both first and second pick because unfortunately, they haven't gotten the win so far. Quite a rough start here for Secret in this season.
No team, like more than Team Secret, has felt the competition just completely blow out of the water in this season in particular. Amox has always been an accomplished coach, but in this case, he's been finding it difficult to be able to rile the team together. The synergy, the communication still seems to be really lacking in their control here. And even though a lot of good efforts have been put in, such as when Amox took the stage himself to play together with them, they still haven't been able to find the stability that Team Secret is hoping to rely on.
Yeah, right now, Toda going up against Team Secret. Quite a lot of, I would say, rumors going around because we're going to look at coach behavior, and this is one of the first coaches that we see have a very big focus on one particular thing, which is objective and map control, putting less points on the player's mechanical skills, but he's in very, very good hands because even though he puts less focus there, but he has one of the more talented roster here when it comes to mechanical skills, having Yums in the roam position, Momo performing like incredibly well, even though this game is not playing, but still, he has a lot of very good options for him to complete his draft.
I think it's pretty smart not to focus too much on player mechanical skills because Todak already has that in droves. So focusing a bit more on objective and map control in order to raise the macro awareness of these players as a whole and perhaps instill a little bit of discipline in our classic Langar lineup is a good approach to go for. However, from what we've seen so far, Todak still seems to be ready to do some experimentation upon the land of Dawn, so that spirit is still there. The question is how well these strategies and how well the coach direction have been able to synergize along with one of Malaysia's strongest team personalities.
I'm glad that you brought up the draft because Toda is well known to bring up the Hanabis, the Mias, the Laylas.
Speaking of,
right? But the thing is, Coach Behave is here, right? We gotta see how much strength he has when it comes to the draft of these players to be like, no. We're going for a very solid draft. Even though, to be fair, they did pick up the Mino and the Florin the other day. It didn't work out, but different day, maybe it could work out.
Hey, one thing to note here as we're going into the draft for game number 1, Chiku technically made a statement up on stage yesterday.
He did.
He told a fan, Mia or Layla, we might get to see it today. And unfortunately, if they're going to test that sort of strat against anyone, it is going to be against Team Secret. So there's a lot that they have to live up to today.
Hey, to be fair, Layla got buffed up quite a bit. Mia is one of those heroes where you just press one button over and over again and then suddenly you get a Savage. So it's not the worst idea in the world. Now, looking at the bans here, Toda banning out the usual suspects, the Joy as well as the 1-1. Team Secret banning out the Fanny as well as the Glue. The Glue, it's very interesting, right? Because talking to the players, some of their perspective is like, they don't like the Glue because part of it is it gives you a green light that allows you to go inside the enemy's jungle just because you can win the lane and then you can oppress and just force your way inside of the jungle. So it's very unfun to play against that kind of situation when you're using a jungler that kind of wants to get level 4 very early up to the turtle fight.
Yeah, Glue is just not a fun hero to play against. Super uninteractive in the lane because you can never push him out, but he also does a surprising amount of damage as well, which is why he's able to apply so much pressure. Yes, towards the mid and late game, he does actually fall off a little bit if you have a composition that can just ignore him overall and leave him for last during team fights. But it's still agreed upon that it's a hero that you don't want to allow to go through in a very EXP lane focused meta, and therefore we can see why Team Secret would respect it alongside the Kaja, whose Divine Judgment is really good at setting up fights and pickoffs as of current. With the Arlet banned out, Team Secret gonna be prioritizing the Valentina as a first pick.
Valentina, pretty solid pick, so that Toda, whatever they pick up, it will go on the hands of Valentina as well. Now, my question here is, who's going to be using the Valentina? Is it going to be AIM or King Salman, where we're not sure which one of them has been training as the roamer. However, I do have to say, I've been watching some live streams from AIM. Yeah, because scrim and stream, they sound kind of the same.
Good.
This is the ST.
That's the new term.
The stream.
The stream.
Why do I say stream like that? Why does it sound so weird? Okay, I watch his live, all right? Why do I say stream like that? I watched the live, and AIM has been practicing as the roamer. That's all I wanted to say. But Toda, just like they're playing very seriously, grabbing the Fredrin as well as the Farsa.
Wow, this is
top tier picks.
This is literally the most classic, most top-tier lineup that Todak could go for to open up their draft. So far, they are definitely going for the safer opening. Of course, they always will leave their surprise picks for the very last, especially when they are on that red side. So keep your eyes peeled for now, ladies and gentlemen. As for Team Secret, I'm pretty sure they will want to prioritize going for something that Neo could pick up at this point. So far, Neo has been having a really rough time this season in the EXP lane, getting focused very heavily when in the past, he was always really good at those 1v1 trades. Are they going to lock in a solid hero first to avoid Todak from banning out too many EXP options? Looks like the answer is yes. The Lapu Lapu locked in alongside the Beatrix for Zuto.
This is very interesting because right now, Team Secret, they've already gotten their damage dealers up front. So they're having their flex pick for the roamer as well as the jungler, really trying to move around the draft here because Beatrix is going to be pretty safe. Going up against the Pharsa, usually the Pharsa would win out against the Beatrix, but we got to look whether they survive up until the late game. Now, Dota, what is their option? Because they don't know the jungler as well as roamer for Team Secret. What is a good blind pick here?
A good blind pick in this situation would be a marksman. Going for that gold lane matchup is pretty safe most of the time, but wow. Gonna take a slightly riskier path here. Gonna be picking up the Hilda when they don't know the enemy jungler yet. This will allow Team Secret to pick up something that is easier to deal with the invades that Yumes is gonna be throwing at them. But overall, will create a really powerful early game presence for Todak to use alongside the Pharsa. Though it does reduce in terms of the amount of CC that they currently have.
Okay, right now the Lancelot has been banned. It is like one of the most picked heroes for Box using in the jungle. Looking at the draft from Toda, right? Like, I kind of feel like Team Secret, they wouldn't pick this up. I'm not so sure if it is a Box kind of hero, but if Toda, they don't have that much burst, Alice is actually quite a solid pickup here. The only problem is the Hilda. The Hilda will be stopping the Alice for quite a bit in the jungle. So if they have some kind of roam pick that can stop this Hilda, it could work out because, I don't know, haven't seen Alice in MPL Malaysia and kind of wishing I don't have to say that. I kind of want to see the Alice in the jungle.
I would like to see it as well, but one thing to note, how about the Akai? In hands of Box, one of his signature picks from the previous season, great counter to the Fredrin, doesn't get zoned out of the jungle easily by Hilda. I think it's something that Team Secret will definitely want to consider right now, since having a bit of additional front line will help the Beatrix and the Valentina. Now the question is whether or not Todak will go for this over something else. If they come out with a Diroth as well, that's actually pretty good against both Hilda and Fredrin. So what is going to be the choice here in terms of that? As for roamers, AIM does like his Enchantress-style roams. Matilda, Kadita, even the Diggy might not be bad choices.
The Diggy would be very, very interesting, but right now I kind of feel like the Diggy could get countered by the Hilda as well because the Hilda could just pressure the Diggy very, very heavily, forcing the Diggy to use the time journey preemptively and then like really losing a lot in the fight. So yeah, AIM, again, looking at his live stream, okay, that felt more natural. Looking at it at his live stream, he's been using quite a lot of Kufras as well. But when it comes to roamers, the Enchanter style, he has been practicing again on the Kadita, but at least on the live stream, it didn't look that well. It didn't look that strong. And against a Hilda and Fredrin, even though it's good against the Pharsa, I'm really not confident about the Kadita against these two.
Yeah, I would not agree with it. We haven't seen the Matilda in a really long time, but that was one of AIM's signature picks back in the day. So we'll see whether or not it's under consideration, as Team Secret will focus towards banning out gold laners, since Todak hasn't shown Chiku guys as hero yet. Melissa as well as Carry going to be removed from the pool. Now, we've already seen Chiku play some pretty interesting heroes up until now. The Iritel has been a fairly common pick, as well as the opening on Popol and Koopa, and the Brody if he wants to go for early game cheese strats and just take down towers really quickly with the pressure that Yumes can output.
Interesting that they banned out the Carry. We don't see this a lot. Like, we would see more Brody bans, but Leslie is going to get picked up. Now, why I'm bringing out the Carry, because if you ban out the Carry, it kind of shows that you want to pick something very tanky. Something on the lines of Barats, where we just saw just now. But now that the Leslie is being picked, she doesn't care how much armor you have. You're going to get chunked down. The only way that you can itemize against this Leslie is just to have an enormous amount of HP pool.
Yeah, or the Twilight Armor.
Oh, Twilight, yeah, sorry, yeah.
I'm still kind of liking the Akai in this situation. I think it would be really good to have the heavy spin as a solid source of crowd control. Doesn't get affected much by Leslie's knockback as well. But we'll see whether or not that is what Team Secret will go for. Other than that, the Martis hasn't actually been banned yet, so they want to take the safe path out. That is probably the way. They're going to lock in the Grok first. I feel like this is going to get fairly bullied against Yubes as well as Moon. And Martis is going to be finishing the lineup for Team Secret.
I would say a pretty standard draft here coming in from Team Secret. Pretty respectable. Same can be said from Toda. I would say this is more standard than we expected. And Eve closing it up. A lot of control here, and it is going to be a Eve roamer.
Eve roam with the Farsa, and then 4Maze will be playing the Hilda in the side lane. One thing is for certain, 2 sources of magic damage means AIM is going to be at constant fear of death. Grok is so weak to early game magic damage, and this is a strat we've already seen Todak pull off against other teams. Early zone control is massive, and they'll be able to carry that momentum with them through the mid and late game, with Leslie dealing massive true damage as well. Team Secret, Zuto, he's got a lot of work to do this game.
Yeah, I really like Toda's draft just because the early game is pretty solid when you have the Hilda as well as the Farsa. And in the late game, you're going to be pretty solid as well with the Leslie and the Farsa. Well, something about this bird, it really gets everyone's attention.
Yep, that's what I love about birds, you know. They don't just consist of dodos, you know. You've got Farsa here with the burst damage, and that is what Todak is going to be playing around right now, fielding their classic local lineup as Team Secret eager to maintain their potential hopes of making it to the playoffs alive. But it is going to be an uphill battle as we return to the land of Dawn to determine the victor of game number 1.
For the person that created the phrase, it's not going to be easy, they probably saw this game. Like, he's from the past, but he saw the future. He's like, yeah, it's not going to be easy. But now we're going to look at the lineup here where it looks like King Salman will be stationary here in mid. And this is very interesting. AIM is constantly stopping the minion. So, very interesting strat, trying to slow down the level of Toda and making the rotations potentially a little bit faster. This is very interesting.
Now, commonly, Grok will use his wall to block out the first
but not every single wave.
Yeah. But in this case, AIM has blocked 2 sets of minions here because he recognizes that Todak will absolutely have lane priority in every single lane. He wants to put them in less comfortable positions while making it safer for his gold lane, his mid lane to be able to farm up against Todak. Meanwhile, in the top lane...
Yeah, Chiku guys already used the flicker. Box, not level 4 yet. He doesn't have the decimation, so he has to back off. And now 4 members of Toda are here. Rival, not going to be affected because of the waves. Still going to get level 4.
Part of the risk of blocking too many waves is that by making it so that all of your lanes collide closer to your tower, it lets Todak maintain lane priority and roam around when you see 4 members getting sent up top. Now, jungle being invaded as well.
And right now, Box kind of want to secure this one, but he's not able to. Rival secures that one for himself. Box still hits level 4, but looking at the situation, Toda definitely has a clear advantage here in the turtle fight. But it looks like Box and Neo, they still want to contest for it. And
Maze a little bit behind the EXP of Neo since he was invading jungle instead of taking lane. But Team Secret are at a pretty good spot to contest this, except Box. He's just been chased off.
Oh, Neo there. Rival still secures for himself. Box tries to run away. He actually manages to run away. Maze very low HP, but still surviving. And Neo not taking any damage at all, but it looks like no casualties. That's a prolonged team fight, but no one gets eliminated.
Yeah, that could have been really dangerous for Team Secret there if they lost Box. So really good use of the wild charge by AIM at the perfect time to knock up 4Maze and make sure that the Hilda could not chase down his Martis. Todak still do get the turtle there, but Team Secret not losing their jungle will keep them in this early game situation. Except Todak is farming really quickly despite the fact that they were losing out on a few waves due to their rotations. And this Eve roam is really making it difficult for AIM to open up the map.
Yeah, very interestingly enough, the way that Yums has set up the roam is he has full points on hybrid regen, 2 points on movement speed, and 1 on HP. Zuto having a pretty rough time here. Yums coming up top, probably going to secure a kill, not going to be using his ult, and he forces out the flicker. And AIM looks like he's going to go down, very low HP, uses the wild charge. manages to run away. 3 minutes in and no first blood yet.
Yeah, really solid disengages right now from Team Secret, but I think Todak as well are not really forcing out and diving too deep for kills because they know they don't need to. They have early game prio in basically every lane, and despite not getting the kills, they are constantly pressuring structures. They are forcing Team Secret out, using cooldowns defensively, so they cannot contest for any objectives.
Speaking of pressure, we can definitely see Boss getting pressured quite heavily. Usually we see Martis getting a lot in terms of farm in the early stage of the game, but so far Box has not been able to get any kind of a level advantage over Rival. So it kind of looks even, but not really. Toda is in a very good spot, 2k gold lead ahead, and Chico Guys is not going to get interrupted at all. And this is the only thing that is very dangerous about a Leslie. Well, not the only thing, but one of the main things that is very dangerous about a Leslie is even if you have Wind of Nature, it kind of doesn't matter because it's true damage, not physical damage.
Yep, that's what's so dangerous about having the Leslie in the late game, as right now, Team Secret already forced to do a lane swap, but Formaze all by himself.
Yep, taking quite a lot of damage. Terrified in box. King Salmon secures the first blood. Now, Rival, Moon is there for backup. It looks like Team Secret, they're gonna try to get this turtle up top. Neo goes up against Chico Guys, but at the bottom, looks like Rival secures a kill onto AIM. AIM probably took a little bit too much damage, and still a turtle dance here. Box going up against Rival. Who's gonna secure it? Box secures it, and Zuto gets a kill. Good engage coming in from Team Secret, even though they had to sacrifice their roamer.
Couple of mistakes out there for Todak. He saw the lane swap coming out from Team Secret, so Todak thought, Formaze especially thought he would be safe to invade the bottom side, but didn't realize Team Secret would rotate 4 members over. With Hilda gone, Todak already outnumbered, and Yume's focusing top lane, and now...
Oh, look at that full-on attack onto Formaze, using all the ults, but now Moon is here in the bottom side, making sure that they can't push. Even if they want to, AIM so far has been engaging quite aggressively, and speaking of which, taking quite a lot of damage. Ultimate snipe coming in, blocking King Salman. Thank you, King, for helping out AIM. But Chico Guys doing quite a lot of damage onto King Salman.
So far, Team Secret doing a good job of outpacing right now, able to escape from that as well, but Todak still applying the pressure, still winning out in terms of the gold lead, because the rotations are making it so that even if Formaze gets taken out, he is being used a little bit as a sacrificial lamb here.
And right now we can look at AIM. AIM is always scouting out potential pickoffs. Yums is an Eve. This could really make you feel weirded out because normally you want to go for the Eve, but right now they're going for Rival. Rival is terrified and he is going down. King Salman secures another kill.
Team Secret's rotations this early game have been really clean. I don't know who the shot caller is right now. I'm assuming it is AIM, but he has been setting up for easy kills with the wild charge. Todak feeling comfortable enough to split up and go one-on-one, but not realizing that they're getting caught out by 5-man rotations. This would usually result in Team Secret losing out on gold because Todak can just split up the map, but so far they don't seem to be doing that.
Yeah, Zuto, if he preemptively put on the Redder, he could have gotten a kill, but unfortunately he had the Bandit, so no kills just yet. But right now Team Secret, they're starting the turtle, Neo as well as AIM, trying to push everyone off. It looks like Box chunking down the turtle pretty fast. Doesn't look like Rival will be coming up to contest. So a free turtle for Team Secret.
It seems like what we've done so far now is that Todak is given up on securing neutral objectives because they know Team Secret has a really strong
look at AIM.
Oh, hold on.
AIM is coming. He's seeing it. Looking at the situation right now. He goes in, but Chico Guys flickers as well. And now Team Secret, they gotta back off. Todak, they managed to counter-engage. AIM has to die. The sacrificial lamb. But at least King Salman as well as Zuto does not get picked off. The Box managing to get the mid lane tower. Will he get picked off here? Tries to run away. A lot of damage. Gets stunned up. Chico Guys is there. And the kill goes over to Yumes.
I think this is actually still kind of worth it for Team Secret though. They trade out AIM and Box, but they get the tier 1s up top and at mid because Todak were rotating too many members over. The fight starting once again.
Yep, Neo going straight for Chico Guys. He wants to make sure he gets the Leslie. The Leslie still survives. Gets the kill. King Salman killing spree. Right now 1v2 against Yumes and Formaze shut down. Formaze gets the kill.
Kodak going to be coming out on top just slightly there, but losing out on Chiku, guys, is not ideal. Team Secret being able to split up the fight. Neo jumping backwards, nearly taking out Chiku, guys, by himself, but finished off by King Salman, forced him to reposition and put him in a vulnerable state. Trading like this is still actually okay for Team Secret because they are in control of more structures in comparison. But Kodak, they do still have a foothold here. Chiku, guys, his gold is way ahead of everyone else. 1K in front of even Neo, who is in second place. This is the win condition right now. They're funneling everything into the gold lane.
Yeah, and unfortunately, everyone from Team Secret is losing a little bit of gold. Like, they've been playing well, reacting, but look at this. Zuto going up against Formis. Formis is going to secure this kill. A pretty easy one at that. Now, Neo, not much that he can do. He got the stun. King Salman tries to secure the kill, but this is not going to be an easy kill to get. Never mind, he still gets Zooms, but taken down by rival. Box secures the kill. Abrasive's Wrath doesn't get the kill onto Aim. Aim tries to run away. Box helping out Aim, making sure that he does not die. Good engage and disengage for both teams, but still rival getting the kill onto King Salman.
We're seeing some really uncharacteristic movement right now from Kodak as they are just making mistakes. Chiku, guys, getting killed off there by Box means that he's losing out on a lot of the advantage that he already built for himself with his massive gold lead, and Kodak is relying very heavily on that to carry them through the mid to late game. Whereas Team Secret still doing a good job, but Zuto.
Oh, Zuto just got destroyed. Now look at Formis taking a lot of damage, but King Salman receiving a lot of damage as well. Neo is there to see Formis. This is just an elemental lord, but looking at the situation, it is going to be a 4v5 advantage for Toda. They could try to force this out, but so far it looks like they're trying to chunk it out one by one, chasing after Formis. Rival is there, abandoning the Lord, going for Box, and looks like both has used their retribution. And so far, a full disengage by both teams. And looks like Toda, they're going to secure this Lord even without the retribution.
Without Zuto, Team Secret simply do not have enough damage to threaten the Lord take by Todak, and their positioning going to be superior thanks to the feathered airstrike and real-world manipulation. Formis, his job in this game now is just to execute Zuto every single time he sees him, and that is the danger of this Hilda-EXP. Even though he went 0 and 2 earlier, he's now 3 and 2. He's just racking up those kills onto the Beatrix.
Yeah, it doesn't feel nice that as Beatrix you want to build a defensive item early. Like, if you want the Wind of Nature, it is kind of good just to pick it up like right now, but again, it's a very, very difficult situation because Formis just forces himself way through, and there's almost nothing that Team Secret can do because they're peeling, but they kind of want to engage as well.
Yeah. As long as Toda can force Zuto to build Wind of Nature really early, it instantly puts Chiku, guys, way ahead of him because he knows that he can play fairly safe in the backline as long as Neo is zoned off of him. Kodak, they're going to be playing with that in mind as slowly, pushing forward.
Yeah, looks like they really want rival and rifle. The kill has been secured, just picking him off. Neo taking quite a lot of damage, but look at this. Box already has the Twilight armor, so if he can frontline, it's going to be looking very, very good. And Zuto, for me, is just always being there, always reminding him is like, you're never safe here, buddy.
This Hilda is a pain in the butt, where even though normally when you lose the EXP lane early, it shouldn't work out for you, Hilda is just a constant presence, a constant pressure that forces Team Secret to group up together to make sure Zuto isn't picked off again, and Toda can use that to extend their control over the map.
Yeah, for me, is getting chunked down, is getting shut down by Zuto. Chiku, guys, just finished his Blade of Despair, so if you think he doesn't hurt just now, he's gonna hurt a lot more right now, and Zuto already completed his Wind of Nature, so the next time getting rushed by Formis, they could easily get a kill, but again, against the Leslie, it really doesn't matter.
What does feel weird to me though is that Formis is just overextending every single time. There's no reason he needs to die for these, not even using sprint to try and escape from Team Secret. I'd understand if he was sacrificing for an objective timing, but that's not the case. It is allowing Team Secret.
Wind of Nature used, that's an easy kill. King Salman secures it, Zuto goes down, but what happened just now? Flicker used as well as Wind of Nature. That was a big go button for Team Secret. Rival right now wants to salvage more. Moon trying to get a good flank here, tries to cut Team Secret off. Aim gets a little bit stunned. No, it does not. Fox goes in. Formis wants to kill onto Aim. Aim's gonna go down. And right now, disengage coming in from Team Secret, tries to run away. Box slows down Toda, making sure that they don't get the kill. Mistakes from both teams.
An excellent engagement from Team Secret there. That was brought on by the fact that Formaze died earlier, allowing Team Secret to group up and push into the Tier 1 tower. Now, a mistake was still made. Zuto went way too in front in that last fight. There was no reason for him to charge ahead. Yes, AIM got an excellent flicker wild charge to catch out Chiku guys, but there's no reason that the Beatrix should still be in front of Box and King Salman. If he had stayed alive through that fight, Team Secret could have actually gotten a lot more.
Weapon selection is so important because in that fight, when he was pushing, I understand he wants to push fast, but he used the Wesker, and that kind of forces him to get into a closer range. I kind of feel like in this situation, maybe just getting the Nimiru would be ideal.
We'll see. Right now, they're going to be positioning, going for the Lord take. Todak want to secure over this Lord pit because if they can get this, it would be very easy for them to just push straight in, take maybe 1 or 2 inhibitors. Team Secret going to be focusing mainly on resetting, going for the concealed play.
Concealed right now. Formaze looking at that. AIM has saw him. They saw Rival as well. Will they commit? Yes, they commit on to Rival. Rival taking quite a lot of damage. Bandit's Rage on the head of Rival. Rival still alive. Manages to get away. Chiku guys just killed off AIM. Neo has to run. Formaze is chasing after Neo. And right now Zuto doing a lot of damage. But still he has to run. Formaze being a menace. Getting chased down. Double kill for Formaze. Moon getting a kill as well. Chiku guys, full HP, shut down. King Salman is on a killing spree, but still the Lord secured for Toda. Chiku guys, ultimate snipe onto King Salman, doesn't get it.
That was scary right there. Also, really unfortunate because I'm pretty sure Zuto just killed himself on Formaze there with the blade armor at the end of that fight. A good idea and a good strategy from Team Secret. They recognized that they had enough damage to burst Rival down up until this point. So use the wild charge on him, have AIM tank all of the damage from Chiku guys in the backline and finish him off before Todak are able to run to back him up. Unfortunately, seems like Rival was able to build up enough tankiness in between that time. Surviving all of that meant that they could turn the fight around. AIM getting taken out meant that the rest of Todak could reconnect. And Team Secret gets dismantled one by one with Formaze providing vision in the front line.
Yeah, damage ranking, Chiku guys is #1, but King Salman is not far behind. They managed to take down the Lord before the Lord could even do anything. AIM taking quite a lot of damage, taunted by Rival. Rival has to be careful as well, even though he has that other bar of HP. He's taking quite a lot of damage. Team Secret right now looks like Toda Yumes is gonna get taken down. Mega kill for King Salman, getting 1 kill here. Feather Airstrike used by Moon, trying to make sure that no one can defend the mid. Zuto already built his Haas Claw. Now he can stay in the fight for quite a long time. AIM gets Rival. Rival stunned. Rival terrified. Unstoppable for King Salman. Right now Formaze is getting chased down, but he is too fast. No one is getting this Hilda. AIM marches forward. Chiku guys is there, but it looks like the fight stops there. They got Rival. Good footing here for Team Secret.
Todak is just making rudimentary mistakes right here, and that's really uncharacteristic of them when this is a classic lineup that should be very comfortable playing together. I feel like they're a bit too aggressive. Maybe this synergy is too close and too aggressive as Team Secret take great initiative. They catch out Yumes instantly. Normally, when you see the real-world manipulation, it's gonna zone them backwards, but nope. Box sees it, it's his chance, he gets the kill, and instantly Todak go in, get the wild charge, set things up. Neo zoning out the backline. When Team Secret are able to control the momentum, when they have the initiative in a team fight, Todak actually needs to be very careful.
AIM is stepping up heavily, man. Like every single kill, it is off of AIM's initiation. And I kind of like how Team Secret is playing this out because every single time AIM says go, they go. And King Salman now 9-2-5, performing so well. But I'm talking about mid laners. Look at you. Look at Moon, 0-0-6. He's not being touched at all throughout the game.
Yeah, but is it enough though right now? Because King Salman gonna scale up really heavily to the late game. Oh,
looks like Formaze. Zuto goes down actually. Shut down, double kill for Moon. I was talking about Moon. He got the kills. Now it's 2-0-7. Box and Neo all alone. I don't think they can defend this. Toda secures the bottom inhibitor. Box is alone. Chiku guys flickers forward. Immortality pop for Box. He gets slain by Rival. Game #1. Give it over to Team Toda.
That was kind of gross right there. Formaze walked into 3 members of Team Secret in the brush, and not only does he kill Zuto, he survives everything as the rest of his team cleans up the remaining. And the remnants of Team Secret not going to have sufficient utilization in their pockets to be able to stop Todak from taking down the crystal. An excellent play right here. Definitely could have reduced the number of mistakes we saw this game overall, but Todak still got it.
It was close. It was really close, and Formaze did so well, making sure that Zuto does not play the game. Just now, I kind of felt like Formaze could have gotten out, but we gotta listen to what Todak has to say in their first game just now.
Tukar lah. Sambil selalu kena gula-gula. Adik kan kena gula-gula. Aku main lah Yan. Jom kita tengok apakah crafting armor. Dah tinggi Dah jungle.
Ini bukan Asian boy. Ini Asian boy.
Tolong Yum. Tolong.
Tumun aku ingat. Gerok nol. Kau mesti cari-cari mana rival ni kata nak back.
Jom kejar dia jom. Nak kejar dia?
Ni aku tank gini. Bagi damage. Aku keluar dah.
Nice one. Tolong, dia flicker.
Aku ada meh.
Dua orang flicker.
Boleh.
Backup Ciku je. Bagi Ciku ke depan je guys.
Ni.
Kill dulu kat sini guys.
Kill dulu. Kita recall Ciku. Let's go.
What we just saw was some classic Todak shenanigans right there, having fun on the battlefield, definitely causing a bit more chaos than they need to, resulting in, honestly, more mistakes than they had to make. I feel like Todak already had control of this game from the very beginning, and if they just lightened up a little bit, they could have ended the game way sooner without the risk of Team Secret coming back.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, sometimes putting too much pressure on yourself could kind of give you that brain fog, not sure what to do. And like, I kind of feel like Todak has found this balance where we gotta be serious, but we still gotta be ourselves at the same time, because sometimes people are too strict. They're so tight that they couldn't do anything. And if you guys feel like you guys can't do anything, it's probably because you're gaming on the wrong phone. Make sure you guys game like a pro with ROG Phone, Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Get your Savage with the fastest and most responsive display. Climb through your ranks as fast as possible and as long as you want. With the biggest battery of 6,000 milliamp hours battery.
6,000 is a lot.
That's
honestly.
a lot. That is
like a lot. Like, if you guys just think about the concept of power banks, even like just some of the smallest power banks are only a little bit bigger than that. So that phone is powerful. It's gonna get you guys climbing through the ladder in no time.
It's crazy. Like, I have a power bank, right? It's like 3,000 milliamps, and it's the size of a house.
Wow, do you live in your power bank?
No, I mean, like, context is king. It could be a house for anything, right? So let's look at the itemization for both teams here. And looking at Chico here, using the Leslie, I kind of feel like because they banned out the carry, it kind of gave the signal towards Todak. It's like, oh, you guys want a very tanky lineup, where there's another tank destroyer in here, Chico, guys. The moment he has the Berserker Fury, the Blade of Despair, as well as the Endless Battle, is basically like damage over damage over damage. Like, it's almost unfair.
Now, we do see the itemization. On the side of Team Secret, there's going to be 3 Twilight Armors already completed from Box, Aim, and Neo, and that is, of course, the counter rack on Chiku, guys. But I do also worry that going for that focus results in them losing out on defensive items for the other heroes as well. You can see that only Aim was able to build out both Radiant Armor and Athena Shield, when Farsa and Eve do different sorts of magic damage. And I think that's kind of the goal of what Todak was going for with this lineup. They have burst magic damage, they have consistent magic damage, they have burst true damage, and they have consistent physical damage in Fredrin and Hilda. It makes it so difficult for Team Secret to itemize against them. But there were still a lot of mistakes made, with Todak thinking that they were tankier and doing more DPS than they did, which allowed for Team Secret, honestly, having some pretty strong synergy here to get pickoffs alongside the leadership of Aim.
Match time, 18 minutes, 14 seconds. Rich Guy and Curry. Chico Guy, 720 gold per minute, 101,000 damage dealt throughout the game. Sandbag Aim taking 172,000 damage. Forgotten One Yumes with 12 total assists. And yeah, like you said, the troublesome thing of handling both the Eve as well as the Farsa is just that they both require different items to survive against them, having the Athena Shield as well as the Radiant Armor. And again, just because they have a lot of damage, you kind of don't have a lot of room to fight back, because when they fight back, they hurt a little bit more. And like my mom said, damage is good. I think that's what my mom said. More damage, more happiness. Yes, that's the one. More damage, more happiness. That's what my mom said.
I'm hoping that wasn't happening when she was handing out some, some punishment for not doing your homework.
Oh, now you're bringing flashbacks. But MVP of this game is going to be Formay. 72% kill participation, match KDA 6-4-7. 22 years old from Kelantan. He is the reason Zuto could not play this game. And you said it yourself. In a lot of moments, if Zuto was alive, it could have been game for Team Secret.
Yeah, Zuto was just put under so much pressure this game. Remember, this is his debut match here in MPL Season 11 up against HAQ of all teams. And Formaze has just been assigned the job. This is your target. Stay on top of him. Kill him every single time you see him. All he needed was that one Fury Hammer, and Hilda applies so much damage. The Blade Armor as well, causing Zuto to kill himself in that one engagement. That cannot feel good.
This does not feel good as well. Minute 12 up to minute 15. He stays in the jungle, just not his own. They completely in Team Secret jungle, and this is the best thing about playing a Hilda, is that you're fast and you do not care.
There literally is just a straight line going from the bottom of the map to the top of the map, cutting through both jungles. Formaze, he doesn't have to go anywhere. He's just eyeing for Zuto. He's just seeing who he can pick off, how many cooldowns he can force people to use on him. Remember, Formaze was always in contention for being one of the best EXP laners in Malaysia. And he's just had to take a back seat recently because Momo has been doing such an insane job. But that doesn't mean that Formaze shouldn't be feared, because the moment he comes back in, even if he does look like he's speeding at certain points and dying a bit too much, it's all to instill a fear within the hearts of Team Secret.
Yeah, let's look at the highlights brought to us by Gardner Man, where a lot of highlights from Team Secret is coming from AIM, but from Toda, again, like the way that the Formaze is playing this Hilda, he really embodies what it means to play a Hilda, which is don't think, just do. You just go in front, try to get as much damage as you can. If you die, oops, try again, right? Because Hilda is one of those heroes where you had a very long day and you just feel aggressive and you don't care. This is the kind of hero for you.
Yeah, more damage, more happiness.
Yeah, more damage, more
Even
happiness.
if you die, more damage, more happiness. At least you die happy. But that's what happens here. Todak, they were really aggressive, and I like their team fighting. The amount of different types of damage they had made it very difficult for Team Secret to build defensively against them. And when the fights are split up, Todak can pick off the members of Team Secret one by one. But they had their own share of mistakes as well. Except here, in this last fight, this just feels so insane. The fact that Formaze survives all of that and 3 members of Team Secret are taken out, leading to instant victory for Todak like that, that can really rattle with your psychology. A little bit worried for what Team Secret is going to be doing going into game number 2.
That was the power of friendship. Formaze was there, he was caught, but then fed the airstrike as we talk about the Farsa, the... What do you call it? The thing that rains from above? Not the feather airstrike. The other one. The smoothie, heavy, intelligent teleprompter, right? It hurts so much. It hurts so much. So it makes it to the point where throughout the highlight I saw, if anyone has any skills, drop them on Zuto.
Yeah, pretty much right. Honestly, from that last play as well, Formaze just living up to his name, because that's the number of players you needed to kill him in that moment. Unfortunately, they only had 3. Going on into game number 2, we see in terms of the lineup, it is honestly really balanced on both sides. Todak going for a slightly weirder one with the Eve and Farsa mid combination, and ordinarily, that should give them more mid lane priority, but AIM was moving alongside Box really well in those early stages and making sure that Zuto won out his lane pretty early on. It's just unfortunate that Todak was willing to let this happen because they knew that as long as Formaze is here, doesn't matter how much farm you have, you're just going to melt underneath Formaze's damage.
I like the draft philosophy coming in from Toda, where they're like, We're going to have a Leslie. We're going to have a Farsa. We need a way to make sure that they stay safe in the back lines. So the best defense is a good offense. So make sure that everyone just goes damage. Go to the front. Hilda, don't care about the back lines. You chase away their back lines. You know, let's use a damage roamer. I like this draft philosophy where it's like, the more damage we have, the safer we are. More damage, more happiness.
More damage, more happiness indeed. Your mother continuing to be a wise woman today. Definitely could use some of that advice right now on the side of Team Secret, because they are looking at another potential clean sweep loss. And remember, if they lose this series 2-0, Team Secret are automatically out of the running for the playoffs here in MPL MY Season 11. So the stakes are truly at its maximum.
Yeah, the stakes truly are delicious. We're going into the draft where I want to see how much freedom this Team Secret have, and I want to see if they're gonna change up the lineup just a little bit in terms of like their priority of getting the heroes, because just now the Martis didn't look too comfortable in the hands of Vox, because we saw that Rival basically pushed him away from his own jungle. I feel like Vox played okay, but perhaps him securing the Lancelot might be the waiting situation for Vox, because he needs something that he's comfortable on. Yeah. Even you say perhaps the Akai.
I do feel like the Akai would have been okay there, but I don't blame Vox for this situation. He was actually doing pretty okay early on. It's just that once Todak started applying more pressure, it became very difficult for him to chain the decimates, especially when they have heroes like Fredrin, like Hilda, even the extra shield from the real world manipulation, making it difficult to time precisely when the ultimate is going to be executed.
Never mind what I said about the Lancelot, it's going to get banned instantly. Wow. In fact, Todak banned out the Lancelot as well as the 1-1. Team Secret banning out the Fanny as well as the Joy. Kaja being banned out as well.
So now, I think the thing that's going to be on the forefront of everyone's minds, Todak are 1 game up. In this sort of situation, this is the most likely opportunity for them to try and experiment with something. And if they are going to ban the 1-1 for themselves, perhaps it is time to see the Layla or Mia.
Let it happen.
Yes.
Just let it happen, right? I want Team Secret to win, man. And we want more entertainment. Like, the game just now was amazing. It was a blast to watch. But what is a blast? Layla's a blast. Now Team Secret, the last ban, Arlet is still up. Kind of feel like one of those heroes you don't want to give to Formaze, but they're challenging it. Valentina banned. They're giving the Arlet. Arlet picked up by Formaze.
That is so risky.
What is the answer here? What is the answer?
Now, we've already seen throughout this season that Neo has a difficult time if he's being pressured too hard in the EXP lane, and Arlet does a lot to that.
Yeah, this guy is saying today, you know, Lafel, let's eat together, bukas kali. So, fine, whatever, man. Sure, why not? I think that's the guy from Team HAQ.
Yeah, just being courted by the audience right now.
Yeah, you know, I appreciate the love.
There's only so much of you to go around, though.
It's nice being wanted, except if you're a criminal. What's the answer? A Valir?
A Valir? Isn't that kind of weird, though, coming out from Team Secret?
Does it matter?
It's a good way of delaying if they don't go for the dive, but it's definitely not going to be a primary pick here. As we can see, Team Secret gonna be opening up pretty differently right now. The Fairness and the Glue comes out. This is a pretty solid combo to open up with, because Glue generally doesn't lose lane a lot, though we've already seen Arlet put a lot of pressure in that 1v1, and taking it away to Fairness just so the Ghostbusters cannot stack up massive damage on the split is pretty safe for now.
Well, we're gonna see how does the Glue match up against the Arlet. Thought they're securing the pressure again, 69% win rate. Nice. As well as the Eve. Eve being picked up. I kind of think they want to challenge Team Secret, whether they want to pick up the farce of themselves or they're going to ban it out, because they're putting this pressure that if you guys don't ban it or if you guys don't take it away, we're just going to secure it for ourselves.
That is true. It's a tricky spot to be put in, though. The question right now is whether or not this Paramis is going to be mid or roam.
I prefer mid. I prefer damage Faramis, but again, that's my personal opinion.
But it's not as if roam Faramis can't be built for damage as well. That's exactly what they're doing with the roam Eve.
True.
So we will see here. Right now, the real world manipulation is going to be a big threat to the Cult Altar because it's just a big AoE that's going to trap people in. We've already seen the way that some teams are able to deal with it as well. We even saw the lead get brought up to Raging Sandstorm into the Cult Altar timing. But Team Secret going to start off with their gold laner here, the carry locked in straight away.
Well, you do have the Faramis. The Faramis can protect you with the Cult Altar. So whatever pick they have left after this, I want to see if they go for the Toda philosophy of more damage. Well, not Toda, sorry. My mother's philosophy of more damage equals more happiness, where they're just going to have more damage to push Todak away from the carry, because I actually like seeing Zuto play, because Deto was very passive. He's good at farming, but he's very passive. But so far, Zuto doesn't care. He's going to go in front. Even if he dies, he's still going to dish out the damage. So, I don't know, man. This game, there's potential. There's potential.
May as well take advantage of the carry's innate damage build if you're going to play with someone that wants to fight in front after all, right? But it's going to be a lot of pressure on the Team Secret to make sure that they're able to keep him alive. Right now, Todak, they already had the Kadita banned out against them. What do they want to remove from the pool of Team Secret? I feel like they might focus a little bit towards that. Actually, hold on. Thinking about this a bit. Probably it's going to be the jungles, right? Yeah. They're going to start by banning out the Hayabusa. I suppose the Lancelot will most likely follow after this.
Lancelot has already been banned, you know, first ban.
Oh, yeah, right.
So
that happened so long ago.
Yeah, 2 brain cells, right? Am I right? Yeah. Dodo moment. But
that Dodo moment.
I kind of feel like they would let the Martis go because they've seen what the Martis can do. And I kind of feel like Rival's like, yeah, I have no problem going up against this Martis. So maybe this time they ban something like the Akai or another jungler, say a Ling. But so far, I don't think their plan is for Box to really carry the game with a damage dealer. So I don't know, the next ban, it's difficult because they don't know where this Faramis is going. Is it mid? Is it roam?
Well, for now, the Claude is a smart ban. Again, AoE damage is going to be the weakness of the Cult Altar, and Chiku, guys, is just so aggressive with the Claude. Considering the attack range of carry, it's going to be very difficult to jump on top of him. Ideally, giving Zuto the best gold lane matchup they can find right now is going to be the goal, as Leslie is going to have a bit more difficulty this game. So Team Secret doesn't mind letting that through if Todak decides to lock it down. As for Todak, what is going to be their final ban? Already removing Hayabusa from the pool. They don't really need to worry about EXP laners. The roam is still a bit hard to consider, but they're still going to be going for it. The Grok gets removed from the hero pool.
I think that's a very, very good ban because AIM played so well with the Grog, basically enabling the entire team. Another engaged hero would be the Kufra, but I'm not so sure how effective the Kufra is going to be when the moment you dive in, you're just going to get Final Slash, especially just a tip here. Even with the bouncing ball, the Arlet doesn't care. The Vengeance still goes through. You can dash all you want, so I've seen him using the Kufra, but I don't know how effective it is in this game.
Yeah, it is one of those weird and funny interactions here. Honestly, I feel like a hero like Diggy may actually be really good against the amount of CC coming out from Todak, but pairing a Diggy and Aramis is a bit unsafe. So they're going to go for the safe choice. Franco going to be the choice from Team Secret. That will allow them to set up more early kills and also provide them with a little bit more mid lane priority. So it's now up to Todak. What is going to be Yum's hero to match up against this Franco?
Usually against Franco, you use something like a Atlas just because your perfect match kind of gives problems, and it kind of sometimes forces the Bloody Hunt to come out, but the Farsight is still up, so they could still use this.
The same strat, huh?
The same strat, it's just the gold laner. Right?
Right.
Brody is open, you know, Leslie, but come on.
We want to see it.
There we go! There we go! Layla picked up. Layla picked up, and not gonna lie, this is probably a very good game for Layla. This is a very good game for Layla because that's, you know, there's a lot of range.
It honestly is. Carry, we know, a short-range gold laner. I will note, from personal experience, Layla is a super difficult hero to play 1v1 in lane against. That extra stun.
There's going to be no other big surprises.
Yeah, it's so annoying to deal with. They have so much AoE magic damage as well to deal with Team Secret if they do decide to dive upon them alongside the Final Slash. Team Secret gotta bring out something really special right now. They need a jungle pick that can reach the backline safely while being able to avoid a lot of the diving potential.
Oh, wow. I was talking about there's no way he's going to pick up the Ling, right? Looks like he's picking up the Ling. Box is going to carry this game. DJY, where are you? Clip this. This is going to be an interesting match.
Honestly, you and me both, we saw that Hanzo hover for a moment.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I was so sure that was coming
out.
That would be so good, but looks like they're going to be sticking to their guns, playing it safe. The Ling, 0% win rate so far, as well as the debut of the classic ML starter hero, Layla, in MPL MY. LaFell, what are your thoughts?
Let it be known that Chiku is a man of his words. If he says Layla, there's going to be a Layla in the match. This is going to be a very interesting one. I got to see, man. Like, if Chiku wins this, 100% win rate for Layla. MPL proven.
Imagine if that actually happens. Let's find out whether or not we're going to get 100% win rate Layla here in MPL MY Season 11 Team Secret. This is going to be their best chance, their best opportunity to claim a single point and perhaps disrupt Todak plans of moving to the top of the charts. Will the Layla pick be punished? Or will our favorite boys in purple show us that the beginner hero has what it takes to stand upon the land of dawn?
I paused for a bit because we're like, our favorite boys in purple, and the camera was looking at Layla, and Layla's in purple. I'm like, Layla's a boy?
Anything's possible if your imagination is strong.
Yes, I guess everything should not be assumed.
I am, of course, referring to Todak in this case.
So not Layla in...
Yes, no.
Okay, got it. That makes more sense, by the way. Now, looking at Team Secret as well as Todak, looks like the roamers will be hovering around the gold. And usually the Fredrin is the pickup to counter against the Assassin picks, but the Assassin has been picked up after seeing the Fredrin picked up. Now we got to see Box, how long has it been since he's practiced the Ling? Because again, the Ling so far in MPL Malaysia, 0% win rate.
Box was one of the classic assassin jungle players back in his debut, back all the way in Season 7. And he was pretty solid with the Ling back then, but the meta has shifted very heavily. So you can expect that Todak is going to be making a lot of movements to invade the jungle and pressure on a hero that's pretty weak early on.
Yeah, and again, we can see definitely looking at the level of Box, level 3, Rival level 4, Rival able to secure Box's jungle. It's going to be a pretty slow start here for Team Secret unless King Solomon as well as AIM is able to change the momentum, because AIM was very decisive with the Grok. We got to see whether he can still be decisive with the Franco, because the Franco could get a sure kill, a confirmed kill, but we got to see how good is he on his aim with his hooks.
AIM has always lived up to his name in the past, and now that he's given the chance to show that once again, I'm excited to find out. The Turtle going to be the contestant here as Neo jumps on in.
Yep, but not going to be able to get anything with it. Rival still secures the Turtle, and Neo thought that they're just going to let him slid it through, not going to kill him for now. 2 minutes in, and no first blood.
May I note that while that turtle fight was happening, Chiku guys actually forced Zuto to recall back to base. So the Layla versus carry 1v1, very firmly going in favor of the hero with the longer attack range. As Todak will be able to secure the first turtle, but no casualties means that Team Secret is still in an okay spot. The goal right now is to make sure that Box and Zuto are able to farm safely, even if they're not necessarily able to get kills, because Todak are going to be the ones forcing tempo.
Well, for now, Team Secret is not punishing this Layla pick, but again, looking at the heroes, they can't really punish just yet, because you need a setup for the Ling to really do anything, especially because looking at the way Box is playing, he just wants to farm up as much as he can. The top side, Yumes and Chiku guys, AIM tries to find a way to get the hook in, but it's not going to happen, so farming simulator for quite a while.
Destruction rush coming in from Chiku guys. Just to poke out Box, potentially steal the jungle camp as well. Not too sure if he got it, but both of these teams are quite comfortable with playing a little bit more passively. Todak will definitely be more of the aggressors as we're speaking. Looks like they're not going to engage on that. Team Secret, they want to be the ones on the backseat right now. Yes, they have the Franco, but as long as Zuto and Box get farmed up, their late game scaling is pretty solid, opposite of Todak.
3 minutes in, and Chiku guys already got the Berserker's Fury. Neo getting harassed a little bit by 4 mains as well as Mune. And right now, Neo using his flicker is able to survive. But here in mid, Rival gets caught for a bit. Do they have enough damage? It doesn't look like it. Zuto flickers in front, tries to kill, and first blood goes over to Box.
That's quite unfortunate for Rival right there. Just 1 second longer, and he could have actually gotten the Appraiser's wrap. Oh, aim with the hook!
Yums gets caught, real one manipulation, open and final slash! Gets 3! King Salmon managing to salvage the situation, gets Yums right now. Aim gets caught. Formaze able to stop him and secures the kill. What a beautiful triple final slash!
Oh, beautifully done right there. Yum still ended up falling in the end, but the extra few seconds that was bought by the 3-man final slash allowed him to deal more damage with the real one manipulation. And Zuto getting picked off as well means Chiku has instantly decimated the gold lane matchup, taking out the entire gold shield and the tier 1 tower as well.
Oh, it looks like Zuto is not going to be liking Formaze for quite a bit. This is game number 2, but it kind of feels like game number 1, where Formaze, again, is pressuring heavily onto Zuto. And there we go, Formaze, aim is there. Aim, what are you going to do? Formaze tries to run away, gets suppressed, but Moon is there. Formaze tries to run away. He's using vengeance, and look at Moon. Moon gets caught. King Salmon secures the kill. Aim, able to run away. Yums pulled back in. Box, do you really want this fight? He is caught inside the box. What irony, but he's able to run away.
A good catch right there from Team Secret, punishing Formaze for going a bit too far. I could see his escape plan, trying to mark the jungle camp and dash behind Aim. But Franco was already prepared with the bloody hunt. In the meantime, we've already seen a full lane switch. Chiku, he's got a lot of damage here. This Layla is so rich. Look at the gold rank, 600 ahead of Zuto, nearly taking out Neo.
All right, here we go. King Salmon comes in, has to use his co-Arthur, and look at that. 3 hits in, and his ult was basically cancelled. Excuse me, now Aim gets caught. Final slash, and looks like there's no way for him to go. Taunted, stunned, killed. Formaze secured a kill.
Kodak just eyeing their prey right now. Chiku is so far in that this state. He has taken down 2 tier 1 towers all by himself because Team Secret is just not matching the map control that Kodak is outputting. They have no lane priority, not even jungle as well, because Rival obviously overpowers Box.
Hey, look at Formaze as well. Flicker used to get the kill. Box using his ult, goes on to Yums. Yums so far is still surviving, and Box doesn't secure the kill. Moon gets Box, and Aim misses the iron hook. Neo unable to catch anyone with his split as well. Formaze! Double final slash! Catches both of them, but no kills just yet for Formaze in that skirmish.
You really don't give Formaze a hero like Arlet. He excels at these mechanical playmaking style EXP laners, and it is putting Team Secret out of position every single time, even if it doesn't result in a kill. Team Secret, multiple members getting picked off once again, even with the utility of the Cold Altar, as Todak continues to build up their gold lead. Being able to just dive in, take control of the map with their massive AoEs, as well as Final Slash, Todak are in full control.
Oh, looks like Bloody Hand has been used onto Formaze, but that doesn't look like that's the good plan. Neo get caught, Feather, Airstrike, Moon secures the kill. Team Secret, big mistake.
Chiku, guys, look at him. He's just pelting from the backline, using the Destruction Rush to get a kill as well. Todak is creating so much space for him right now. They're already threatening mid-tier 2. Real world manipulation gonna just be able to zone out Team Secret. 7 minutes in, 3.6k net worth lead. The structures are all falling to... Oh, the hook!
Yeah, but unfortunately it is on to Rival, and no one is really prepared to follow up just yet. 4,000, almost 5,000 goal lead. This is not good just because the Layla, again, is pretty strong coming late game, and I'm not so sure how much damage Team Secret could hold out. Like, they need a miracle hook coming in from Aim.
Look at how far Chiku, guys, is right now. 6k compared to the second most, which is going to be 5k from Formaze and Rival. Even going for the second item, Wind of Nature, because he knows that he is going to constantly be vulnerable. Otherwise, nothing too out of the ordinary in terms of items that are being constructed on both sides. What is for sure, though, is that Todak is being allowed to control way too much of the map, and Team Secret just doesn't have a draft that can answer it.
Yeah, right now their only hope, I would say, really is Box, but it's not looking too good because Box just completed the second item, and you need a little bit more than that, especially considering that you guys already has the Wind of Nature. Oh, look at that amount of damage coming in from Toda. And looks like Team Secret, they don't have a way to punish this. King Salman taking quite a lot of damage. They still they still managed to save their inhibitor tower, but only time will tell. Toda, I kind of feel like this game is kind of they're in the driver's seat. That's all I can say.
Team Secret doesn't have a lineup that wants to be out of the driver's seat especially. They need to be in control of the momentum. They need space to be able to farm on Zuto and Box. The purple buff being stolen once again. Because if they're not able to do that, they have to play super defensively. They just have to constantly hope that AIM is able to get a hook and pull it back into their ranks. Because otherwise, HAQ are able to completely encircle them, and they have so much AoE, so many heroes that can go in for that dive and disrupt the backline, all while Chiku guys can help from the back safely. This is a recipe for disaster.
Okay, right now, the other option is split pushing. If Box can do that, that'd be great, because Toda for now, it looks like they all do want to group up together, especially having a mage roamer. That is a possibility, but for that to happen, the other members of Team Secret has to be able to hold Toda in a stalemate when it comes to a team fight. So far, the damage has been a little bit too much. It's going to be a very difficult game for Team Secret to use their macro capabilities to get this game.
It's definitely not impossible. We've already... Oh, hold on, Formaze.
Formaze gets caught, gets suppressed, and he is going to go down. Zuto secures the kill. They managed to get one. Now we got to see if they can handle the rest of Toda, especially with the Lord marching down bottom.
That is excellent, though. The final slash is a really important engagement tool for Kodak. They're still going to push it anyway, though.
Oh, look at AIM. AIM managing to get Moon. Moon gets a lot of damage. King Salman goes in front. He secures the kill. And now Box goes in. Box goes after Yum, but it looks like he gets taunted. He's taking a lot of damage. Chiku guy secures the kill. AIM could not pull Yums when he is in the real world manipulation. But Chiku guys gets the double kill. Zuto tries to deal damage against Rival, but Rival is a little bit too tanky right now, and Zuto unable to deal the damage. Chiku guys from behind, taking down Neo. Mega kill for Chiku guys. King Salman is there, but not enough damage, man. Not enough to take down this Layla.
I cannot believe what we are witnessing right now. Chiku guys on this Layla is threatening Team Secret. And although they got an excellent fight, they got an excellent catch right there, they put themselves too out of position. This Layla is being able to deal out DPS too safely in the backline. Can't really blame Team Secret from that. They don't have the tools right now. The draft very much in favor of Todak to control every single battlefield they take.
Then the S-Strike used, and Zuto gets taken down. No mercy from Toda. Box able to find Yums, and there we go. The final slash onto Neo. Neo goes down, unstoppable for Chiku guys. Box tries to salvage the situation. He manages to get Moon, but not enough. Formaze secures another kill. Abrasive's Wrath gets one more. Formaze gets taken down by King Salman, but does it really matter right now? A 1v3 turret defense. King Salman cannot do anything, and looks like we're gonna close it out 2-0 for Toda.
Ladies and gentlemen, your 100% MPL MY Layla win rate has been officially achieved. Chiku guys, a man of his word, and he is gonna put it into action as well. And a clean sweep for Todak, coming out victorious against Team Secret, gonna be pushing them up even more comfortably in the ranks for Season 11. Whereas for Team Secret, it does look like that is where their journey will officially come to an end.
So no more Layla anymore. Keep the 100% win rate alive. Don't screw it up, you know, like, let this be a part of the MPL Malaysia legacy. And look here, hugs coming around from AIM as well. AIM, even though he lost, still showing good sportsmanship between Todak as well as Team Secret. Performing very well, and again, man of his word, the Layla brought through here in the MPL.
Unfortunately for Team Secret, the meta has just evolved way too rapidly this season, and being caught out in a situation where they simply weren't prepared to face the challenges that came in their way meant that Todak was too big a mountain to overcome. So let's see what the Todak players have to say as we throw it over to Rose for the interview.
the Todak win streak continues with a 2-0 in the bag. 3 mata penuh this time around. Okay, so actually, I want to ask a question pasal YVE Roma yet again. Yeah, YVE Roma. Ini kali kedua kita orang nampak Todak bawa YVE Roma in MPL. Apa kelebihan sebenarnya YVE Roma ni?
Untuk Todak sendiri, YVE tu utility sebab dia ada slow and then damage the area. So enemy kalau macam nak main pick off tadi tu susah lah.
I see. That's why the YVE Roma. Okay, thank you. I nak Formace. I rasa I tak pernah interview Formace kan? Okay, so jangan gaduh. Okay, so kita tahu Todak akan lawan Homeboys and RSG Slate in the upcoming matches. What does Todak want to say to these two teams? Oi. Analyst tengah ajar macam mana nak jawab?
First sekali sebab kepada Homeboys lah sebab dia tim, orang kata tim top 1 lah sebelum ni, tapi diorang dah jatuh ke nombor 2. Nombor 3? Oh, kita nombor 2? Oh, diorang nombor 3 Oh, okay. Sorry. So, kita orang tak ada apalah nak cakap dekat diorang sebab kita orang tahu kita orang akan boleh menang dengan diorang. So, good luck, have fun je lah.
Okay, you said sekarang diorang dah nombor 3, Todak nombor 2, SMG nombor 1 kan? Let me ask you, bila lawan Homeboys nanti, apa score prediction for Mace?
2-0.
2-0! 3 mata penuh sekali lagi! Oh my. Oh, Mu nak cakap? Oh, I yang risau.
Nak cakap ada personal sikit. Dekat Mu, kalau boleh kat belakang tu jangan campak-campak pen je. Santai.
Okay. Untuk RSG nak cakap apa?
Saya ada personal.
Oh, dia je. Oh, okay. I see. Okay guys, korang rasa siapa MVP of the match? Siapa? Okay, count with me tau. 3, 2, 1. Formace! Wait. Pergi mana? Jangan pergi ke sana. Jangan. Salah bilik. Formace. Ramai orang ingat Chiku yang dapat MVP of the match, tapi Formace yang dapat MVP of the match. So, how are you feeling?
Menggeletar sebenarnya. Sebab dah lama tak rasa MVP, so hari ni baru dapat rasa MVP, alhamdulillah lah.
Oh, itu dia. So, apa Formace nak cakap untuk semua orang yang datang dan sokong Todak?
Nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada semua yang datang hari ni lah. Kepada fans Team Secret juga, kita nampak ada Aiman depan ni. Ni tu kawan saya tu. Terima kasih semua and kita orang akan buat yang terbaik lah untuk match yang akan datang.
I see. Okay, sekarang masa untuk invite the lucky audience up on stage. Can I please have Akmal? Tu. Oh, yang duduk depan yang bully saya tadi. Faham? Dia bully saya tadi guys sebelum show start. Hello. Thank you.
Hello.
Okay, so how are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good today.
Really good tu janganlah pergi belakang. Stay je lah depan. So, nak cakap apa dekat Team Todak?
Nak cakap tahniah ke atas kemenangan 2-0 dan Team Secret boleh cuba lagi ya.
Alright. Thank you. I'm gonna give them a chance untuk ambil gambar. And kalau korang nak saksikan game-game yang panas macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Kalau korang ialah satu fan untuk naik pentas MPL, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamond. Thank you Akmal. And thank you to Team Todak. Please go to the right room. Jangan salah bilik. Alright. Everybody, let us cheer for our winners. Todak! Sekali lagi, Todak! And this time, Stadium Juara. Korang patut. Okay guys, and with that, mari kita dengar mic check untuk game kedua for pasukan Todak. I nak tahu, Moon panas ke tak?
It's for me time.
It's for me time.
Demi balik Yum, aku pick Laila Yum. Jauh tembak dia ni.
Pasal Lela, let's go.
Aku cinta kamu.
Sikat meh. Nice meh. Mantap gila meh. Saya BJ ambil tahu tak?
Terbaik.
Ida kahwin ni apa? Tolong.
Balik. No flicker. Mana tak?
Boleh. Dia tak ada apa? Dapat. Nice.
Zuto mereng je lah Zuto.
Meh. Jaga side meh. Ni lihat dia.
Nak keluar semua nak. Kena pam. Cum.
Nice. Jalan tak laju bos.
Sedap ni.
Kalau jalan kawin laju, kawin jalan laju.
And for you.
Whether you're the team that brings Layla to MPL MY or the team that allows your opposing Layla to go with no deaths the entire game, something is probably going wrong. And in this case, what can we say, right?
I mean, let's put it into context, right? They're completely outranged. And even if Team Secret could go in, that's the R-Lot.
Yep.
On Forbase. Forbase got the MVP game number 1. Game number 2, like, he's popping off, man. I mean, like, he carried the game. Like, 3 men, the final slash.
Honestly, the lineup from Todak is just so perfect for any long-range marksman to play with. Because, like you mentioned, they have the final slash, they have the Fredrin to delay the front line, and they even have feathered airstrike, they have real-world manipulation. Again, having multiple different sources of DPS that is hard to build defensively against. All Chico really needs to do is make sure he's not standing too far in front. And it's pretty easy to do that when your attack range is so massive.
Staffa, I gotta say, that looks like a rank meta that I want to try.
That is a good point. Actually, I do kind of want to try that now.
Dude, legit, I just want Farsight and Eve and see why. I mean, like, to be fair, it's not like super new. We've seen it in the Philippines. I think like it was like 1 or 2 seasons before when Eve just like wanted to do the first appearance. Like, okay, after 2 weeks, then we see Eve. Then they call it like what did they call it? They call it the, what is it that the bird and the box? Bird cage, the bird cage.
Oh, okay. I was wondering
the bird
where
cage.
you were going with that.
Yeah, this. Anyways, playoff dream looking bleak for Team Secret. Match highlight person rider. I kind of feel like at this point, let's not sugarcoat it. I don't think Team Secret will make it.
Yeah, I feel it's not even looking bleak anymore. It's literally you can't see it, and it sounds harsh, but I don't think Team Secret are able to do anything about it in this case, even if they win 2-0 in all their remaining matches.
It's harsh just because their logo is an eye and you say you can't see it.
Oh man.
Dude, why did you do that, man? 2 brain cells.
Man. It's time for me to go. I've gone too far.
You've gone too far.
I've gone too far.
You're kind of like a glue. You're just slamming them over the head and there's nothing they can do about it. Actually, never mind. Kind of like the Hilda. You're a Hilda. You're a Dodo Hilda. But with that being said, let's look at the itemization again. This looks like something that you could try in rank because it makes sense. As long as your EXP laner and your jungler is a good beefy boy, it's a possible draft.
Now, in the first place, giving Forme something like an Arlet is such a bad idea. This is one of the most mechanically gifted EXP laners in the entire country. You give him a hero that can set up like this, it's already bad news. Then you allow for Todak to play their comfort Eve Farsa mid combination that instantly grants them mid prio against whatever lineup you're going to throw at them. Yes, having the Franco, having the Faramis should allow them to roam out on the map and create space. But they also do have to care about Box, who's playing on the Ling, to make sure that he's not being invaded by Fredrin, who will absolutely go in by himself because he's that confident. Team Secret unfortunately just ended up losing out the draft too heavily here, to the point where the Layla last pick doesn't even matter too much for Todak.
Well, just in case anyone is curious, this is the itemization if you want to play Layla in your ranked games. First item is the Fury, Wind of Nature, Demon Hunter Sword, and then the Wind Talker. I'm probably going to finish it off with a Malefic Roar, as if you really needed it.
Yeah, having the Demon Hunter Sword is already really effective against heroes like the Glue. The Wind of Nature second item is honestly a really safe choice for Chiku, guys, because he doesn't want to be punished too hard for picking up the Layla, but it seemed like he didn't really need to mind too much about it. After all, still being the highest GPM, the highest damage dealt, this is quite a statement to make in a debut game of Layla.
Yep, 838 gold per minute, as well as 54,000 damage dealt. Chico guys will be taking the Rich guy as well as the carry. Sandbag Neo, almost 100,000 damage taken, and Forgotten One Yumes, 12 total assists. Now, mind you, Yumes is a roamer, and he took less than 30,000 damage, but more importantly, Chico guys, barely taking 11,000. That's how little he was touching this game.
Hardly anyone can reach Chiku guys here. The only damage that he's taking is probably from Box jumping down with the Tempest Blades, and maybe the occasional Ghost Bursters bouncing back to him. Chiku guys is just able to position so far back, and Team Secret doesn't have heroes that can dive the backline. I honestly feel like the Hanzo would have been a better idea.
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. But actually, the better idea is not to ban the Valentina and ban out the Arlet.
Yeah, but well, there's no point crying about spilled milk in this situation. The damage is done.
I'm fasting, man. Come on.
Yeah, that is true.
Anyways, looking at this, game time for the game number 1 is pretty close, 18 minutes and 14 seconds. But game number 2, not as close, 12 minutes and 22 seconds. The goal difference, a difference of 2,000 as well. And again, it's not that Team Secret, they couldn't do it because of what their heroes could do. Their heroes could definitely do it. It's just that they couldn't get there, you know? Like, you need items. Items is kind of important in the game for some heroes, and unfortunately, the heroes that they picked, they kind of needed those items.
The shot calling for Team Secret is still solid, but unfortunately, their tempo is just a few steps behind that of Todak, making a lot of their movements pointless in the end. And as we saw, MVP of the match going to be awarded to Formaze this time. His first match back in quite a while since Momo has been picking up on that position, but just causing a world of hurt for his opponents in both games as Hilda and then as Arlet. It's so difficult to ignore him.
Yeah, I mean, like, this sounds bad, but that was painful to watch, but in a good way.
Yes.
It was painful to watch, but in a good way. Combined KDA 10, 7, and 10, where most of the kills are from the Hilda game, where, again, like, Ooga Booga, you know, just go in front and see what you can do. And then when it comes to Arla, it looks like it's more calculated. No, definitely way more calculated with the Arla.
Yeah, because the Final Slash is just such a good engagement tool. It can be used to start fights, it can be used mid-fight, it can be used to end fights. Formaze knowing exactly when he needs to go in and when he's able to use his abilities. The fact that without lifesteal items, he's able to survive so long in some of these fights because of the way that the Vengeance is stacked speaks to his mechanical abilities as an EXP laner.
It's almost as if this is one of those heroes that should be always banned out, right? Kind of wonder why.
It's quite funny how that works, right? Look at this fight. He should have been dead like 3 seconds ago, and he only now dies after doing massive damage to A, making it unable for him to continue. And then at this point, Todak are just completely decimating the competition. They have full control, full tempo, they're able to invade. Chikugai is just able to plink from the backline, even using the Wind of Nature a bit early, but it doesn't matter. Once Team Secret makes the initial dive attempt, they have no resources to follow up on it.
Yeah, just to put more context, Bloody Hunt was used, 4 members of Team Secret was there, and after 3 days and 2 nights, then Formaze gets taken down. That's how crazy this hero is. And again, Team Secret, they fought valiantly, but against Layla, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, that's why his name is Formaze. You gotta have 4 days, 3 nights in order to take him out. You gotta have 4 players. It's just always a little bit too little. And in the end, it seems like with that, Todak, they already said it during their interview, they're going to be moving up into the 2nd place position, pushing Homeboys down thanks to the point difference that was gained by a clean 2-0 victory.
Yeah, at this point, it's not bleak. It's like you said, they're at most they could be is number 9, but I kind of feel like that won't be the case. This is going to be Team Secret out of the competition. They still have games to play. They will still play the games, but now we're just looking at who is potentially going to be at the 9th spot, because even though right now it is Madness, but again, Team HAQ is in consideration. Kind of weird to say that, but you know, it's like in the running for number 9. I don't know what nicer way to see it.
In the running for 9th place. It's the opposite.
It's the opposite, right?
They're in the crawling.
Okay. They're in the Slytherin for you Harry Potter fans.
They're in the running backwards.
Yes. what you said.
That's exactly what's happening. But it's not as if they're the only ones as well. Remember, there's 3 teams tied in 6th place, only 1 point ahead of Madness Esports. So the competition still needs to spice up right here with 2 weeks remaining in the MPL MY Season 11 regular season. Every single match is going to matter that much more. And speaking of every single match, we're going to have one more to finish off the day.
Yep, after this, we're going to be watching Red Giants going up against Lunatix, where... Okay, here's the thing, Staffa. I've been bringing this up in the Malay broadcast. Every team that goes up against Lunatix, they bring their second gold laner. 3 times in a row. 3 times in a row. But probably not going to happen against Red Giant because they don't have a sub-gold laner. Unless they put Xorn there. Highly doubt it. But if that happens, there's something up with Lunatix. That's all I'm going to say.
Man, I don't think we need to see that right there, but that is a really interesting observation. So far, this is a very interesting matchup here because these are 2 rookie lineups that are really up and coming here in one of the most competitive seasons of MPL MY. And I'm really excited to see which one of them will come out on top, especially with recent changes and evolutions to their metas. For now, we're going on a short break. After this, it's going to be match 3. Make sure you guys join us. We'll see you then.
Magnus, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan bermain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods. Legendary! Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution.
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seeded into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah. 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Ladi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
of all the evil gods. Meet your end! Legendary! Double kill!
Ini kelanggaan kita. Ini gaya kita.
Every year, I gotta deal with your nonsense.
Anyways, selamat datang kepada format explanation video kita.
This season, a brand new game format has been introduced, and we are thrilled to be presenting it to you. The MPL MY has been waiting for this revolution!
Format kali ini lebih dramatic, lebih hangat.
So let's begin. 10 teams will be seated into one group.
Masa regular season, 10 pasukan akan main sesama sendiri satu kali saja.
That's right, and these teams will score based on those games.
Bila cerita pasal markah, kalau menang 2-0, 3 markah, 2-1, 2 markah saja.
But if they lose 1-2, they will only earn 1 point. But if they lose 0-2, they won't score at all.
Markah yang terakhir akan menentukan kedudukan terakhir mereka.
And the lowest 2 scoring teams will be relegated at the end of the regular season. And the top 8 will then advance to the playoffs.
Sekarang, mari kita tengok format untuk playoff.
All games in the play-ins will be a best of 3.
Kecuali upper bracket final dengan lower bracket final, kita akan main best of 5. Best of 5. And grand final, kita akan main best of 7.
Teams ranked between the 5th as well as 8th place of the regular season will have to play in the play-ins.
Team yang menang dekat play-in akan lawan dengan tempat ketiga dan keempat dekat upper bracket quarterfinals.
The winners of the upper bracket quarterfinals will have to face off against the first as well as second seed of the upper bracket semifinals.
Team yang kalah dekat play-in dan juga upper bracket quarterfinals akan disingkirkan.
Luckily, if your team is in the upper bracket semifinals and they lose, they will go down to the lower bracket semifinals having a second life.
Kalau team menang dekat upper bracket semifinal, akan gerak kepada upper bracket finals.
Finally, the upper bracket finals as well as lower bracket final winners will face each other off in the grand finals.
Untuk lawan, untuk dapatkan trofi MPL Malaysia. Inilah video format explanation kita. Siapakah akan jadi juara kali ini?
The stage is set. Let the games begin.
Ini gaya kita.
Nadi sebuah bandaraya. Rentak berterusan yang menggalakkan kita ke depan. Sesuatu yang mengapi-apikan hidup dan semangat kita. Setiap orang mempunyai gaya dan irama tersendiri. Tapi, apakah yang boleh menyatukan semua lapisan masyarakat? Yang akan menarik perhatian seluruh negara dan mengujakan fan-fan dan players kita. MPL Malaysia ditubuh pada tahun 2017 dengan impian yang besar untuk menghimpunkan player-player Mobile Legends terbaik di atas satu pentas kompetitif yang terbesar di Malaysia. Musim-musim lepas menemui pelbagai cabaran dan halangan, tapi MPL Malaysia tidak pernah berundur. sentiasa berdedikasi dan bertambah baik untuk meningkatkan pengalaman e-sukan yang bertaraf tinggi. Kini, MPL Malaysia adalah satu liga yang penting dan paling dinanti-nantikan di tanah air kita. Dengan fanbase yang setia dan pemain profesional dari pelbagai latar belakang yang berusaha menuju ke puncak MLBB Esports, persaingan dah semakin sengit, namun juara hanya satu. Inilah aksi kita, budaya kita yang unik. Inilah MPL kita yang dipenuhi dengan drama dan emosi. Marilah kita nyalakan pentas kita. Ini gaya kita. Bulan lepas, tim Malaysia yang layak ke tournament peringkat antarabangsa telah gagal. Tapi yang dah lalu, biarlah berlalu. Kita akan bangkit semula dengan semangat reformasi yang terus membara. Tahun ini, kita berbeza. Bermula dari 10 Mac hingga 16 April, jangan terlepas kejohanan yang akan berlangsung di Stadium Juara. Datang dan saksikan pemain terbaik bersaing dalam MPL season ke-11. Ini gaya kita.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top. Kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, know I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku.
MPL Malaysia Season 11 is powered by Munton. Official mobile internet, Hotlink. More internet, more speed, more Gaia with Hotlink. Game like a pro with ROG phone. Republic of Gamers, the #1 gaming brand in Malaysia. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Official gaming chair, OSIM. Partners in esports, AirAsia Super App, ESI, PKL, EGG, and PSM.
All day long, we've gotten to see exactly what our veteran MPL teams are capable of, but I'm pretty sure our rookie squads are looking not to be outdone in our final match of the day. Welcome back to the English cast of MPL MY Season 11, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Tafa. Alongside with Lafel, we'll be bringing you match 3 of the day.
Yep, Lunatix going up against Red Giants. Get it, because Giants big.
Ah,
Right,
I see what you did there.
Sorry for the audience at home. I just wanted to make sure that we have attention. I'm hungry for attention. Actually, not just attention. I'm hungry for a lot of things. But yes, this is going to be the third match of the day where, again, Lunatix as well as Red Giants both are looking pretty good. Even though they're kind of like hovering around the middle section of the standings. But again, Lunatix Jom has been looking pretty good. Red Giant. Xorn didn't do that well. Let's see whether he will play today or not. And we're going to look at the bracket for the playoffs. Let's try to make an early prediction here where... But let's talk about the first and second place first because we only have 3 contenders there.
As you guys know, our top 1 and 2nd place team at the end of the regular season will be moving straight on to the upper bracket semi-finals, effectively getting 2 lives. Currently, the teams in contention for those spots are going to be Team SMG, Todak, and the Homeboys, who have all been demonstrating outstanding gameplay this season.
Right now, Homeboys is kind of at a losing streak, and if I'm not mistaken, next week, Dota will be going up against Homeboys, so that might be the deciding factor to see which one is going up and which one is going down, because as of right now, Dota is number 2, Homeboys is number 3, so it's going to be very exciting, but I kind of feel like no matter what, SMG will be there. So moving forward to third up until third and fourth place. There's 5 teams to contest here, and either Dota or Homeboys will be going here, right? So the other one, I'm looking at Lunatix, Red, and Red Giants. Perhaps, I don't know, between RED Esports and Red Giants,
it's tricky, isn't it?
It's very tricky.
But the fact
I'm colorblind.
The fact that
I can't differentiate between the two.
They're both red regardless, though.
Yeah.
Okay. But honestly, I'm really impressed that Team Lunatix has made it this far in the season. Like, remember, this is a pretty fresh lineup. They haven't had that long together, but showing some really amazing gameplay and even pushing veteran teams like RSG Slade and Team HAQ down to the bottom 4 spots. This season has been super unpredictable, but now we're going to be focusing a bit more onto that 3rd and 4th place. Currently, we're going to be seeing Red Giants Esports go up against Team Lunatix, both of them vying for those 3rd and 4th positions and eager to make their place known, because so far, they've been doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, right now let's talk about Red Giants Esports, where their lineup today is going to be up for question, because again, Lunatix always forces someone else to play, but we're going to look at Sakai's here, the jungler for Red Giant Esports, where I gotta find a way to play on words where his Lancelot, man, is from the Sakai's.
You know, when you play Lancelot really well, sometimes you're able to pierce the heavens.
Yeah. And now let's move on to Lunatix. Thank you. Damn it, why did I think of that? I should have thought of that. But yeah, right now we're looking at Lunatix. If we're looking at the jungler from Red Giant, we got to look at the jungler for Lunatix. It's been like, how many weeks now? 4 weeks? And I'm not 100% sure if I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Uni, 100% win rate on both the Akai as well as the Hayabusa. He's starting off a little bit slow, but now he's really getting into the groove.
Yeah, doing a very good job of growing over the course of the MPL. It's almost as if he's going to university and learning, becoming better, all that stuff. So it's going to be interesting. Will the sky be the limit, or will education prove that that's what we need?
You gotta say, as a jungler, he's really uniting the team together, making sure that they play as a unit.
Like a unicellular organism.
Unicellular organism. Anyways, we're gonna go over to the stage because I want to see the lineup, right? Xorn, are you playing, or is Esha gonna be playing? We gotta go over to Rose to really introduce the teams.
Terima kasih kepada caster-caster kita. Hello semua, nama saya Rose, host anda sepanjang musim ini. Dan ini dia last match untuk minggu keempat MPL Malaysia musim ke-11. Stadium Juara, are you ready? The crowd is ready, I am ready, and I think the players are ready. So mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan Red Giants Esports dan juga Team Lunatix.
Red Giants Esports,
a team that stumbled a little bit yesterday. Mereka kembali ke lineup yang asal untuk match hari ini. Dengan player-player rookie yang berbakat, mereka menunjukkan saingan tambahan di dalam arena Mobile Legends Bang Bang di Malaysia. Peluang masih terbuka untuk mengejar mata. Mampukah mereka pulang dengan kemenangan?
Team Lunatix.
Prestasi yang cukup berlainan pada musim ini. Ali-ali baru yang ditampilkan mereka ternyata mempunyai potensi. Pasukan yang tidak boleh dipandang dengan sebelah mata. Semestinya mereka mencari their next victory to elevate their standings. Adakah mereka bakal menentukan lawan mereka, sang kekasih merah? Sekarang masa untuk memperkenalkan coach dan analis kedua-dua pasukan. From the side of Red Esports, nampaknya Zoroveki Hari bersama Xorn. Manakala untuk Team Lunatix, Coach Nasty Paolo is here with Amir as the analyst. Mari kita teruskan dengan fist bump di antara pasukan sebagai tanda professionalism. Inilah gaya kita. Inilah semangat kesukanan kita. Kawan di luar gelanggang, lawan di Land of Dawn. Sementara players sedang mengambil tempat mereka, let us introduce the one who officiates the match and maintains MPL's integrity. Mereka inilah yang akan memastikan perlawanan sentiasa berjalan dengan adil dan lancar. Head of League Ops, Jay. Head Marshal, Nicholas. Kedua-dua Marshal, Haikal dan Yitze. Thank you for your hard work. And now that the players are seated, this will be a very hot match to end our week 4 of MPL. Stadium Juara, once again, who will take this win? Is it Team Lunatix with their win streak? Or is it Red Esports to end their win streak? Let me ask you guys, Stadium Juara, are you ready? And with that, teams, this is your moment. Game on.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get the wheel rolling on this Uni-Sky Skull right now between these two teams up on stage. It's going to be Red Esports against Team Lunatix. Two rookie lineups with a lot to prove.
Why couldn't you warn me on that one? Dude, that was... How can something be good and bad at the same time? I mean, you know what? At least you're having fun. You know, at least one of us is. All right. So, looking at this lineup, right, for Lunatix as well as Red Giant, a very interesting fact where we have players from both teams that used to be on the same team. MLBB Esports. You remember that? There was that one time, like season 9. Yeah. Fakes as well as Zach Cutie, I think.
Indeed, indeed. Now that you pointed it out, I completely forgot about the fact that
both of these guys.
Yeah, Fakes as well as Zach Cutie were previously members of MLBB Esports and Novak Skobar as well.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of a reunion going on right now. But if we're comparing mid laners, Zach Cutie currently sporting the higher KDA and kill participation. He's a very active player and likes to join. He likes to be aggressive, which is why that his mage heroes tend to reflect that sort of style. And what Fakers usually plays very well alongside Novak Skobar, he will typically take more of a utility support role, providing damage and covering fire where necessary.
Interestingly enough, Fakes used to be a jungler, right? So he used to be helping out Zach Cutie that way, but now they're going up against each other as mid laners. And me, I quote that Fakes, when Rose asked him, it's like, how does it feel transitioning from a jungler to a mid laner? He's like, oh, I like it because it's easier.
I think if I recall back in the day, Fakes used to be a mid laner to start off with, but I could be remembering this incorrectly as well.
You could be right. No one's going to fact check you.
That is true. You know, that's absolutely 100%.
Just say whatever you want.
That's 100% true fact. Absolutely.
Let's go, Gorgeous over here looking like I like the fact that now we have more Lunatix as well as Red Giant fans. Like, again, and they're very smart because Rose was trying to hype them up, right? But everyone's fasting, so they don't want to use their voices, so they just play drums. So they're many, but they're also very clever.
That's a pretty effective way to make
I'm not trying to discount to say that other people who screamed was not clever. It's just that the people right now, cleverer.
I see, cleverer. Definitely the words used by a cleverer person right now.
Exactly.
But as we go on into the game, talking about these two rookie lineups, there's obviously very good performance so far. Team Lunatix, I think, is a team that has really surprised a lot of us this season because before Season 11 started, looking at people's tier list, the community, all really agreeing that Team Lunatix didn't seem like they would amount to all that much. And yet, we've been surprised time and time again with the synergy, with Jome especially. The way that this man has been playing has been superb. And it's going to be up to the Red Giants to see how will they match up into this.
I gotta say, we gotta talk about the coaches as well because both coaches so far have been doing so well, especially in the draft.
True.
Now that I've said that, will we see a lot of screw-ups here in the draft?
And the Lafel curse, huh?
Yeah, so Red Giants, they battled
As
Fanny.
long as you don't say good luck.
That is correct. I say good luck to Rose. And people don't see it, but a lot happened. Red Giants, Fanny as well as Grok has been banned out. Lunatix, Joy, Arlott as well as... Okay, so Red Giant they banned out to 1-1. So we got to talk about Esha as well because Esha's not playing compared to Xorn. Xorn is a traditional tank roamer player where he's just like, yeah, I'm going to use these tanky heroes. I'm going to set up a lot, and he's been doing so good. But Esha is kind of like a pick-off master, right? Using heroes like the Yin, and now with the Kaja open, I'm wondering, do they want to instant pick the Kaja?
The Kaja is a pretty good shout out, but I do have to correct you a little bit in terms of Esha being a pickoff master. I do feel like Xorn is closer to a pickoff master in comparison.
Fine, the apprentice.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say here... Oh, that's kind of interesting. Farsa first pick. It's a popular hero, but first pick material, not usually seen. The difference between Esha and Xorn is that Esha is actually more of a team player. Yes, he plays heroes like the Yin, but his goal is to be utility, is to be annoying, is to be stylish at the same time by not being particularly flashy in his gameplay. He will be annoying, he will play heroes like Glue, go in front, create space. He will play Diggy, he will play Yin. He fulfills the niche that his team requires him to, all while maintaining the same characteristics.
Yeah, Esha Ohana, stylish. Oh my god, why did I botch that? Never mind. Lunatix right now, they picked up the Glue as well as the Valentina. Pretty solid pickups. I was thinking whether they do want a Kaja or not, but like you said, the lesson for today, don't pick your roamers early. And I feel like all of the teams, they're picking that up as well. It's like Kaja is great, good hero, but not take hero very early.
I feel like Kaja is kind of the one exception though. I feel like Kaja's Divine Judgment is strong enough and there's not a lot of counterplay that it is one of the few roam heroes that is worth picking in the first phase. As of right now, Red Giants aren't going to do so though. They're going to be finishing off once again with their Martis pick as well as Melissa in the gold lane, and ooh, really quick lock-in here. Lunatix gonna be picking up Hayabusa before it can be banned out in phase 2.
Pretty interesting picking up the Hayabusa here, but Uni has been showing off with this hero quite a lot, and this does kind of give an advantage. Picking the Hayabusa as a third pick just because you can ban out the Hilda, because honestly, heroes like Hilda, Fredrin are the reasons why assassins aren't being used more often. So now that, okay, the Fredrin probably won't be getting picked because, well, we could always see a lot of flex, right, going around. Franco has been banned out here, so Lunatix for now,
Thorns remain.
I would say the draft can still be very flexible. When I'm looking at Red Giant, I'm looking at a lot of long range, poke damage. There's a word I'm looking for. Another one, siege composition.
Okay.
That's the one I was looking for. So right now, Red Giants, it looks like they're good for a siege composition. Now, here's the thing. In olden Mobile Legends days, right, Hayabusa is the counter towards the Farsa. But ever since M4 rolled around, every single time this matchup is won by the Farsa. So this is going to be an interesting showcase to see whether the Farsa still has a leg up over Hayabusa, or Hayabusa will indeed destroy the Farsa, just because for some reason it's very telegraphed when the Hayabusa wants to come in. You just first skill on yourself and you get an instant stun.
Yeah, that is the worry with Hayabusa nowadays. One of the few assassin heroes that is still regularly being banned out. He has a lot of mobility and a good amount of single target damage. However, against a hero like the Martis, you do have to express some concern for Uni because it's going to be hard to contest objectives. And since the ban phase has already concluded, Lunatix instantly starting things off, grabbing the Kaja, which is going in the hands of Nova X Kobar, instantly providing a lot of early game pressure towards the side of Red Giants.
But still, you got to be very careful, man, because you kind of want to get a Melissa, but if the Melissa uses the go away, you're just going to be stuck there, because you got to remember, like, the range on the Divine Judgment just is so small. It's like this small. You guys can see it, but you guys just imagine like how small it is. Like, it's that small.
I see, yes.
I mean, they can see it, but it's like really small. So the go away kind of counters the Kaja. Like, I played the Kaja quite a few times. Again, this kind of lineup, it's hard for you to catch the Martis. It's hard for you to catch a Khalid. And wait.
Hold on a second.
This is why it's great having Esha Ohana, because he is an EXP laner, so he can use all of the fighters as a roamer. The question is, which one?
Wow, what is this?
Actually, you know what? Knowing Gorgeous, I kind of am looking at Benedetta Roam. Or Martis Roam, Benedetta Jungle. That's what I'm looking at.
This is so weird.
That's what I'm looking at.
Now, okay, so what you point out, firstly, Khalid is a great matchup into the glue in the EXP lane, but Benedetta is no slouch as well, as Jome is going to be given his signature Beatrix to finish off the draft. As of right now...
Wait, they're not swapping, so...
Red Giants is not swapping.
Okay, never mind.
We are seeing a Khalid Roam.
It's been done before. I think it's in MPL Indonesia, where it was okay for like 1 or 2 weeks. But now, you know what? Times have changed. Khalid, like a few patches ago, got a small buff where the first skill has that small pullback, kind of like a Ruby second skill, so it could work. It could work.
I guess the goal here with a Khalid Roam is that he wants to be pulled in by the Divine Judgment and just heal it all up with the Quicksand Guard. I'm assuming that is the mindset going in for Esha Ohana, but we will find out as we are looking at the chart right now. A slight preference to Lunatix for pick-off late game utility. Even the early game somewhat, but their opponents, Red Giants Esports, having a really powerful team fight with an unorthodox roam hero in the hands of Esha once more. Will he prove to us that this will be an effective strategy up against the strength of Team Lunatix in the land of Dawn?
I gotta say, I love watching MPL just because they give me inspiration to use different heroes in the roles that I want to play. Like I want to play roam, but I don't want to play tank. Well, here is your I don't know how to follow up on that, but you know what I'm trying to say. I want to play the roam, but I don't want to play the tank. This is your other option. That's what I was looking for.
So providing a more damage opportunity in place of having a tank support style, Esha, his goal here is just to apply as much pressure as possible, because in comparison, Nova is not going to be outputting damage compared to the Desert Sandstorm coming out of Esha Ohana. The problem with this is that the survivability is very limited to Quicksand Guard, and if he gets CC'd out of it, Team Lunatix can burst him down pretty easily.
I kind of feel like Red Giants, the way that they draft, because I've talked with Ozaraveki before when he just entered the team, where he was like, I don't want to mess up a lot what the team has already established, and what they've already established is that they're very good in team fights. Like, they have an obvious bias there. So looking at the draft here, it really looks like Coach Ozaraveki is enhancing, empowering the strength that they already possess, which is the team fight, and he's really moving on to it. He's not trying to change whatever they have established.
And Shahonan is just baiting here, gonna pop the Quicksand Guard, was hoping to pull them a little bit further into the hands of Skies. Good discipline from the Martis, choosing not to go too far for that, but fakes.
Yeah, he flickered out, but not gonna be enough. First blood over to Sakai's. Nova Escobar is there, but he has not level 4 yet, so no Divine Judgment to punish anything from Red Giant Esports, and now they're starting to turtle.
Oh, really good rotations again. Red Giants Esports has a really strong synergy, and they do like fighting quite a lot. The moment they see that the flicker has been forced out from Fakes and he's still out of position, they go in, get the setup. Meanwhile,
yeah, Nova Escobar manages to pull Gorgeous in, but look at that. Let the final blow. Tries to survive, still dies to Uni, but still managing to actually do quite a lot for his team there.
Being able to buy enough time for Skies to secure an easy turtle take means that Gorgeous has already fulfilled his role. Unfortunately, this will probably mean him missing out a little bit in terms of lane EXP, but based on where the wave is right now, it's not going to mess with things too much. As of now, Eshak just going to be continuing his role here. Having the Khalid means that he can constantly keep an eye on where Nova Escobar is and prevent any Divine Judgment ambushes.
Yeah, we were talking about you don't want to use an assassin because the existence of a Hilda, but well, apparently now, look at that, Ishahana goes in and Uni's already taken quite a lot of damage. Sakai says alright, but Fakes looks like he's using the Khalid ult as well, but looks like Sakai still secures. I'm not sure if both of them look like they have the purple aura around them, so
I'm pretty sure Uni still got that.
Alright, got it. And now Fakes dashing out. That was a good counter engage, but and even more impressive from Red Giant Esports being able to take advantage of having the jungler assassin just pressuring their buffs.
The way that you see Esha Ohanans playing this as well tells you that this is not the first time he has tried this. This is a practice strategy. The fact that he has the trigger discipline to not pop the Quicksand Guard in that situation when he was so close to death indicates a level of maturity with this strategy that a new player would not be able to display. So Red Giants Esports knows they can rely on this. They're going to use this to pressure the early game as much as possible.
Oh, look at that flicker used, but unable to get Nova Escobar or Jom. In fact, Nova Escobar pulls him in. Good punish from Team Lunatix. They're able to get a kill and safely guard their tower.
Ooh, that is disrespect from Red Giants Esports. Yes, their early game. Ooh, their early game is pretty strong, but you have to remember the Divine Judgment is always going to be a threat. Esha thinking that the Raging Sandstorm would hit two people for sure with the flicker combo, but really good reaction timing. Again, Jom, he's the star of Lunatix.
And right now, Gorgeous is in the middle of a lot of people, using the Petrify along with the Electrify blow, managing to reset the turtle, probably all that he needs to do right now. Sakai is getting caught by Zeno, not getting get pulled in, and Zeno has to go away. Team Lunatix now has control over the turtle, but Aisha Ohana is there, and he's like, yo, bro, I'm still here. The Khalid is here to play. Right now, taking quite a lot of damage. Raging Sandstorm not hitting onto anyone, and Zeno secures the kill, but who secures the turtle? It's gonna be Sakai's, managing to still get the turtle for Red Giant Esports.
Really good delay by Team Lunatix. Unfortunately, the Red Giants just weren't able to disrupt the formation enough with Esha's presence to just have a green light to go straight in. Good respect from them to make sure they're not caught out too much because they see that Fakes has already stolen the Decimate. And it's because of that Quicksand Guard just wasn't effective for Esha.
Nova Escobar already used his flicker, unable to get anyone. Safe preemptively using... Oh, hold on. Nova Escobar looks like he is going to get caught. He still has his Divine Judgment. Will he pull anyone? It looks like he doesn't have the time. Sakai's grabbing another kill.
Look at the way that Red Giants Esports is zoning out against Nova Escobar as well. They purposefully make sure Esha is the closest hero to him so that Skies is not the easy target of Divine Judgment. And Nova Escobar, pretty smart as well, realizing that this is the plan, not going to waste that important cooldown, and is ready to sacrifice his life.
Gorgeous now having the first item, Bloodless Axe, is going to do quite a little bit more in team fights as he can heal with more damage that he's outputting onto Team Lunatix. Team Lunatix right now, we've seen the damage coming in from Beatrix as well as the Valentina. Definitely have a lot of ways to come back into this game. They just need one good catch coming in from Nova Escobar. And right now, Aisha Ohana is taking quite a little bit more damage, perhaps more than he bargained for, but look at that stun onto Uni. ZAQt, good stun onto the Hayabusa.
Yep, looks like Team Lunatix are just going to back off here for now. Make sure that Uni doesn't get too caught off. This could be quite good for Red Giants. The turtle is coming up in 20 seconds. They want to secure this top lane.
Yeah, Fakes is all alone. Nova Escobar has arrived. Fakes tries to run away, and looks like Red Giant Esports are going to take a free top lane turret for now. Red Giants, they're getting all of the objectives they want. Team Lunatix has not been able to fight back, and Gorgeous just a little bit too late.
That was close. If Gorgeous caught onto Jom there, that would have been huge because Red Giants Esports traded the top tier 1 for the bottom tier 1 so that they can secure a better positioning over the Lord. Getting the kill there would have been a cement for it.
Yeah, concealed use by Nova Escobar, but unable to get it. Ishana flickers! A Raging Sandstorm on the tree! Uni secures it! And Joe managing to get a kill. Gorgeous tries to get a kill. His all-alone double kill for Joe. No one is stopping this goal later. He's going for a triple. Unfortunately, he was stunned. Not going to be able to get it, but still an impressive 201 KDA for Joe, as well as the turtle secured for Lunatix.
Impressive engagement right there from Aisha Ohana with the flicker Raging Sandstorm catching two people. Unfortunately, the Electro Final Blow actually did end up missing in that situation, with Team Lunatix able to zone away. And when they drop Aisha as well as Gorgeous after taking the turtle, there's not too much that Red Giants Esports can do to continue that. And with 2 kills fed over to Jome, this could be the start of a very difficult and slippery slope for Red Giants Esports.
We gotta think of a moniker for Joe, man, because he is legit one of the more dangerous gold laners here in MPL Malaysia, because before that, Joe gets targeted by Gorgeous, tried to run away here. At the moment I say good thing, oh, Nova Escobar!
Beautiful!
Healing spree! Oh my god! He almost outplayed that. ZAQt nowhere to run. Fakes getting the kill. Could you imagine if he was able to tactically roll over that wall? That could have been a crazy outplay.
Jove is just insane, man. The fact that, firstly, a really good engagement from Gorgeous. That was kind of unlucky that Nova Escobar was nearby enough to get the Divine Judgment just in time. But Jome being able to sidestep the damage coming out of ZAQt and keep him in place long enough for the rest of his team, that is excellent game sense.
Aisha Ohana having to run away now to Sangard. Looks like the Uni won't be able to get the kill there. Yes, I said the Uni. Deal with it. Now Sif doing a little bit of damage onto Nova Escobar. So far, Team Lunatix, they're really holding the Land of Dawn down for themselves. Fakes just keep using the Fed airstrike as it's his own.
Red Giants Esports has a pretty good late game scaling on their lineup, but I'm pretty sure late game is the zone of Team Lunatix because they can just play around Jome. And with Esha on a hero like the Khalid Roam as well, Red Giants Esports does need to be in a position where they're more ahead here because Team Lunatix, they're going for it.
Yeah, they went for it. Sakai taking quite a lot of damage, immobilized, but still surviving, taking quite a lot of damage coming in from Team Lunatix. This is a very, very tanky Martis. But now, Team Lunatix, they've used a lot of their ults. Red Giant Esports, if they can have a good footing, they could potentially engage.
They could, but I'm not sure if Red Giants has the right positioning to do so. They're gonna try and set this up by sending Gojas up the top lane to get a slow push onto the top side so that they can potentially set up for the Lord. But because Uni is doing the same thing, Team Lunatix are still gonna retain control over the bottom river side. A lot is being hedged on Esha Ohana's ability to initiate these team fights, but the Raging Sandstorm right now doesn't seem to be enough.
Yeah, especially because Esha Ohana usually when he, speaking of which, engages onto Fakes, Fakes be able to run away. Gorgeous in the middle of it. Sakai and Esha Ohana. Esha Ohana taking quite a lot of damage, but look at that Gorgeous! Dives straight, but Nova Escobar managing to get him down. Jove secures the kill. The same can be said for Fakes. And now Sif all alone with Esha Ohana. Looks like they have to evacuate the vicinity. Team Lunatix control the Lord Pit.
Red Giants Esports are being put in a bit of a desperate situation. They have a lineup that needs them to dictate the tempo. That's why they're initiating all of these team fights. But Team Lunatix is performing perfect counter engages with their positioning and making sure that if Red Giants Esports is not able to synergize all of their initiation at the same time, they're only feeding Jome.
Raging Sandstorm is an amazing engage tool, but the problem is you can't, it's not like the Kaja Divine Judgment where it's a point and click and there's no way for you to avoid it. Team Lunatix dashing all around, they are able to avoid it, number one, but number two, you really got to look at the jungler here, Uni. There's no hard CC to catch this guy. You're really hoping for Zach Cutie or, you know, the Petrify coming in from Gojas to really stop him at his tracks.
Yeah, it does seem, oh.
Wait, what happened? What happened?
With the 1v1 up top against Gojas. Benedetta went a bit too far. Team Lunatix in full control now. Very comfortable with just invading the jungle. Elemental Lord crashing down bot side. This is a problem. Red Giants Esports, their lineup may have been a little bit too wishful, perhaps even too greedy, because like you mentioned, not enough CC to lock down this Hayabusa, and just look at the DPS coming out of him.
That was a 1v2, which usually is not what the Hayabusa wants, but he's doing quite a lot of damage to both players, both Sif as well as Esha Ohana. They are able to drop down the ward, but Uni goes back in, and look at that. Just with some shurikens, a hit of the blade, and Sif was almost taken down, and I don't think he has his Wind of Nature just yet, so he's got to be extra careful.
I think a big problem right now for Red Giants Esports is that their engagement is too telegraphed. It's very easy for Team Lunatix to predict what is going to happen. They see the Raging Sandstorm, they know the fight is going to start. They can expect Gojas is going to try and jump onto Jome in the meantime. So all Nova Escobar has to do is stand next to him. He no longer has to waste Divine Judgment onto Esha Ohana, since the Khalid is a bit too behind to survive the damage coming out of Fakes and Uni anyway.
Damage ranking now, 42,000 for Jome, 37 for Zach Cutie. Oh, but look at that. Nova Escobar managing to get Esha Ohana. Nowhere to go. Killing spree for Fakes. Very easy kill for Lunatix. 7k gold ahead.
Red Giants Esports, they just didn't respect this Kaja enough during the draft. The fact that it was led through the second ban phase indicates a level of comfort with it that I don't think they were quite prepared to back up, as now Team Lunatix in full control, an 11-3 kill score, 7,000 net worth lead. Only 13 minutes in, and Red Giants Esports already forced to defend their base. Now note, Red Giants actually have a really strong defensive lineup as well. Melissa and Farsa have been able to hold and delay games for a long time before.
Yeah, right now, the Lord has been spawned, and again, oh, what happened, Gojas? Jom is just 1v9 right now. I mean, like, Lunatix as a unit, as a team, they're playing so well, but it's like, how discouraged will you feel when you gank the goal laner and then you die? You're the fighter, you're the assassin, and then you lose. That's not good for your confidence.
I'm pretty sure the thing is, Gorgeous was not looking to gank Jom. He was looking to split push the top lane, and Jom's game sense is so on point that he knows that the Benedetta is going to show up, which is why he already had Wesker prepared and was just standing in the side lane bush, ready to unload a couple of shots into his face.
I remember where that used to be such a problem where Chi got nerfed.
Yeah, it's still a problem.
Still a problem. I mean, looking at the itemization here right now, Blade of Despair, Malefic Roar, Wind of Nature, as well as the Haas Claw, is not going to be easy to deal with Jom. And again, like, this Beatrix is proving to be quite the problem. Looking at itemization for Melissa, already having 2 core damage items with the Corrosion Scythe as well as the Demon Hunter Sword is pretty good. Having the Wind of Nature makes it so that you can survive, but I don't know if it's enough. Nobody's Kobar pulls Sakai's in. Xorn again, 4 Petrify onto 2. Good engage, but not enough damage. Zach Cutie cannot deal the Feta Airstrike on the correct targets. Team Lunatix continues to push.
That is the engagement that this lineup was drafted for, but this might be too little too late. Team Lunatix are too far ahead, a 10k net worth lead. They're continuing the siege.
Yeah, right now Sakai looks like he's got caught. Terrified, Jom is aiming for the kill. It looks like the kill is going to be taken over by Jom. And Team Lunatix, the minions are here. Double kill for Uni. Game number 1, 12k goal lead. Still tries to defend the team, but look at Jom. Wind of Nature pushing him out. And looks like game number 1 is going over to Team Lunatix.
Clean performance, perfect execution. They had a plan, they had a strategy, they stuck through it all the way from the early to the late game. Team Lunatix a convincing victory in their camp, and Red Giants Esports, their interesting strategy this time proved to be ineffective.
It was quite interesting because it is a very unique draft, but it looks like executing on it is way more difficult than anticipated, especially in a lot of the ways that you can cancel out this kind of engagement. It is very, very impressive, and I don't know, looking back at it, quite a lot of strong heroes was able to be obtained by Lunatix, having Blue, having the Beatrix, having the Kaja, having the Hayabusa, usually getting banned. It was a good draft from them.
Red Giants Esports, unfortunately, may have been a bit too greedy with this style, but let's see what Lunatix have to say about it. Mic check, let's go.
Zak pandang aku. Pandang dia balik. Bantai.
Go. Purple on multiplier.
Ya. Ni.
Nice.
Bennett no Petri ya. Bennett no Petri ya. Bennett no Petri kali no flicker ya.
Wait. I reset. Nice. Careful. Pasal flicker.
Go Parsa.
Nice bre.
They can try something Parsa no. Just freeze guys, just freeze. I'm low. Just freeze.
Let's go guys, discipline. We can end this.
I just cover.
No skill 2. Marty. No skill 2.
You can stun.
Go. Nice bre. Can end bre. Go. Nice.
Great shot calling combined with insane individual mechanics made for a perfect execution into a victory for Team Lunatix here, as Red Giants Esports just seem to have found themselves completely outclassed.
We gotta see if there's gonna be a difference for game number 2, because again, like, don't want to harp too much on this, but Hana wasn't able to really set a lot of things up, so we gotta see if Xorn is gonna be subbed in for the second game, because that game was not as close as a lot of people were hoping for it to be, because the start of the game, it looked pretty good for both sides, but then it didn't end up that well, because the way that Team Lunatix played, right, it looked like they were able to kill 99.9% of Team Red Giants. Just like Champion Extra GG with Guardian Man fight 99.9% acne causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Use the Nibiru's passion to deal with all the acne causing things on your face.
Things on your face, indeed. Make sure
I don't know, bacteria, oil, all of it combined. All bad. Nibiru's passion, pew 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 away.
Garnier, man, your way of getting your very own Nibiru's passion in a bottle
on your face
to clear up your face, just like how the ranks of Red Giants Esports were filed down. Looking at the item builds here from this game, 14 kills to 4 and a pretty solid victory as well, achieved in only 16 minutes. Lunatix showing us exactly how you're able to perform when you have a disciplined lineup and a strategy that you can rely on right from the get-go. There were no concerns about the uniqueness, the strangeness of the picks that were coming out of Red Giants Esports, because Team Lunatix already knew that they can rely on their teammates, they can rely on the plan.
It's unfortunate, but Red Giants, this is a very interesting draft, but for this draft to work, the stars have to align perfectly, right? Like everything has to go down, because we looked at the fight just now. Zachary could not get a lot of the stuns off. Gorgeous as well as Ishawahana, they both tried really hard to get the perfect engage, but it just never happened because, like you said, it's pretty telegraphed. Like it's and the fact that even if they do get a very good engage, Nova Escobar is there because using the Kaja, you don't necessarily have to look for the kills. Sometimes the kills just come to you.
Yeah, I do feel like in terms of build as well, Gorgeous might have gone a little bit greedy here, getting both the Hunter Strike and the Bloodlust Axe, and then the Brute Force Breastplate. These are all items for long extended fights, which is how he was so easily just two-shot with Wesker from that bush by Jome towards the late game. I understand what is the idea behind Red Giants Esports' draft here. It's actually really strong in terms of team fighting. Set up the Raging Sandstorm into the Electro Final Blow, Petrify into the Feathered Airstrike, and set up all of this for SYF. Except we just never got to see that combo. Nova Escobar was disrupting this tempo every single time by initiating on the perfect target with that Divine Judgment.
Rich guy as well as the carry. Jome, 824 gold per minute, 66,000 damage dealt. Sandbag, Ishawahana took 101,000 damage. Forgotten One, Nova Escobar, 9 total assists. In this game, Lunatix seems like they had a more straightforward draft. Red Giants, not so much. Now let's look at the MVP brought to us by Hotlink, and of course it's gonna be Jome, 19 years old, from the Philippines, 80% kill participation.
Jome is just something else, man. I don't know what is going through his head every time he's playing this game, but he is so controlled, so mechanically gifted. Even playing on the marksman, showing us things that I don't really feel like we've ever seen here in MPL MY, and that's why having a team that's able to play around him, set up space, funnel as much gold into him as possible, which isn't hard considering his farm speed is out of this world, and he's such a young player as well. Already having max items before his rival in the gold lane was even able to get 5.
Yeah, a lot of question marks was on Jome coming into MPL Malaysia, but I guess that the question mark now has become an exclamation point because this guy is putting up a statement. Now, let's look at the highlights brought to us by Gardner Men, where in this game, it's all about Red Giants Esports trying, but unable to execute well, unable to execute perfectly, because again, the stars have to align, and unfortunately, it's during the daytime and you cannot see the stars.
It definitely seemed like Red Giants Esports overestimated the capabilities of this combination with Esha trying to apply pressure with the Khalid, because you see, every single time they initiate, Team Lunatix are prepared. The Flicker Raging Sandstorms actually caught people out, but then somehow the Electro Final Blow misses in this situation, and it could have been a really strong combination. Nova being able to play around Jome, dashing away from the attacks coming out of Zach QT. Team Lunatix, their mechanics do not look like a rookie lineup.
We don't talk about it a lot, but Fakes as well, using this Valentina is doing work because he doesn't just get one all over and over again. There was times where he took the Decimate, he manages to get kills that way, he manages to get the Farsa all using the Feather Airstrike to zone people off, getting those very long kills. So yeah, everyone from Lunatix is just out of their minds.
Yeah, we talked about it as well. The Zach QT versus Fakes lineup, where Zach QT is a bit more aggressive. He wants to be a secondary DPS, and Fakes is going to be more utility. He will grab which ultimate is necessary. He doesn't really take a front row seat. If you watch back those games, a lot of the highlight moments, you're not going to be focusing on him because he's just doing his job. And that's more than enough.
Is it a good thing or a bad thing that when you play, people are not looking at you?
I think it's a very good thing.
Yeah. Depends on which side you're looking at. It's like you're using the Valentina, but effectively you're Natalia as well. People are like, where were you there? And it's like, I've been here for the whole time. Why didn't you guys pay attention? There's always that one guy that's like super strong, but people are like, oh my god, I didn't notice you were there. Excuse me, I've been here for 3 minutes.
In this case, it's a hunter in the night situation, right? Yes, obviously you want recognition, but there's also players who bridge that gap. They allow the flashier, the star players to take up the screen time so that the enemy team, all of their focus is going to be directed on them, and then they come from behind and say, haha, it was me all along.
It was crazy as well because the star here is obviously Jome. I don't like that I used that, but it is Jome, right? But you go towards him and you don't get the kill. It's so frustrating. And how do you deal with that? Because Beatrix is a very strong hero, but doesn't... Talked about it. Xorn coming in. Hana is going out. So now we're looking at Veki as well, having a one-to-one with Xorn. Possibly just letting him know what's the game plan for this one. So he's going to be the one leading the team.
So one thing we note is that Jome as a player is oftentimes not really focused hard on. Even teams that want to divert more attention towards making sure he doesn't get a lot of farm don't seem to be successful in that case. His farm path is so efficient. So I feel like part of Xorn's job coming into this game is going to provide a bit more attention towards that gold lane to make sure that SYF has a good matchup and to not enable Team Lunatix's star player.
With Xorn coming into the lineup, it would be prime for them to focus on getting the Kaja quite early. But the thing about Xorn is if he wants someone, he'll get it. And his hero pool is wider than Aisha. I mean, like, Aisha is more unpredictable because we did not expect for the Khalid to be picked up. But for Xorn, you would expect him to pick up something like a Grok, a Cho, a Kaja, and they're all going to be performing very, very well. He's a very explosive player. I want to see if Zach Cutie can actually follow up on him as well, because so far, Zach Cutie, he's been playing the range game. I'm going to stay away, like a little bit away from my roamer, but enough to deal the damage. With Xorn, you got to follow him closely because he moves around the map so fast that he could get a crazy engage, but no one will be close enough to follow up.
That has unfortunately always been the problem for this.
I'm speaking from experience, by the way. I played with the guy. It's so difficult.
Yeah, I legitimately understand. Just from watching him all of these seasons, Xorn plays at a different tempo than most MPL MY players, which is why it's so difficult to support a lot of his catching. But if Red Giants Esports are able to do so, it will be excellent. It allows them to match up in terms of speed. And
oh, wow.
Okay.
Rank first total kills, rank first average damage per minute, rank first average goal per minute. Like, unquestionably the best goal laner in MPL Malaysia as of today.
Man, if that is not just a straight up flex, I don't know what is. And I'm not surprised by this at all. Jome's mechanics have been on a different level ever since he made his debut here in MPL MY. And it doesn't look like those mechanics are going anywhere anytime soon. So with the support of his team, this is going to be proving one of the largest obstacles in Red Giants Esports' path up to the top 4. Will they be able to overcome the odds?
It's got to feel good, man, to have like the top gold laner in your side. So Red Giants betting out of Fanny, Lunatix betting out of Kaja. The Glue has been banned as well. Again, just want to emphasize that now that Xorn is in the lineup, will we be seeing more focus on the Kaja, where from the previous game has been through so many iterations, and then the 4th pick, then it gets picked up. The Arlott getting banned. Usually first picks, if it's not the Kaja, we've seen the Valentina and we've seen the Fredrin.
Now, one hero to think about in this game, if Xorn coming in is really to put a little bit more focus towards Jome specifically, a hero that achieves that goal very effectively is actually the signature Cho coming out from Xorn. However, they do also have to deal with a lot of teamfight potential coming out of Team Lunatix, so I think this is still unlikely, but not impossible. So we'll keep that in mind for now, as the Hayabusa and the 1-1
let's go.
Will be removed straight away.
Yep, Kaja.
All right, no Cho. The Kaja instantly first picked for the side of Red Giants.
I mean, if you see Xorn coming in, you gotta see it coming, you know? So it's like, catch, like you said, catch master. I guess Aisha Hana was the catch apprentice. Is there anything lower than Apprentice?
Beginner? I don't really know.
Not that bad. Not that bad.
Not that bad.
Not that bad. All right. So Lunatix, they've got the Farsa as well as the Grok here, where this is pretty good as well, because the thing about being a Kaja player that you don't like is that when you flicker forward and you want to catch someone, suddenly you see a big pile of rock slamming onto you.
Now,
I've had that experience. It's not good. Rocks are heavy.
Rocks are very heavy. They are very solid objects. They have a lot of mass. They have a lot of volume. And I can imagine that you would not want to feel them.
And the velocity as well.
Yes.
And the impact. Oh my god. It's like being stunned or knocked up for 4 seconds.
Yes. Just like the university physics class. Just like uni. In this case, now, when you see a Grok come out from Team Lunatix, this can be a Xeno hero. In fact, more often than not, it is Xeno's hero because he does a really good job with it in the EXP lane. So keep that in mind for now. As for Red Giants, they're going to be locking and the Lunox coming out right here.
I was thinking of a Valentina taking away the Grok ult, but this still makes sense. Like, Lunox kills everyone in front, and she could she could use the Chaos Brilliance to get on to the Farsa, so the Farsa will never feel safe.
And meanwhile, we're going to be seeing Melissa in the hands of Jome, a very safe hero, to try and make sure that the Divine Judgment will never fall on him. Yeah, I like that as well. Ban out the Brody.
Ban the Brody.
Make sure that Jome will absolutely win the lane in the early game. I want to focus a bit more towards this Lunox pick as well, though. Zach QT, when he started in MPL MY as part of MLBB Esports, his signature hero was Cecilion. He liked being scaling mid lane mages that dealt constant DPS. So this is a bit of a return to that form. The question is, will they be able to set up enough time for it? The reason Lunox isn't picked too much as a mid laner these days is it really doesn't give a lot of mid lane prio.
Yeah, but Lunox is one of those heroes where we see star mid laners. It's kind of like their hidden picks, right? It's like, it's not even like a cheese strat or anything like that, because Lunox legit is good, but like you said, the weakness really is that once, like, the beginning part is going to be pretty slow compared to all the other mages, like the Farsa as well as the Eve, but it's one of those heroes where you can take charge of the game. You decide if you want to kill someone. You don't necessarily need anyone to be there, but having a player like Xorn, having the Kaja on your side, there's going to be a lot of instant kills, instant deaths, and that's why I want to see a Brody ban here, because Xorn, he will have options. If Zaku is not here, I'll just go to Sif. He will help me get the kill, because Kaja loves burst heavy heroes. I want to see the Brody ban right now. But it's not going to get banned.
It's not going to be the Brody ban. It's going to be the Yu Zhong removed from the pool here. This is definitely leading me to believe that this is going to be a Grok EXP lane. They want to make sure that Gojes will not prove to be too much of a problem, because if Xeno can be unlocked from his lane very early on, he contributes heavily to fights with that wild charge. Not to mention, Novak Skobar can still pick up a roamer after that, and that'll be a lot of CC to deal with any situations that Xorn does get a Divine Judgment off.
Right now, Red Giant, I'm really looking at the draft, and I'm thinking Brody as well as Lapu Lapu, because Lapu Lapu is so good against the Melissa as well as the Farsa, and Brody just works very well with the Kaja. For Lunatix, the Akai is still open, and the Akai is picked.
Akai?
Give me some setup time, man. Like, I'm trying to hype it up.
I don't think this is a jungle Akai. There's a good chance this is actually a roam in the hands of Novak Skobar here. And an Akai Grok combo would be really devastating, but also very tanky, which I guess is why Red Giants are going to go for the carry. Not quite as much burst damage as compared to a Brody.
Enough with Kaja,
but
man.
Plenty enough with Kaja, yeah.
Yeah, so still looking pretty good, but very interesting. So now I'm really thinking of the Lapu. If they don't want the Lapu, I guess there are other options, but I'm not sure, man.
Lapu is probably the safest option. You can still go for things like the Benedetta. Wait.
Hey, wait.
Martis?
Okay, which one is the jungler? Come on. Is it Martis? Is it Fredrin? This is good. This is good because I think even Lunatix doesn't know.
I think this is a Martis jungle. Why? Because if the Akai is going to be present, having a hero that has anti-CC in the form of Ashura Aura is going to be great. Wait, Mortal Coil. I always get those confused.
Same.
So being able to anti-CC would be pretty efficient as we see the
You're worried there for a bit, huh?
Kufra. So a Kai jungle.
Yeah,
that is so much crowd control from Team Lunatix.
This is one of those games where you're like, you just said, right? Having the roamer first pick could be punished. Imagine this game thinking like, if only we had a Diggy. If only we had a Diggy.
If only, right? But with the Kaja being picked up very early on, Lunatics are quite confident picking up such massive ultimates, as well as the fact that Valentina is not a threat. You're going to be expecting Team Lunatix to be making a lot of plays across the map, and hopefully Red Giants will be able to match up there in terms of the pressure. Looking at it all, Red Giants, kill pressure, push, late game, even early game, pretty strong overall, but Lunatix, their utility and team fight is off the charts. So let's find out whether or not this is going to be the final game of the series, and Team Lunatix will show us what it means to have the top goal laner in the league. Or will Red Giants demonstrate that a legend will overcome a rookie?
And right now, it looks like it is going to be Goges on the Martis. So this is going to be a EXP lane Martis with the Fredrin as the jungler. So far, look at this. Xorn playing the Kaja like a Hilda, just scouting around the jungle, making sure he has full information where Team Lunatix is moving around the map.
One worry about Team Lunatix's lineup is whether or not it will be too tanky once the late game arrives. ZachQt will be able to melt down most of their lineup, so it's very important for them to start making moves around the map as early as level 4. Because once all of their heroes have their ultimates, team fights will very easily go in their favor.
And here, Xorn again being very, very annoying. He's actually not only just giving a lot of information, but he's also giving quite the confidence boost for Sakai to really move around the map. Sif managing to avoid the stun there, taking a little bit of damage, but at least he's not going to be confirmed going down. ZachQt, Nova Escobar is close by, but the follow-up damage is not going to be there. Both teams, they're going to try to fight to get level 4 as soon as possible.
Level 4 timing is going to be important in this game right now, because I don't think either side is going to make particularly big moves across the map until that time frame is hit. The fact that SYF was able to sidestep that initial stun from Fakes was really important, because if they got a kill down in the gold lane right now, Jome instantly gets a huge boost.
And Xorn, again, being the typical Xorn, the thing that is good about him is that he controls the Riverside so well. And now Nova Escobar as well as Xorn, they're absorbing the mid minions here just to make sure that they get level 4 for the turtle fight. Now Uni as well as Sakai, you're already prime in position. The Goges as well as Zeno, it looks like everyone's joining the party.
Sky is going to be maintaining control for now. Zeno trying to go for the reset. The positioning important. Nova Escobar actually really low right now. That could be not so good for Team Lunatix to start this turtle fight.
Hey, he can die, but he has to set something up, and Zeno missing the mark. Goges secures it. He's not a jungler, but he gets it. First blood. Goges double kill. Goges proving so well on this Martis pick.
Remember, Goges is the EXP lane. Not the jungle. He got the turtle and he got 2 kills, and now he's getting all the gold shield, which means Zeno has instantly lost this lane, and pretty badly, might I add.
Another thing, Sakai didn't even use his retribution.
Oh,
just put that into consideration. The trust he has on this man here, Goges, is like, you got this, right? You got it.
That actually could not have gone worse for Team Lunatix. Losing 2, Zeno missing everything, and now being picked off again. Goges with a killing spree 3 minutes into the game. This is not good.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he has about max stacks on his Festival of Blood right now. So, yeah, looking quite good. It's kind of off of the mistake coming in from Lunatix, where Nova Escobar took more damage than necessary, as well as, it's unfortunate, but Zeno missing the mark on his wild charge, not actually hitting onto anyone. And ZachQt, let me do it myself. Zeno, you're 0-2. Welcome to 0-3.
Oh no, this is the worst feeling you could have as an EXP laner. Zeno has been removed from the game. He cannot contribute for the next like 3 or 4 minutes. unless he gets the perfect wild charge. And Red Giants Esports is not going to let this opportunity slip by. Lunatix, this lineup was drafted specifically with a massive amount of CC in mind, and they have lost that full advantage entirely. So a lot now will fall to Jome. He's doing a good job of farming so far, but look at Gorgeous, the lead that has been given to this man.
It's not just tankiness, it's not just CC, but tankiness as well. And the thing is, when you have a lineup that has a Lunox as well as a carry, you kind of don't care how much armor or magic resistance that they have. It will go down very, very fast, and this is not going to be looking good. But right now, Turtle has been started up. Gorgeous, Sakai as well as Zach Cutie, they're prime and in position to kill just about anyone. And now they're going to secure it for themselves. Down and bottom side, Xorn pulling in Nova Escobar, unable to get a kill, but so far managing to survive. Sif as well as Xorn is going to live another day.
Really good awareness from Xorn there. He realizes Team Lunatix doesn't seem to be going for the turtle. They're most likely going to make an attempt down here in the bottom lane. So pulling in Nova Escobar before Fakes arrived meant that there was no way they could mount that attack. And Red Giants Esports will maintain their lead and their lane presence.
Oh, look at that. They managed to get Zach Cutie, nowhere for him to run. Fakes secures the kill. Uni as well as Zeno is around with Red Giants, but unable to get any kind of engagement to really get a kill.
One thing to note in this game, hold on a moment there, Uni. Okay, he's fine for now. One thing to note, Red Giants Esports, ooh!
That's so close. It's still very close. It could burn. No, it doesn't burn. Manages to get away. Red Giant Esports right now is going to get pressured just a little bit by Team Lunatix. Now they have just a little bit more confidence. And Team Lunatix, they're looking so well, you know, so far so good. Fakes has not died. The same can be said about Jome, so they're still in the game. Like, Xorn coming in, manages to get Fakes. No, he does not. Fakes runs away. He had his ult. He just didn't use it.
Great decision making actually from Fakes. If he decided to keep flying there, Xorn would have absolutely gotten the Divine Judgment. He decided to stand his ground and go for the stun instead to guarantee his escape, which is very risky, but he got it just in time, which meant that Xorn could not land the Divine Judgment. Note, Red Giants Esports are firmly in control of the early game, but Team Lunatix, their win condition is still Jome, who's getting attacked right now.
Yeah, and Zach Cutie putting like half HP onto Jome. Xorn is there now. He manages to get Nova Escobar, nowhere for him to run. Goja secures another kill, 4-0-0, and now he's trying to hunt for Jome. Jome has to run away. The bottom tier should be all for Red Giant Esports.
Team Lunatix are just going to have to trade out towers for now. Meanwhile, Red Giants Esports got to keep applying the pressure, and that's what they're doing, challenging the purple buff inside the jungle of Uni. Not going to allow him to take his own purple buff. They will lose out on the top tier 1, though, in exchange for the turtle.
Red Giant Esports right now, they're really trying to set up a snowball because Gorgeous is not building he's not building defense because now he already has his Blade of Despair. It's gonna hurt a lot. Like a lot of decimation is gonna go around. Xorn not building defense just yet as well. He has the fleeting time, so a lot of Divine Judgments will be going around all over the map, and this makes sense because having the Lunox on your side, you can dish out a lot of damage onto the Lord. So just have a lot of damage in the early stage of the game, secure the Lord very, very early, and try to win, like, I don't know, by minute 15, 16. I bet that's ideal. Sakai gets caught just a little bit, but Gorgeous pushing everyone away. 1v4 gets shut down. And look at that, Xorn manages to get Zeno. Zeno's going to get taken down, and Zach Cutie tries to get a kill. Unable to. Sakai's found Jome, but a little bit too far away from his teammates. Unable to really get a confirmed kill.
One consolation there for Red Giants Esports is that the one who got the shutdown onto Gorgeous' 4-kill streak was actually Zeno. Ideally, they would have wanted to give it to Jome to funnel him further. So the Melissa not getting that is going to keep Red Giants Esports ahead for now. But they really do need to get a kill onto Jome himself. He is the win condition for Team Lunatix now, and they're going to be prepared to throw bodies away if necessary to keep him alive in every single team fight.
Let's look at this. They got 2 turrets now, or 2 towers for Red Giant Esports, so they're looking at a very, very good position. And Xorn, this is like his mental kind of thing, man. Like, he shows himself. He doesn't use the bushes like when he doesn't have to. Recalls all over. It's like playing mind games with the enemy, and it's a little bit of a tell, because before this, when he does that, it shows that his teammates are close by, so don't be close. But nowadays, it's like, he doesn't care whether his teammates is close or not. He's going to do that. So it's always a guessing game. It's like, okay, is he baiting me or is he actually alone?
That's how you maintain unpredictability. If you have a behavior that you only do under certain circumstances, then people know that they can read that behavior in the first place. So you can tell Red Giants Esports now maintaining that control. Team Lunatix have been doing a good job of keeping Jom alive as of right now, but the game may be spiraling out of their control a little bit too quickly. The most important part of this is going to be Team Lunatix's base defense, because with both Melissa and Farsa, they have a lot of resources to prevent a full-out push.
Looking at this, everyone is here in mid, making sure that the mid tower will be safe. Feather Airstrike has been used to try to clear the minions. It looks like it is going to be successful, but it looks like they're going to force it out. Still secures the mid lane turret. The Lord is still marching up top.
Gorgeous is just so scary right now. Going for full damage on the Martis, that's always a concern. Xorn, he's going to be looking for a potential pickoff right now. He has Flicker available. Team Lunatix, they will be able to clear up the Lord. Keeping as many structures alive right now is important because they need to delay this game and try to make up.
Oh, that was beautiful. Suppressed. Nobody's Gobar gets taken down. Zeno, unfortunately, not hitting it. Gorgeous goes in. He doesn't care. All the crowd control available. Look at the guys. Gets caught, but doesn't care. ZAQT gets a kill. That was so good by Xorn, but also not great by Zeno.
Yeah, that is instantly the turnaround point. Team Lunatix, they still had a chance up until now. This is going to be Red Giants Esports' game from this point onwards. The fact that they were able to get the pickoff onto Jom, disrupt their entire team fight setup. So now, not only is Gorgeous farmed, ZAQT and SYF are outputting a good amount of damage on their own. And Team Lunatix, their tankiness no longer coming into play, which equates to only one thing: not enough damage in 5v5 situations.
Let me just reiterate how insane that was, because you guys got to remember, right? Kufra now, he doesn't make a sound when he's in the bush. You have no one. You can kind of guess that he's charging. Xorn was in the bush. The moment Nova jumps in, he dashes away, and then Divine Judgments him away. Like, how do you avoid an invisible engage? Like, that was, I don't know, like, that's beyond calculation.
Guys,
Sakai's right now, it looks a little bit too tanky. Nothing to be worried about just yet.
They're actually not going to engage onto that, even though it could have been a 1v5 situation. But
mind games, man. They don't know whether he is alone or not.
Yeah, what you were talking about with Xorn, he really is just operating on a different tempo than other players. The way that his mind works is so fast, and he has so much experience, having played 11 seasons of MPL MY, that he's able to respond pretty quickly, even there, just casually missing out on the Tyrant's Revenge.
Again, Nobody's Cobra is like an insane roamer, by the way. Like, he ain't no real rookie. He's like legit very good. So, I don't know, this is very impressive. And now showing the powers of a Lunox, chunking this Lord like it's nothing, like it's a minion. And two Lords right now, Red Giant Esports, they're in total control. It's pretty one-sided for now.
Team Lunatix still have a very strong base defense with artillery heroes like Melissa and Farsa, but an 8k gold lead deficit. I don't know if they can defend that, especially with the Luminous Lord coming up and Red Giants Esports doing a good job of sinking the waves. This could be the start of Game 3 for our final series.
Yeah, all they need to do, making it sound so easy, right? All they need to do is get a proper setup. Try to get a kill onto ZAQT, and I kind of feel like that's going to be the major problem, because once ZAQT is done, even though, yes, Civ on this carry is very, very scary, but because the range is very, very short, I kind of feel like Jom will kill him by mistake, by accident, right? So they just got to take care of ZAQT, and then that should be a very good team fight for Team Lunatix, but setting that up is easier said than done.
For now, Red Giants Esports actually did miss the wave sync up in the top lane, so Team Lunatix can stagger their defense a little bit, but this Lord will still take the bottom inhibitor, so now it's up to them to keep the remaining two alive. Red Giants, doesn't seem like they're gonna force too much here. Team Lunatix will survive for now.
And Nova Escobar is looking for an angle, doesn't seem to be able to find it. Gorgeous taking a little bit of damage coming in from the turret, and it looks like the tower will be surviving for now, but also what I saw is Jom actually does quite a lot of damage onto Sakai, so it's not all doom and gloom. Even though it's 8k goal lead, this does seem like it's turnable.
But it's precisely because of that as well that Red Giants Esports are showing a degree of respect right here. They could have just brute forced their way in. 8k gold difference is not small. Someone could have just grabbed anyone, pulled them out, started the fight in that way. But they know that the defense is still going to be strong because Jom has honestly been farming pretty alright throughout the entire game. They're not willing to risk a gold switch in this situation. And if they're able to tie up the series, that will allow them to have better chances to move on to the top 4 of the regular season.
Sakai finds Uni and Xorn flickers in. They really want this Akai, and Akai gets taken down. Sif secures the kill. The jungler is not going to be alive. The Lord might be free to take.
That felt so weird. Why was Uni so far out? They had no idea where the rest of Red Giants Esports were. They know that there's going to be a Divine Judgment, heavy spin. Just barely not able to get him out because ZachQT has scaled up that max HP percentage damage. Your HP not going to mean too much here for the tankier heroes on Lunatix. And now they are 4v5. Red Giants Esports wants to force something.
Look at the damage onto Sakai's. Nova Escobar is trying to find a way to get it. He manages to get Xorn, and Zeno dashes forward. Jom doing a lot of damage. Jom goes for him and say with a nature. Almost taking down Jom. Jom, very good base defense.
No, that is actually Xorn's first death the entire game. A great defense by Team Lunatix, and you definitely see now Jom has a lot of damage. They're actually going to try and force this even more.
Yeah, Uni is there, but the heavy spin has been used. Sakai's and Uni, this is going to be a retribution battle, but Fakes is putting in some damage as well. Actually focusing on to ZachQT, who's going to take it. Uni! Uni secures it, and now Jom gets taken down by Gorgeous. Gorgeous is taking this game in his own hands. Double kill for this Martis. He finds Nova Escobar as well as Uni. This is what a damage Martis looks like.
Oh, that could be the end game right there. They don't have Jom, they don't have Fakes. The most important heroes to defend this, to wait for the Lord to come back up, are no longer available. Red Giants Esports, this is their key to victory.
Yeah, right now they're really pressuring the base. Xorn pulls Nova Escobar out. Nova tries to pull them out. The Lord has spawned. They got to deal with this. Xorn still recalling there, but dude, the game is not over just yet. Go, just look at the damage on the Zeno. Killing spree on this Martis and gets taken down. Red Giant Esports pushes us to game number 3.
A valiant attempt at a defense by Team Lunatix. If they just held on for a few more seconds, Jom would have returned and his damage would have been enough to turn things around. But alas, that opportunity did not come as Red Giants Esports, under the leadership of Xorn himself, will be able to claim a victory in game number 2 and bring this series to a best of 1.
Hey, Xorn is impressive, but Gorgeous, man. That EXP Martis. Like, the damage was insane. Like, I could have sworn Fakes at, like, I don't know, 40% health. Decimate was enough to delete 40% health. That's a lot of health still.
And Team Lunatix just underestimated their opponents there. That Decimate, the true damage, as well as the scaling HP percentage damage from ZachQT is such an easy solution to this mass tank strategy coming out of them. And now we can see how happy Red Giants are going to be as we move on to their mic check.
Ada Pak Syam ni.
Okay. Saya dua ni, salah tidur pasal kau.
Salah Joem tu.
Yeah.
Ya, RSD kita. Copy paste dulu.
Ni kita fokus spok fokus spok Front dah lu. Careful
Aku follow.
nak fight lu tak?
Boleh.
Aku nak fight. No. Let's go.
Wey.
Nice.
Apa dia? Drop missing.
Oh,
Bawa ramai.
Nice.
Nice, Azhar.
Kau. Dengar aku ni, bos.
Dah.
Dah.
Kita boleh push mid.
Gak usah. Hisham ambil mamen aku, Cok.
Push tak. Menang kau fight.
Sabar.
Mini. Aku tarik. Menang kau fight.
The mentality continues to be impressive on some of these rookie lineups as Red Giants Esports doesn't seem to have been perturbed by their loss in game number 1 at all. Good shot calling, good execution on their strategy. This is the rookie squad that we were looking forward to entering MPL MY Season 11. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a game on our hands.
Yeah, and honestly, choosing an MVP for that game, you're spoiled for choice. But I would say my top two is definitely between Xorn and Gojas, because Xorn enables the play, and Gojas is kind of like the payoff, right? Like, you give him the space, you give him time, you give him a winning matchup, he's going to do quite a lot. We're going to look at the itemization for the game here, and looking at Jom, he is almost there. I kind of feel like the next item would be a Wind of Nature. He tried to dish out the damage, but again, Red Giants in this game, especially looking at Gojas, the way that he is using the Martis, even to go away, kind of doesn't do a lot because he just decimates his way to victory.
Gojas, I don't know if this was the plan to start off with, but this is just straight up a DPS Martis going for the Hunter Strike, VOD, and then Malefic Roar. The fact that he had Festival of Blood meant that Team Lunatix made a massive blunder by feeding him 2 kills to start off the game and then allowing him to just take the entire tower for free. Not to mention putting Xeno even further behind through the roam efforts of Xorn and ZAQT.
Yeah, here as well, we can definitely see that Sif using the Rose Gold meter, which has been adjusted for quite a bit. And a lot of teams have been liking the new changes in the item because the shield is great, but the movement speed is way better. It really helps your survivability. Right now, we're going to look at the post-game stats. 60 minutes, 28 seconds match time. Rich Guy as well as the carry Gojas, 718 gold per minute, 56,000 damage dealt. Sandbag Unity, 108,000 damage received. Forgotten One Xorn. But I want to talk about this. We don't usually see the EXP laner being the Rich Guy.
I mean, from this game though, it's a pretty obvious result. Gojas got such an early lead, and it became such a huge problem for Team Lunatix because Martis as a hero actually is a pretty solid counter to tanky lineups due to the true damage that is being offered by the Decimate. Team Lunatix, with a lineup like this, is really dependent on winning out those early game trades. And based on how they play, you know that they want to hit that level 4 before they start contesting objectives and winning fights through sheer bulk and crowd control. But losing out both Uni and Xeno to Gojas to start off the game instantly, things are bad. They need to delay for Jom, but doing that gives ZAQT and SYF time to farm. It was just a butterfly effect that cascaded, resulting in a beautiful MVP performance by Gojas.
Yeah, 79% kill participation, 20 years old from Selangor. Again, this is, I would say, is a pretty greedy build. Looking at the Benedetta as well, I kind of feel like this is the same idea that he wanted to use with the Benedetta. So it looks like out of all of the EXP laners, we got to talk about Gojas as one of those carry-oriented EXP laners where he's like, I can frontline for you guys, but I want kills as well.
We have to remember, at the start of the season, Gojas was the first player to effectively bring Arlet into the EXP lane before everyone else started catching up. So instantly, there is a trendsetter in this man right here, even though it is his debut in the MPL MY scene. And well, with just a little bit of luck, all of the puzzle pieces fell into place for him. So his aggression went unmatched and uncontrolled throughout that entire game. At the same time, I do still think we have to give some props over the Team Lunatix. That base defense was insane, and if not for Gojas being able to identify a perfect situation, they may have been able to turn the game around.
Yeah, highlights brought to us by Gardner Men. Let's recap back on game number 1, where it really is different, right? If you really think about it, because in this game, Gojas couldn't get the catches, but in the game number 2, they managed to do it.
Yep, it's just an excellent performance overall, where Game 2 is just a complete reversal of what happened in Game number 1, showing us that these two rival teams may have been more evenly matched than we initially thought, especially after seeing what happened in the first game as well. So, I don't know about you guys, but I'm really excited to see what comes next.
Honestly, with Gojas playing like that, I kind of feel like it will ignite a fire within Formaze, within Repo, maybe even within Smooth. They're like, oh, you brought that Martis? Oh, coach, give me the Martis next. Let me show him what I got.
It's always quite fun to realize that you can split EXP laners into 2 broad categories.
Oh yeah.
There's the aggressive ones and then there's the sandbag type.
Yeah.
And nowadays in this meta, you need to be able to adjust based on the situation. But that spirit is still there. That fire, that energy.
That 1v1 masculinity, you know?
You instantly know who is who.
Yeah. And just now, Gojas really puts Zeno in its place. He could not play that Grok in that game. Like, I felt bad. I kind of feel like the situation is Grok wanted to last hit the minions, and then he just like dances around and then just decimated like Kratos, and he got the kill.
Kudos over to Red Giants Esports as well. Once they realized that Gojes is pretty farmed right here. I don't know who made the shot call, but they were like, we are going to dumpster the EXP delay right now and make sure that the Grok is not a problem for the rest of the game. And it worked.
The Grok was a problem. The Kaja as well. Are we predicting a Kaja ban after this?
I think it just has to be the case because it just offers way too much, especially in the hands of a player like Xorn. Wow, that's a recipe for disaster. For now, we're going on a short break. We're throwing it over to the stage for a bit of a fun time before match 3.
And hello everybody. Sekarang saya dalam bilik Team Red Giants Esports. Hi boys. Cakap hi, cakap hi, cakap hi. Hi, come on lah guys. Baru menang. Baru menang. Jom. Zon tertutup tadi. Baru menang, so kena hype sikit. Okay, so Zon, kita nampak tadi game pertama Red Giants kalah. Apa yang you rasa jadi masa tu?
Oh, game pertama
Game pertama.
Game pertama, tak. Sebenarnya kita orang memang dah plan dah, memang daripada awal macam nak bagi Asia. Asia macam buat kacau-kacau kat depan tu, and then diorang ke game kedua diorang dah pening dah.
Oh, so tu strategi sebenarnya. Okay, bagi Asia like distraction.
Asia tu kita orang punya umpan.
Dia jadi black sheep.
Betul.
Faham. Okay, lepas tu game kedua pula Zon yang keluar. So maksud tu black sheep out, Zon in.
Ya, itulah kita orang punya strategi.
Jadi, so adakah Xorn and Red Giants is ready untuk game ketiga?
Oi, ready?
Ready. Gorgeous tu paling ready ni.
Game ketiga ni memang kita orang nak habiskan lah. Macam malas nak main. Mungkin bawah 12 minit kot kita orang cuba end.
So nak hantar diorang balik awal?
Balik awal sebab nak berbuka pukul apa
I rasa
pukul 6
Tapi asal macam korang buka lagi awal
mana ada? Siapa yang buka? Oh sekarang. Belum lagi. Sekejap lagi.
Kejap lagi. Okay, Zon, final words. Nak cakap apa dekat Lunatix?
Lunatix sekarang korang nombor apa? Nombor 5 kan? Nombor 5. Kalau kita orang nombor 6, lepas kita orang kalahkan kau, kita orang nombor 5. Lepas tu korang lepas ni lawan siapa Tapi kita orang akan make sure kita orang akan kalahkan korang sekejap lagi.
Okay, nak dengar cheer sikit dari Red Giants? Okay, cheer sikit. Okay, thank you very much, boys. And now I will make my way over to the next room. Team Lunatix, let us see what the boys are doing. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, Uish. Smooth. Okay, hello guys. I want to talk to analyst Amir. The mic is here. Hi.
Hi.
Hello, dengar tak apa Zon cakap tadi?
Dengar.
Diorang nak berbuka awal hari ni.
Boleh, berbuka lah.
Berbuka awal?
Tapi bukan makan kita orang, tapi makan nasi.
Bukan makan korang. Okay, so kita nampak tadi kan, Lunatix menang game pertama. Game kedua pula, apa jadi?
Cuma ada sedikit planning kita orang tak berjadi and nak bagi Red Giants suka-suka.
Okay. Kalau Red Giants ada black sheep, Lunatix diorang suka-suka je dulu. Bagi Zon bagi Zon happy dulu lah untuk first win dia. Sebab semalam dah kalah kan?
Semalam 2 kali dia kalah.
Semalam 2 kali kalah. So hari ni bagi dia semangat sikit. Faham? Okay, so do you think that problem dalam game kedua tu sudah resolve and you guys will do better in the third game?
Memang dah resolve. Kita orang pun dah planning semua. Dah tegur semua player. Mana yang kurang kita dah improve.
Dah tegur semua player. So, apa Lunatix cakap dekat Red Giants tadi?
Dekat Red Giants rasanya...
Sebab tadi Zon cakap apa? Sekarang Lunatix nombor 5. Red Giants nombor 6. Bagi ke? Nak bagi peluang ke dekat diorang?
Takut jatuh nombor 8 diorang.
Oh my goodness! Wow. Okay, so Final words for your team? Nak cakap apa dekat semua player sekarang?
Kita semua boleh buat and jom.
Jom. Jom, cheer. Oh my goodness. Okay, so everybody is ready. And with that, I think we should throw it back to the casters to start our third game. Last match of this week. Casters, take it away.
Seems like the energy has not waned from both of these teams as they are eager to put their rivals in their place and finish things off early so that they can head on over to fill their bellies.
Yeah, Joan looked like he was having fun as well. Even as Rose was throwing his like, you know, it's like, it's good to see the players well-spirited, having fun. And I gotta say, man, Xorn has evolved because now, in front of the camera, he's more charismatic. He's actually playing around where before this, he's like more reserved, more quiet. It's like, I'm the cool guy. And I was like, I'm the leader. We're just playing around, you know. Well, we'll do fine. We'll do fine.
They're definitely getting a bit of an energy burst after a really impressive showing in game number 2. But now that both teams have had a chance to reset and replan their strategies, I get the feeling we're going to be seeing something very interesting for game number 3. Perhaps even the true showing of both sides' capabilities here. And I'm excited.
What? Like a Fanny EXP?
Anything is possible.
Anything is possible. That's why I don't like,
remember
obviously.
the days of Fanny Roam?
Oh,
that used to be a thing.
Only for a short while.
But it was a
Credits
good while.
to Yums. Fanny with a Petrify. It worked probably. I'm pretty sure the rest of the team carried the most of the weight. But for this game, Xorn is still playing. So Kaja will probably be taken out. But will that bother Xorn? There's quite a lot of heroes still open that the guy can use.
Yeah, I don't think Xorn has a hero pool problem at all, but there's not a lot of heroes that still have that same sort of flexibility and effectiveness that Kaja provides with the Divine Judgment. So getting rid of it from the draft altogether will enable both sides to have a little bit more freedom in the way that they want to move across the map.
It's very interesting as well because during the mic check they were like, yeah, let's do the RSG draft. Let's do the RSG draft.
Yep.
You know, I don't know, maybe like for us to understand the draft that they're gonna use, let's just think about some of the drafts that we've seen before. Eve Rome?
Eve Rome.
It doesn't seem like a Xorn hero, but I wouldn't be surprised.
Well,
but yeah, it's not.
They are very
hero.
effective at surprising us, but I don't really think so. The thing is,
another Xorn hero that may not be used, but we kind of cool, which is the Natalia.
Oh, those were the days, weren't they? Unfortunately, we haven't gotten to see a lot of Natalia nowadays. It's a bit more difficult for her to roam around the map comfortably, so if you're gonna do something like that, Hilda is very obviously the answer. But it's clear between these two teams that Xorn and Nova Escobar fulfill very similar niches. That is the setup in terms of CC, in terms of resources, to provide for the rest of their team. They want to funnel into their cores. That is the game plan, and we're going to see whether or not they can continue to do so once the proper respect is shown in terms of heroes removed from the pool.
I really like the spirit coming in from Red Giants because again, they're very young dudes, but especially Gorgeous here, like looking at this guy, he almost looks unhinged, you know? It's like just let me have the damage, you know? Just let me carry. I like this raw personality coming in from Gorgeous where, not gonna lie, I've casted some of his games when he was in the Tier 2C, and he has been consistent all the way through. Coming into the MPL, I was slightly worried that his over-eagerness to fight will like betray him, but no, it doesn't seem like it.
I think a little bit of that spirit is always going to be good because we've already seen a lot of newer teams to the MPL just completely take over and catch veterans by surprise by how over-eager they can be. So if you have this sort of personality, if you have a little bit of that inner insanity that you know can be a boon to your team by completely disrupting the flow that MPL has already had in place, then it is the time to bring it to the stage. And speaking of the stage, let us bring some noise here because it is going to be the draft for game number 3 between Red Giants Esports and Team Lunatix.
Actually, been talking about it, right? It's like imagine if someone asks you a question. Show me an EXP laner without telling me it's an EXP laner. If I put Gojas and Formies in front of you, be like, yep, they look like EXP laners.
They do look like EXP
They do look like
laners,
EXP laners. Yeah, and right now, Red Giants, they're banning the Fanny, the Hayabusa, as well as the Glue. The bans are coming in fast. Arla, Joy, as well as 1-1's banned. Is this an easy Kaja pick again? I mean, like, why not, right?
They've actually released it here. That's interesting.
Okay. So what counters the Kaja? One of the traditional ones was the Atlas. So will the Atlas get picked up? Because the idea of an Atlas is that if you pull me, you're helping me out. And the other one is just that the slow effect coming in from the Arctic Wave is just so good at disrupting the Kaja from catching anyone off.
Some heroes that were banned out previously by Red Giants Esports in the second phase were the Lolita and the Franco. These are fairly strong in the hands of Nova Escobar. I feel like if they want a match in terms of early game pressure as well as catch potential, Franco may be the way to go. For now, they're opening quite safe. The Farsa is to be expected, but locking in Labu at this
you know what?
Quite interesting.
You know what? If they couldn't stop it the first time, might as well just bring it the second time. And
oh no.
Let's see, like, you called it.
Okay.
You called it.
Yep. It's gonna be the Franco coming out from Nova Escobar, can match the early pressure from Xorn, can roam around the map fairly safely, and the constant threat of the Bloody Hunt will enable pickups for fakes on this Farsa. I guess stealing away the Lapu Lapu will make sure that even if Gojas does lock in the Martis once again, they have a hero that can somewhat deal with it.
You know what's annoying here? You would assume that this Martis will go to the EXP just because of how Gojas used it just now. But imagine if they do another switcheroo where it's like, nah, this time it is the jungler. Like, they could do that. They legit could do that, yeah. So it's like, imagine if Lunatix, they're like, okay, we're gonna ban out the Fredrin so that you don't use Fredrin in the jungle, and then all of a sudden, oh wait, it's Martis jungle. It's like, this is so good when you have a player like this, where it's like, I'm really good at this hero, but doesn't mean I have to be the one playing it.
And yet, despite all of that, Fredrin still deserves some respect, unless Team Lunatix decide it's their turn to take the Fredrin. That could be the idea here, but I do feel like it is quite vulnerable to what Red Giants Esports already has, which is why they're very comfortable with just letting it go.
Yeah, agreed. Just because of the Lunox, that is very, very true. So maybe they can opt to pick the jungler last. I like the respect ban here for Jome, banning out the Beatrix as well as the Melissa. Now, what is going to be the option for Lunatix?
This is super smart from Red Giants. Usually, in this case, the next best choice for Jome is going to be Claude. But if Claude jumps in, it just invites the Divine Judgment, which is why they go for the Melissa and Beatrix ban instead, trying to put him in as uncomfortable a position as possible. The Fredrin has indeed been locked in by Lunatix. They're still concerned about the damage coming in from Lunox, but it's still one of the strongest junglers available as of now. Red Giants going to be locking in the remaining heroes, take in the Brody with a lot of heroes banned out from Jome's arsenal. Go for that early game. I really like what Red Giants is doing with this draft.
Yeah, again, I called out the Brody from the second game just because the Kaja could choose any lane. It's going to be like a confirmed kill. Now, again, this Martis is very, very flexible. It can go to the EXP, can go to the jungle. I don't think they're lacking in damage. They just need some kind of sustainability in the front, maybe a little bit more CC.
Well, sounds like they're going to take it away from Lunatix. In fact, the Akai makes appearance once again. We'll see whether or not this is Sky's or Gojas' hero, but I get the feeling this is going to go into the jungle to directly counter the Fredrin on the opposite end. So now, a lot of pressure on Jome's shoulders. Claude is still probably the safest pick, but he has to really play around the Divine Judgment.
What about Leslie? Leslie could be, right? Because, again, long range, because we've seen it happen. And if it's not the Leslie, let's see. I think Moskov is way too risky going up against a Brody.
Sniper ready.
You called it. I called it.
Very nice. That is actually an excellent choice right there. Claude is always going to be in danger of the Divine Judgment, but Leslie not only has a built-in disengage for any melee heroes, he's going to be able to stand very safely in the back line. One concern will be damage consistency. Jome is going to take quite a while to actually come online, so the ball is going to be on Red Giants Esports' court to dominate the early game.
Okay, here's the thing, right? It will take time unless a lot of pressure is being put there. And Franco is one of those heroes where you just show your face and you kind of just buy time just like that. This is going to be the final game of the day. This is going to be an epic match because Red Giant, they showed a lot in the first game. Lunatix, I'm pretty sure they want their revenge.
Yep, looking at the graph overall, I think these lineups are a lot more even here. There's going to be a bit of a leaning towards push and pick off for the Red Giants, as well as that early game. But otherwise, Team Lunatix have a lot of resources here, and they want to demonstrate that they are capable of coming back from a loss just as much as their rivals are. This is going to be the final game of Week 4 here in MPL MY Season 11, ladies and gentlemen, and instantly some disruption from the Franco.
Yeah, in this game, I kind of feel like in the early stages of the game, look at this, Xorn already giving Go just a little bit of a lead so that he can play around with it. And now Xorn pressuring. He wants to try and steal this, and he got it! He got it! This man got it! I mean, like...
Wait.
The map says, oh, Uni used the retribution early because he thought there's no way they're gonna come in here, right?
Oh, I was wondering what he used the retry on. Oh,
yeah, he used it early.
He thought they would be safe for sure because they were busy dealing with Nova X Kobar.
And he was using a Fredrin. Who invades a Fredrin?
Wow. Xorn has just caught Team Lunatix off once again. This is like a mad genius right here, thinking several levels ahead. That's not going to be good. Uni instantly put one level behind, and Xorn that much closer to hitting level 4 before Nova X Kobar.
Yeah, and you look at the way that Xorn was moving around. I think even he was like, he's gonna retreat this, right? And he just used his first skill. He stood still and was like, oh, well, okay. And I'm actually looking at a different screen here, but it's quite interesting that the Xorn is actually leashing away one of the jungle camps so that he's making it difficult for Uni to actually steal this away because he keeps on resetting it. It's so simple but so annoying.
Actually, I think he's specifically using it to check if Nova is in the bush next to it, because if he was, the jungle camp would move towards that direction. So in this way, he is making sure that SYF is safe from being ganked out as long as he keeps an eye on where the Franco is. Red Giants Esports instantly in control. Turtle is theirs.
Yeah, right now they're really starting the snowball. Xorn is level 4, but Zacuity just used the Chaos Assault, so not much that he can do. Sakai's here, level 5. Uni, level 3, not looking good. Heavy spin used, and look at this, able to secure the orange buff. Zeno unable to protect his jungle for Uni.
The movements from Red Giants Esports are so smart right now. They know that Skies is going to be able to apply pressure to Uni as long as he is slightly ahead. And now he is massively ahead, stealing yet another buff from the Fredrin. We are almost 3 minutes in, and Uni has only just hit level 4. Nova X Kobar can be looking for the return play in the bottom side. Fakes rotating as well.
It's not a good sign. Whoa, before that, this is not a good sign. SYF gets caught. Nova X Kobar putting the game on his shoulders, giving a kill over to Team Lunatix.
Yep, really good movements there. They see that Xorn as well as Zacuity has rotated up the top lane, instantly tells Zeno to back it up, and they rotate Nova and fakes down bottom. Jome instantly winning out the gold lane, which is not ideal for SYF considering he's playing on that Brody. He's already had his entire gold shield go towards Jome.
Well, this is what I said, right? It's like, yeah, sure, the Leslie could have some trouble against Brody, unless you put a little bit of pressure there, then things could be different. Now, Fake's taking a lot of damage here, and look at this. Gets caught. Sakai tries to save him. Unable to. Very, very close. But again, Zacuity gets taken down.
Great reaction timing. Goja still going to be the target. Fakes gets the double kill. Uni setting it up, getting some revenge. SYF being forced to flicker very early. He is afraid for his life. Lunatix in one fell stroke turned the entire momentum of the early game around in their favor thanks to a brilliant combination of crowd control chained perfectly in the mid lane.
Red Giants Esports, they're the one that started this thing where they're like, we're going to disturb you as much as we can. We're going to dominate in the jungle. And then Team Lunatix, they're just like, fine, we will fight back. And now they're fighting back at the Turtle Pit. Sakai still has a level advantage, so he has an advantage with the Retribution. Xorn manages to get Zeno out of the way. Uni secures the turtle for himself. Zeno gets caught, but still using the Bravest Fighter to dash away out of that bad situation. Lunatix winning the trades here.
That was actually really good for them. Red Giants Esports may have made a few mistakes where initially Nova actually missed the hook onto Xorn. That could have cost them heavily because that meant that he could get the Divine Judgment onto Xeno back into the back line. But because Skies, he was more focused on securing the turtle, which he failed to get even with heavy spin. Team Lunatix wins out that trade and they get another.
Oh, that's a good hook. Jome secures the kill. This is not looking good when a late game hero like Leslie starts the game off with the first 5 minutes with 2 kills under her belt, and SYF having 2 deaths. Uni finds Xorn. Xorn is getting focused. Killing spree for Fakes in the back lines. Goja's is dead. Tried to stop it, but just a little bit too late.
Team Lunatix really just directly challenging Red Giants here. You played out-tempoing us last game, well, we're going to out-tempo you in the decider, as now they have completely dumpstered the gold lane in favor of Jome. SYF gonna have a hard time catching up, and they're willing to trade out tier 1 up top for this because EXP lane no longer matters to them.
Yeah, right now look at Team Lunatix. No Xgoba is really showing off. It's like, at the backroom interview, they're like, oh, we know our mistake. And I kind of feel like in there is like, our mistake is not getting this Franco. Look at that, so guys, gets taken down. Beautiful iron hook. Goja's coming in, flanking from the side. Gets 3, but look at the damage received. Uni in the front line catches Zacuity. Has to use the Brilliance Nova. Look at that hook! What was that hook?
Nova Xgoba reaching for the sky and pulling it down to the ground. He is the playmaker for Team Lunatix and he is setting them up like bowling pins. Red Giants Esports falling one after another despite an incredible start. And Xorn now realizing he may be facing a more competent rival than he ever imagined.
I'm 6 minutes too late, but viewers at home, it is encouraged for you to carefully wear your headphones because it might be a little bit painful for this one because that was an amazing play. Nova Xgoba now is really showing up to Xorn and be like, hey, you're not the greatest roamer here. I'm still playing, man.
That is scary. Nova Xgoba, he's going to be checking this bush very soon, I'm pretty sure. They have to be careful about this. They will spot him out first. Team Lunatix right now in the driver's seat. Xorn will still be positioning to look for that Divine Judgment, but right now they have to be so wary. They cannot afford to feed any more gold in the direction of their opponents because this early game is meant to be theirs to control, and Team Lunatix has just walked all over it.
The ultimate snipe as well, always opening the map, making sure that he's safe because the moment he opens the ultimate snipe, it's like, oh, the Kaja is here. Well, I guess I might as well take a better positioning, making sure that I don't get caught. Well, right now, look at this. The camera is not looking at it, but Nova Xgoba is trying to look for Goja's. Looks like nothing's going to happen, but down bot, Zeno is going to get taken down, and he's not able to take anyone with him. Fakes still there, Feather Airstrike, making sure no push will be held.
An excellent rotation by Fakes to make sure that the tower doesn't fall too quickly, but he himself could be in a bit of danger. Team Lunatix, they trade out a top tier 2 for this, and they don't even lose their first tower. Okay, they will lose it in the end, but it's still pretty worth it here. As you know, he is just a sacrifice at this stage. As long as Jome can continue to be funneled into, Team Lunatix are sitting in a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, especially without the conceal, it's going to be very, very difficult for you. Oh, look at that. Sakai gets caught. Instantly uses his heavy spin to make sure that he does not get caught. And that is going to be very, very... Oh, but before that, Xorn catches Nova Xgoba. But look at his Sif is in the middle of everything. Goja secures the kill on Joe. Nova Xgoba tries to run away. Zacuity gets taken down by Fix. Unstoppable. Goja is in the back line, unable to find any angles to get any kind of kill. So far, it's a 1-for-1. Goja is there. Fix thinks, he's not here. He goes home. Look at that juke, man. He got up. Oh! Sif gets up. Sif goes in, gets a kill on the Nova Xgoba, but he himself dies. Monster kill for Fakes on this Farsa.
I don't even know what I am watching right now. This game is insane from both of these teams. A beautiful initiation by Red Giants Esports, and Goja's is his insanity on display once again, walking through all the members to get the kill onto Jome. but Lunatix turning it around with Novak Skobar sacrificing his life for a kill onto the enemy goal lane, putting SYF that much further behind.
Sakai goes in and he's gonna die to Zeno. He took way too much damage. I kind of feel like it's like, there's no way, right, that Fakes with a 6-0-3 KDA can hurt me that much. Well, he can't hurt you that much.
They are buying... Oh, Xorn!
Xorn flickers in, gets the full onto Novak Skobar, but Fakes does not care. Godlike Jom gets a kill onto SYF. Even the goal just gets a turret. It's not enough because now Team Lunatix 4K goal lead ahead.
My goodness, Xorn, his reaction timing there was actually beautiful, but Team Lunatix with their damage taking advantage of the fact that Red Giants Esports are grouping up here. Looking at the items, even Gojas, despite going for a greedy build once again with the BOD, respects that Jom is really farmed the really early Twilight armor, but he's the only one that has it, which means everyone else is sitting ducks for this Hesley, who is already hitting 1,000 damage crits.
Yeah, and SYF, he's got to be careful, man, because he's been getting caught quite a bit. 1, 4, and 2. In comparison to Jom, 3, 1, and 5, right now he's looking so good. And again, it has a range advantage. With Novak Skobar getting all these crazy hooks, Uni being a good front line, and Zeno basically don't care what happens to him. Just rushes forward. Team Lunatix, they're in the driver's seat. I kind of feel like even Red Giant Esports, they were not prepared for this kind of retaliation from Lunatix.
They are absolutely getting frazzled right now. Xorn, he thought he would be in full control here. Novak Skobar has matched his pace, and because Lunatix have so much farm thanks to the earlier kills, Red Giants Esports, they're no longer being able to rely on the heroes they thought they could snowball here. Gojas, despite his best efforts, there's only so much he can do, and Lord is crashing in.
Oh my god, how is that even possible? Sakai's to the rescue, gets Dome! Dome gets taken down, good success. Right now, Fakes manages to get a kill, but Zakuti on the backline getting to Zeno. Sakai's 1v3, and looks like Novak Skobar has to use the conceal just to run away. Sakai's, that was amazing call to protect Xorn, but also actually able to get Jom. It's a 2-for-1, killing 2 birds with 1 Jom. Sorry.
That was excellent right there.
Thank you.
But an excellent play as well from Skies. That's exactly what happened. Getting those 2 birds with 1 stone here. Being able to save Xorn, although he did lose his life in the end, but trading 1 for 2 in a situation where Team Lunatix should have the advantage, and they got such a massive hook onto Xorn. That means that Red Giants Esports, their chances are not gone just yet. And we're realizing that Leslie is actually in a lot of danger if Jom's positioning is not quite there. Even though his range is going to be longer than SYF, it's not difficult for Skies or Gojas to jump on top of him if he's not well protected.
Hey, here's the thing, right? We talked about this, I think, in the first game of the series. Fakes is a Natalia. He has the Natalia passive. He's been doing great. He's 8-0 and 4. No one's stopping Fakes. This guy is a Natalia. How is it that no one is paying attention to Fakes?
Jom has just commanded way too much attention from Red Giants Esports. Like you mentioned, Fakes just continuing to be invisible in their eyes, but they have to be careful. Red Giants are making an attempt.
Oh, Xorn catches Jom. No, he does not. Manages to get away. And finally, as I was talking about it, Fakes gets caught. Fakes taken down. But Jom is still alive. Red Giants, how are you going to do it? There, Sakai gets pulled, taking a lot of damage. Gojas goes in. Gojas gets suppressed. Jom does a lot of damage. SYF flickers forward, wants to kill Jom, but the wind of nature, making sure that he survives. Sakai goes forward, does not do anything with it. Ultimate snipe. Jom gets the kill. Zakuti takes down Uni, but Xorn all alone. SYF going up against this Lapu Lapu. There's not much that he can do. What a frazzling team fight. Having a fight up at top, at the bottom, all over the place.
That team fight was so wide that we would have had to turn the screen portrait mode to actually see all of it, as Jom is able to effectively escape from all the aggression that Gojas was outputting thanks to the efforts of Novak Skobar there. And Zeno being able to zone out the backline was huge. Team Lunatix, they actually could have lost that fight after Fakes was taken down so early and Jom nearly died. But keeping their wits about them right now, the Lord has been secured. Team Lunatix still in the driver's seat. Jom already hitting his peak. This is going to be a massive defense for Red Giants.
For real, man. I don't know, man. When I cast with you, the moment I say something good about a mid laner, things go down. things. You know what? I gotta write this down. I gotta make a compilation of all of this.
A compilation of all the times the lapel curse came into play. As we can see, the final item from Jome locked in the rose gold meteor to keep him alive against the dives from Gojes. The Lord taking the first inhibitor out. What else can Team Lunatix get out of this one?
Yeah, right now I'm looking at the situation. Lunatix with 4K gold. If Sakai's can get Jome. Oh, never mind. Xorn tried. Xorn failed. Sakai's tried. Sakai's failed. Pushing everyone away. Team Lunatix, very good Kai. Nova Escobar did not hit the iron hook, but that was very good game sense coming in from Jome. Xorn tries to pull someone, but look at this. Sakai's goes in. He doesn't have the heavy spin, but Gojes goes in, and he's gonna get taken down because the wind of nature is still available for Jome. Outplayed.
What is Jome's reaction timing? Getting that second skill the moment Xorn flickers in, and then the Rose Gold Meteor coming into play, but here comes Acuity, one back.
Yeah, he goes all the way back. Jome has to use the flicker, but look at this. Zeno! Look at that ultimate snipe, securing another kill, but SYF securing a kill for himself. This is a bloodbath. Everyone wants to fight. No one is happy. There's no peace in anyone's heart. They all want violence.
Team Lunatix has emptied out the base of Red Giants Esports, but they have successfully defended their lives here in this series, which is turning into an absolute form of chaos that neither of us could have expected. Everyone watching at home right now, I'm pretty sure you guys, your butt is on the edge of your seat as much as mine is as well. Who knows how this is going to end? Team Lunatix, they still have a lot of towers on their side, but a single mistake could cost them dearly. This next Lord fight is going to be key.
This is the kind of game that I like, man. 16 minutes in, we have like what, 19 plus 11? It's 30 minutes. So that's like almost 2 kills per minute. This is the kind of game that we want to see. Maybe not the, you know, like not like the cleanest game ever, but this is entertaining.
Like, this actually is just entertainment at its finest. We have not seen a game like this in a long time because hierarchies among the teams here in Season 11 are being formed. But Red Giants Esports and Team Lunatix both know that they're pretty equally matched as of current circumstances, and they both want the chance to make it into that top 4, to make it into the upper bracket quarterfinals. Who is it going to be? The one that makes this first move. Going to be a crucial one.
Nova Escobar has shown his face. Jome is looking at Skies. He wants to deal damage. Looking at the Lord now. 18,000 HP left. Xorn catches Nova Escobar. That's the main target. SYF is going to get targeted by Zeno, but look at the backline. Sakai's tries to secure. He gets the Lord. He gets the Lord. Gojes tries to run away. Sakai's is there. Gets suppressed. Xorn tries to save his teammate. SYF taking quite a load. Oh, SYF is not touched at all. And Sakai's runs away. He secures the Lord, and he's still safe.
No casualties on either side right there as Red Giants Esports, the heavy spin coming into play right now, pushing Uni out of contention for the retribution. Team Lunatix, they'll be able to defend this, but Red Giants Esports wants to use this opportunity to take all of the external towers. Team Lunatix, how many of their structures will they be able to save from this next attempt by Red Giants Esports?
Right now, the Lord is pushing bottom. Red Giants Esports, they're looking at a pretty good standing here. Sakai's as well as Xorn are being detrimental to Team Lunatix. Jome is there. They're not letting this Lord charge in. What is Red Giant Esports going to do? Looks like they have opportunities. Sakai's goes in. He pushes 2 out of the way. Jome is all alone to the backside. Uni is there. It looks like he's going to get taken down. Zeno goes in, going up against 5, doing as much damage as he can. Flicker away, trying to make sure that he does not die for the defense. And Jome, as well as Fakes, was not touched. Right now, Red Giant Esports, not enough to actually break the base of Lunatix.
It feels like Skies is actually just flexing right now, showing Uni this is how you play the jungle. Akai being able to push the Fredrin out of position without even using the Divine Judgment. As Xorn right now, he's going to be waiting on that cooldown. Red Giants Esports wants another tower.
Feather S-Strike and Go just taking quite a lot of damage, but their focus is here. But look at that hook. He manages to get Sif. You don't want that if you're a Red Giants fan. And Zeno is going to get taken down. Big flickers forward. They want the kill. They got that cutie. Jome is invisible, but he wants to get more kills. Look at the death timers. ZAQT 43 seconds away. Civ 33 seconds away. Team Lunatix, they're being overly aggressive.
Nova. The man does it once again, getting the hook of a century. Team Lunatix are now threatening the base. Can Red Giants defend?
Oh, look at this. Look, guys! He got 3! He got 4! He got everyone! But the damage is not there just yet. Go just gets a kill onto Fakes, but he gets suppressed. Sakai's is still there. Xorn is there. Civ as well as ZAQT has not responded just yet.
Crystal's open!
Go just Xorn catches Job, but is it enough? Job goes for the crystal. Team Lunatix win this best of 3.
The most grueling back and forth we have witnessed here in MPL MY Season 11. The forlorn faces of Red Giants Esports as they realize that their chances of victory dwindle in front of them thanks to the excellent execution of Team Lunatix, cementing themselves as one of the top contenders of the season. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just been treated to a spectacle.
Yeah, but again, like this is, you know, like they want to be champions. Looking at their face, they're like, we tried our hardest. They had good opportunities to win, but that's just how close this match is, man. 2-1. What an amazing series. And now, Red Giant Esports as well as Lunatix showing respect to each other. Like, I want to show them respect. That was an amazing game.
It really was. No one could have anticipated this. We knew that this was going to be a highlight series for the day. But Red Giants Esports and Team Lunatix, I'm pretty sure their fan count is going to be rising after this. Their stock's looking pretty good on the market right now. Who knows what's going to happen going forward?
Sorry, I saw the girl's face just now, and she looks like that meme of that guy's like, oh, yeah.
I get what you mean.
Yeah, you guys can't see my face, but you guys get the hint. And look at this, celebrating, so happy. I mean, I would be celebrating like that as well.
It's understandable that a lot of us would have our mouths agape, but let's open our ears right now because the interview is about to begin.
Dan nampaknya Team Lunatix win streak continues with another 2-1 in the bag. So, Amir, tadi apa diorang cakap?
Diorang nak berbuka awal.
Nak berbuka siapa?
Tapi kita orang yang berbuka diorang.
Amir hari ni extra panas, tu yang I tanya. Okay, serious question, okay? Tadi dalam game kedua, Team Lunatix lepaskan Kaja. Dan Team Lunatix kalah lepaskan Kaja. Game ketiga, Kaja tu still dalam tangan Xorn. How did you guys manage to ensure that walaupun orang dapat Kaja, it will be Team Lunatix taking the win?
Syarat untuk menang, jangan guna benda sama selalu. Sebab orang akan dapat baca.
Oh, I see. So, apa Amir nak cakap is Amir sudah baca apa dorang nak buat.
Betul.
I see. Very nakal Audience dari Lunatix ni nakal. Okay, so tadi kita penatnya. Dom, are you tired? Are you tired?
Tired.
Are you tired? Why are you sitting down?
Ang hirap mag-ML eh.
Okay. Dia cakap main ML ni susah sangat, tu yang dia duduk. Jom, just now we saw your Leslie was getting locked. You were getting out of that lock and still killing people. What magic do you have today?
I don't know.
Is it the headband? It's the headband?
Yeah.
Nice.
Also, I'm fasting.
Oh! Oh, patutlah dia macam penat sangat. You're fasting today?
Yeah, but 6 to 7 p.m. only.
6 to 7?
Yeah.
But you guys won, so you buka awal lah. So you buka at 6, so what? Takkan 10 minutes fasting only?
I don't understand.
Jom cakap dia puasa 6 PM hingga 7 PM tadi saja.
Itulah, tapi macam dah berbuka awal, so.
Ya,
tak jadi
tapi
hari
Jom
ni.
masih lapar.
Oh, Jom masih lapar untuk kemenangan.
Next week.
Untuk next week. Okay guys, siapa yang korang rasa ialah MVP of the match? Siapa? Okay, count with me. 3, 2, 1. Nova X Gobar! Oh, kita punya tank yang MVP of the match kali ini. As a tank, how are you feeling right now dapat MVP of the match? Sebab benda ni tak often sangat. Usually carry yang dapat kan? So macam, apa perasaan Nova?
Perasaan mestilah happy, but semua ni takkan ada kalau bukan disebabkan tim saya juga.
Oh, I like that answer. So sekarang Nova nak cakap apa untuk semua orang yang datang dan sokong Team Lunatix hari ini?
Terima kasih kepada semua yang datang, terutamanya pesokong Lunatix and Red Giant. Terima kasih memeriahkan stadion juara hari ini.
Wow. Alright guys, sekarang masa untuk invite special fan up on stage. Can we please have Waka up on stage? Thank you. Dengar cerita dia big fan Lunatix. Okay. Wait, happy sangat ni. Hello, how are you?
Cik,
Pergi mana
Alhamdulillah.
ni? Asal nak pergi kat bilik? Bagaimana ni? Okay, so nak cakap apa dekat Team Lunatix?
Nak bagi kata-kata semangat kepada Team Lunatix. Pertama sekali tanya kerana menang dengan Red Giant. Walaupun Red Giant bagi saingan yang sangat kuat Walaupun ada zone tetap kalah. Apa-apa pun good luck pada playoff nanti dan buat yang terbaik. InsyaAllah balik.
Oh, alright, thank you so much. So I'm gonna move here untuk bagi orang peluang untuk ambil gambar. And that is the last match untuk minggu keempat. Tapi kalau korang nak saksikan game-game panas yang macam ni, jom datang ke Stadium Juara by scanning the QR code down below. Dan kalau korang ialah satu audience untuk naik pentas MPL, korang akan dapat skin yang bernilai 899 diamonds. Thank you so much Team Lunatix and congratulations once again. Oh, it's Coach Pau's birthday today! Happy birthday to Coach Pau! I rasa this is one of the best birthday gifts. Okay guys, let's sing happy birthday together, okay? 1, 2, 3, go!
Happy birthday, Coach Pau!
All right, congratulations Team Lunatix and happy birthday once again, Coach. Oh wow, best birthday gift, betul tak? Betul, kan? I think Lunatix is increasing in the leaderboard. And with that, mari kita dengar mic check untuk Team Lunatix game ketiga. Mic check, let us hear you.
Gaduh ni guys.
Yeah, let's go.
Nice bro.
Bawah ada tier saya. Oh, ni dua orang tengah.
Dia pun no flicker.
Oh, Akaya.
Nice!
Nice bro.
Mangga kan?
Oh, Lunok seal.
Matis pun damage tu. Ni Akai.
Nice!
Nice bro.
Kaja dengan aku
Nice!
Nice bro.
Go,
nice!
Look at me only on Martis guys
Okay.
Martis will try to play guard.
Kajam flicker.
Me guys.
Depan. Kaja ulti.
Hero first.
Tahu.
Nice!
I'm sorry, Lafette, were we just watching a mic check or was it a Nova X Kobar hook compilation?
I kind of feel like even the production team is like, you know what, this kind of thing, even if they weren't saying anything, just watch it again. I wouldn't even be surprised if our highlights is going to be that as well. Just all the hooks that Nova made.
It's so incredible. Like, you instantly see why Red Giants Esports decided to ban out the Franco in game number 1. You give a hero like this to Nova, instantly MVP of the match. And I think he deserves that without a doubt in the world. The playmaker for Team Lunatix, the one that's creating the space, the one that's setting the tempo. All of this wouldn't be possible without his decision making.
This is one of those heroes where even as a roamer, you can carry, right? It's like, usually people say like as a roamer, you're setting something up for your team. when you have someone like a Franco, even if your team is behind, those hooks could get you a victory just because if someone cannot do anything, they're just gonna die. They just accept their fate.
Unfortunately, nothing could stop Red Giants Esports from getting hooked a little bit too much on Novak Kovar right there, because who can blame him? All eyes on this man. An excellent showing from Team Lunatix, showing us exactly why they deserve a free ride up to the 3rd and 4th places.
Yeah, if you guys want a free ride, ask Tafa. But for this one, make sure you guys catch us live at Stadium Juara and book a ride on Air Asia Ride. Use code NewMPLMY for 5 ringgit off for first-time users. Or if you guys already downloaded it, use MPLMY for 3 ringgit off for 2 rides. If you're an existing user, download the Air Asia Super App to book your ride now so that you don't get hooked by Novak Kovar. Although it would be a good way of
trying to pretty easy way to get here, though.
Yeah. Actually, never mind. Nova is the one hooking the car and is like pulling it over.
Just hooking it over. You just need a quick ride. You call Nova. Could I get a hook? It's like, woo! And just start flying over the Stadium Juara. But if you guys don't have that luxury, Air Asia Rides got you guys covered. So make sure you guys show some support that way. As of right now, what a great way to finish off Week 4.
We have a lot of strong heroes, but if there's a tug of war, you want Franco in your team. Like, that guy could hook anything. In fact, in the early stages of Mobile Legends, he could hook the turtle. Think about that for a second. And I mean all the way to the base. He used to be stronger. Way stronger.
Man, those were the days.
Those were the days.
Looks like Franco has been missing out a little bit on Arm Day, but it's still plenty enough to hook up our insane roster of MLBB heroes, and in this case, completely disabling any chance of Red Giants Esports dictating the momentum on their own. Team Lunatix, man, we were always paying a lot of attention to Jome. Obviously, his mechanics are insane. Novak Kovar getting his time in the spotlight, but we already knew he was such a good roam player. Everyone else is just showing up today. Fakes getting an insane KDA. Zeno actually doing a really good job on the Lapu Lapu as well. This was just Team Lunatix at their finest.
This is 20 minutes, man. It's 20 minutes. It went the entire way. And in this game, it's like throughout the entire series, it's like a battle between actually a lot, because we got a lot of star players here. Because looking at the items again, Goja's being a little bit more greedy here, and we could see how he could survive just a little bit longer because of the Winter Truncheon. And looking at the face after the game, I think he was even considering, it's like, what did I do wrong? I did everything that I could, but Jome, he protects himself so well with the Wind of Nature, as well as pushing people away whenever someone wants to engage.
One of the benefits of having Franco as your roam hero is that he doesn't need to be particularly far in front in order to initiate the team fight, which means that after he's gotten the hook, after the Bloody Hunt, he can easily rotate over to where Jome is standing and delay Gojas if the Leslie is getting dived. And while Gojas was honestly doing an amazing job throughout the game of hunting down Jome and getting that kill with the Decimate, thanks to the extra damage from the BOD, once the positioning from Lunatix adjusted to make up for this, and Jome got that Rose Gold Meteor, which actually saved his life in one really crucial engagement, putting Gojas out of position, things really started shifting for Lunatix.
Yeah, and like, everyone played well, man. Even Red Giants, even though they lost, like, Sakai's played so good. Again, 20 minutes, 11 seconds. Rich guy in the carry is Jome, 736 gold per minute, 95,000 damage dealt. Sandbag Sakai is taking 165,000 damage, and Forgotten One Uni, 14 total assists. And looking at the damage here, Zach Cutie as well as SYF is actually doing quite well, but again, just how Jome gets a lot of free hits onto Sakai's, onto Gojas, onto Xorn, just keeps racking up the damage.
Honestly, if you look at the damage done, Red Giants did a really respectable job. Look at Fix, he has 80,000 damage. Remember, the Farsight was 8-0 at one point. And SYF is at 79,000 when he was getting hunted by Novak Kovar the entire time. Team Lunatix really could not afford to let up the pressure for a single moment, because if they let one fight shift too far, Red Giants would have taken that and just ran away with the victory.
If you would have told me this was a battle during the playoffs, I would have believed you, man. It was it was a very intense match, and I can't wait to see them evolve even more going into the playoffs for both teams, honestly, because Xorn has been great, but he hasn't had enough time to gel with the team yet. In fact, there was one interview where he's like, I still can't remember all of my teammates' names. So, right, he did say that. So, there's potential for both teams.
It's not the most ideal situation since we remember Xorn was only just brought in not that long ago. So, not a lot of chance to acclimate himself and get familiar with the styles and gameplay of Red Giants Esports. And yet, still already doing a really good job so far. In game number 2, they were absolutely destroying Team Lunatix. So, unfortunately, it seems like their strat in game number 1 may have ended up costing them the series because it just didn't quite work out in the grand scheme of things, and Team Lunatix were very on top of the issue.
Dude, like, seeing, like, this is the MVP of the match. Nova Escobar, 77 average match kill participation and a combined KDA of 2 kills, sure, 7 deaths, sure, 25 assists. That's actually quite a lot. Game number 1, he was using Kaja. In game number 3, he was using the Franco, and I gotta say, all the roamers have been really showing, at least for this particular series, and I can understand Joe taking a seat because it's a good thing this is the final match of the day, because that took everything out of me, man.
We were not ready.
We were not ready.
We're glad that these are only best of 3s because who knows what would have happened. I love the itemization here as well. Going for immortality very early in game 3 because he knows that he's going to be at risk most of the time. And note, the game started with Xorn stealing the orange buff.
That felt like so long ago, man.
Yeah, it felt like a different game.
Yeah, it felt like 2 different games. And I said, oh yeah, I forgot. They actually started the game really, really well. But none of things, if I remember correctly, they got a kill down at the gold lane and then transition into the turtle fight, and then it's just Lunatix's game. It's just one of those situations where, again, Jome, this is a good advantage for Lunatix to have this player because he can take care of himself. I mean, like, to be fair, everyone is helping him out, but he can take care of himself, and that's very valuable.
I think we have to give a lot of props to Zeno here. He's a bit of an unsung hero this game, but just look at how well he is separating the team fights, even at the cost of his own life. He's zoning out 3 or 4 members of Red Giants at the same time, and is a part of the reason why Jome is able to survive a lot of these, even though he's being dived on so heavily. And at the end, this base defense was actually so good. Gojas getting 3 members with that Ashura aura, but unfortunately, their damage in the form of ZQT and SYF was down. Otherwise, they may have had a chance to turn that around. That's just how tight this series was.
Well, Xorn was asking about everyone's positioning. Right now, Lunatix is sharing the 4th spot with RED Esports, where trying to count this out, okay, Lunatix is definitely hit because they've only played 6 matches, and RED Esports has played 7. So Lunatix is looking very strong to get the number 3 or number 4 spot here. Team HAQ and RG/MY. If someone showed me this screenshot and I did not watch the MPL, I would think this is just edited. I would not believe that Team HAQ and RG/MY is so close at the number 9 and number 10 spot.
It just seems like such an unbelievable situation, but that's exactly what has happened, and that's why even for the veterans, you can never let your guard down. We knew this was going to be the most competitive season of MPL MY, but who would have thought that the rookie lineups would be showing us up like this? I think it's very likely that Lunatix could be sharing that top 4 spot with SMG, Todak, and Homeboy, so there's a lot of climbing to do for the rest of the teams. Red Giants Esports still in a pretty respectable spot for themselves too.
Yeah, I mean, all of this is for the playoff seating because, again, like, you want to go in the play-ins. It would be better if you could go to the quarterfinals or the semifinals. But with that being said, the match highlight, watch your back. Lunatix is pushing their way into upper bracket, and starting the season, who would have thought? I put them quite low.
I'm not gonna blame you. I put them pretty low. I saw all of the community tier lists.
Yeah.
We all put them really low. Lunatix was consistently in the bottom 2 of everyone's list, and now they're in the top 4. Will they be able to maintain this position for moving forward with 2 weeks left in Season 11? based on their performance today, it's looking really likely.
I mean, this is why I say don't say obviously. Because even Justin Bieber says, never say never. And Justin Bieber also says, next week, on Friday, we'll be having 2 matches as well. Never mind, Justin Bieber never said that. It's way too long. But Red Giants going up against SMG, match number 1, 4 p.m. And then after breaking the fast, RSG Slate MY will be going up against Madness, where both teams are pretty close down at number 9 spot. So both need to win. If Madness wins this one, it's not looking good for RSG Slate MY fans. I'm like,
these are spicy matches.
Oh yeah. Oh,
what
yeah.
a way to start off week 5. Firstly, Red Giants going up against the undefeated and undisputed top 1 of the charts. And then, like you said, 2 teams fighting for their playoff lives. That is insane. You guys, make sure you tune in to that. Set your schedule, get your calendar. You don't want to miss this.
I don't want to miss that. But with that being said, that is all that we have for today. Thank you very much, Stafa. My name is Rafael. You guys have been watching the English broadcast of MPL Malaysia Season 11. We'll be seeing you guys again next week for more epic matches.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard.